Imagine stepping back, way back, over 2,000 years. You're in this world, right? Warring states, shifting alliances, just ruthless ambition everywhere.
A chaotic time, definitely.
Yeah, and now picture this one guy, a single figure, whose ideas were so radical they didn't just tweak a struggling state. They completely remade it, forged it into this iron engine that would eventually unify all of China.
A state builder.
But here's the twist. This same person, he's often seen as, well, the absolute picture of harshness, ruthlessness, and, spoiler alert, he met a pretty brutal end, shaped by the very things he created.
It really does sound like something out of a legend, doesn't it? So dramatic, it feels almost, made up. But that's the story of Shang Yang. He was the driving force behind the state of Qin's incredible rise.
Exactly, Shang Yang.
But he's tangled up in controversy. People call him a genius architect, yeah, but also a heartless tyrant. It's a real split.
That's it, exactly. He's this absolute pivotal character. But the story you usually hear, it feels a bit simple. Like, was Qin really on the verge of collapse when he showed up? Yeah, what else was going on back then, those deeper currents?
Right, and what was the real core, the unvarnished truth of his revolutionary approach?
That's what we're getting into today. We're going to unpack what made Shang Yang's impact just so profound. We'll explore why his legacy is still, so debated, and try to uncover some of the, well, surprising complexities behind this figure who basically reshaped history.
Yeah, our mission, if you like, is to understand the real forces at play here, the principles that drove him, and why his name still sparks such strong reactions, even now.
Okay, let's kick things off by tackling that common picture. Qin was a mess, totally weak, just waiting for its neighbors to swoop in and carve it up. Then poof, Shang Yang arrives, instant turnaround. Is that really how it went down?
Well, that's certainly the story Duke Xiao pushed. He was the ruler of Qin who hired Shang Yang. He put out this famous call for talented people from all over, really playing up Qin's decline since the glory days, centuries before, under Duke Mu.
So he was painting a pretty bleak picture.
Oh, absolutely. He talked about the shame of losing land, especially that key Hexi region to Wei, and how the other big states kind of looked down on Qin.
So Duke Xiao himself is shouting, "Help! We're weak! We're disgraced!"
Precisely. But, there's a pretty strong argument that this might have been, well, partly strategic talk, propaganda, maybe.
How so?
Well, governments often frame things as a crisis, right? It helps build support for tough reforms, things people might not normally accept, and it attracts ambitious folks like Shang Yang who are looking for a chance to make a mark.
Okay, so create a sense of urgency to justify radical change.
Exactly. And while Qin definitely had its problems, the idea that all the other eastern states were just waiting to, partition Qin, it seems less likely when you look at the map and the politics.
Why is that? Weren't they all just fighting constantly?
They were, yeah, but conquering Qin, it's way out west, pretty remote. For most of those eastern states, it wouldn't have been that beneficial. It was mainly Wei, Qin's immediate neighbor, the one they were always fighting over land with. They had a strong reason to grab Qin territory.
Ah, so it was more about Wei specifically.
Probably. For states further east, like Qi or Chu, a massive campaign deep into Qin. Super costly, probably minimal strategic gain compared to fighting their closer rivals. So this whole Qin about to be carved up thing might be less about a big conspiracy and more about Wei's ambition, maybe amplified by Qin's own PR machine.
Got it. So maybe less of a gang-up threat, more a specific rivalry blown up for effect?
That sounds about right. And crucially, there's actually quite a bit of evidence that Qin wasn't some collapsing backwater just waiting for a savior. Reform, strengthening. It had already started under Duke Xian, Duke Xiao's father.
Duke Xian. Okay, tell us about him. He kind of gets lost in the Shang Yang narrative, doesn't he?
He does, and he's fascinating. Duke Xian wasn't even the expected heir. He got forced into exile for about 30 years. And guess where he spent all that time?
Let me guess. Wei.
You got it. In Wei, the very state that had humiliated Qin and taken its land.
Wow, the irony. Exile in the enemy state.
Right. And Wei, back then, was actually one of the leading states. They were known for being pretty efficient. They'd had earlier reforms under guys like Li Tu. So Duke Xian spent 3 decades watching, probably learning, about how to run a state effectively right there in one of the most advanced places at the time.
So he wasn't coming in cold when he finally got the throne. He'd seen what worked firsthand.
Not at all. He came back with experience, with ideas. He started reforms himself. Shang Yang wasn't starting from absolute scratch. He was building on momentum Duke Xin had already created.
Okay, so there was already some groundwork.
Definitely. And you can see the results, the actual tangible results of Duke Xian's efforts in the military records. Qin scored some really astonishing victories against Wei before Shang Yang's big policies were even in place under Duke Xiao.
Like, what kind of victories are we talking?
Well, there's the Battle of Ximen. This was in Duke Xian's 21st year, around 364 BC. The records claim Qin's army took, get this, 60,000 enemy heads from Wei.
60,000? Seriously? Yeah, just let that sink in. During the peak of Shang Yang's reforms under Duke Xiao, Qin armies apparently never hit that number of casualties in one battle. It was only occasionally beaten much, much later, and really only dwarfed decades later by generals like BaiQi at Changping.
60,000. That's just staggering for any ancient battle, especially before the reforms we usually associate with Qin's military machine. It really is. And where Ximen actually was is debated. If it was near the border in modern Shaanxi, maybe Wei overextended. If it was further east, across the river in Shaanxi, well, that suggests Qin was already capable of pushing deep into Wei territory. Either way, it paints a picture of Qin being far from weak, already packing a serious military punch.
And wasn't there another big win around then, too?
Yep, just 2 years later, the Battle of Shaliang. Another decisive Qin victory over Wei. And this time, they actually captured Wei's general, Guang Kwa. Remember that name? He pops up again later in Shang Yang's own story.
Okay, so the big takeaway here is Duke Xian had already put down a solid foundation. Qin was already reforming, already showing muscle. Shang Yang's changes were huge, transformative, yes, but they were more like hitting the accelerator on something already moving, not flipping a switch from off to on. Qin was already rising.
Absolutely. Saying it was all Shang Yang, while it makes for a good story, really simplifies things and ignores the crucial work done before him.
Now, you mentioned another force, almost mysterious, that played a really vital, but maybe less visible role in Qin's rise.
Yeah.
They provided key technical know-how.
Ah, yes, the Mohists. They're one of the major philosophical schools from the Warring States period, often overshadowed by the big three, Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, but they were incredibly practical, hugely influential, especially in things like engineering, logistics, science, and warfare, particularly defensive tactics.
The Mohists. I remember hearing they had this incredibly strict discipline, almost like a cult.
That's definitely one of their defining features. Unlike, say, Confucius's followers, who were more loosely organized, the Mohist school was structured really tightly, hierarchical, almost like a military unit or maybe a guild, demanding absolute loyalty.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a single leader, the Grand Master, called the Juzi, and disciples basically swore total obedience. The descriptions are pretty intense, ready to dive into boiling water and walk through fire, willing to die for the cause without question.
That level of commitment is something else. And their skills were very hands-on.
Very much so. Huge emphasis on practical skills, craftsmanship, science, logistics. They were famous engineers, builders, and military experts, especially known for designing and defending fortifications. In the early warring states, they sometimes acted almost like a principled mercenary force.
Mercenaries with principles, how does that work?
Well, they'd offer their skills and military help to states or rulers who followed their ethical ideas, things like opposing aggressive wars and promoting mutual benefit for everyone.
So, not tied to one state, but they'd lend their pretty scary skills to rulers who aligned to their values.
That was the idea. And there's this famous story, really dramatic, about a Mohist grandmaster named Meng Tian. He was good friends with a noble in the state of Chu, this Lord Yangcheng. Lord Yangcheng gets into trouble with the king of Chu, has to flee, and Meng Tian promises to defend his friend's fortified town, even though it looked like a totally lost cause.
Why would he do that? Risk so many lives for just one guy.
Yeah, some of his own followers questioned it. Is defending this one minor lord really worth dying for? But Meng Tian's answer, it reveals this surprising, almost strategic thinking.
Go on.
He basically said, look, my relationship with Lord Yangcheng isn't just personal, it's about reputation. If we Mohists don't show unwavering loyalty, if we don't fight to the death here to uphold our promises, our righteousness, then in the future, nobody looking for strict teachers, loyal friends, or capable ministers will ever seek out Mohists again. Dying today is basically upholding the Mohist brand. It ensures future opportunities for the school.
Wow, that's incredibly calculated. Trading lives today for future business prospects for the Mohis school.
It certainly sounds like that, doesn't it? A cold, hard calculation about the long-term value of reputation in a very competitive world. He even formally appointed his successor before heading off to fight. Meng Sheng and 183 of his disciples died defending that town. It shows their extreme discipline, yeah, but also that strategic, almost business-like view of their own principles.
That puts a different spin on their famous self-sacrifice for sure. So how did this highly skilled, super disciplined group get linked up with Qin?
Well, a prominent historian, He Bingdi, had this compelling theory. He argued that a whole bunch of Mohist disciples actually migrated to Qin back during Duke Xian's time, before Shang Yang even showed up. He called them the Qin Mohists.
Ah, so Du Xian was recruiting talent.
Exactly. He was actively looking for skilled people, and the Mohists were probably looking for states that would actually value their technical skill and practical approach. Qin, focusing on expansion and control, needed exactly what they offered. It seems like a pretty natural fit.
And their specific skills, engineering, logistics, military tech, were perfect for Qin's ambitions.
Absolutely. And if you look at the later chapters of the main Mohist text, the really technical parts dealing with military systems, fortifications, siege warfare, like the section called Preparing for City Gates, scholars have found striking parallels with Qin's known military organization and defensive structures. It strongly suggests deep Mohist influence, maybe even on how Qin organized labor and resources for war.
So they weren't just advisors, they might have been deeply embedded in Qin's military and technical operations.
It seems highly likely, and their status seems to have remained pretty significant even after Shang Yang. There's this other story, in Lu Spring and Autumn Annals, about a later Mohist grandmaster, Fu Tui. His son committed murder in Qin. Now, King Weiwen of Qin Dukjiao's successor, the guy who wasn't exactly Shang Yang's biggest fan, actually felt sorry for the old man and offered to pardon his son.
The king of Qin himself offering a pardon. That's interesting. It suggests maybe Qin law wasn't always absolutely rigid, even at the top. The king could make exceptions.
Precisely. It challenges that image of Qin law as this totally inflexible machine crushing everyone equally. But here's the kicker. Fu Tui refused the pardon.
They refused the king's pardon.
Yeah. He said, Mohist law is clear. He who kills shall die. He who injures shall be punished. The king is being gracious, yes, but I cannot violate the law of the Mohist school. I have to execute him according to our code. And he did. He killed his own son.
That's wow. Extreme doesn't even cover it.
It is. But the story tells us two incredible things. One, the king of Qin could make exceptions. Two, and maybe even more surprising, look at the respect and autonomy this Mohist leader had. He could stand up to the king of Qin, follow his own group's internal law over the king's pardon in a life-or-death matter for his own child. The Mohists were clearly this powerful, respected, self-governing group operating right there within Qin society.
Okay, that adds a whole new layer.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the ruler and the legalist minister running the show. You had these other skilled, powerful, independent groups like the Mohists providing crucial support and even playing by their own rules to some extent.
Right. It complicates the simple narrative of just one reformer transforming everything. It shows a mix of forces coming together.
Speaking of transformation, let's shift to the traditional Qin nobility. The simple story is Shang Yang just crushed them, leveled the field, opened things up for commoners. How did his reforms really hit the aristocracy?
Well, the basic idea that noble power was reduced and social mobility increased, that's generally true, but the reality is a bit more nuanced. Shang Yang's reforms didn't really create a society where commoners and nobles were suddenly competing on exactly the same footing.
No. So what had happened?
It seems they mostly narrowed the scope of the nobles' traditional privileges, and crucially, they introduced intense competition within the noble ranks themselves.
Ah, okay. So being born noble wasn't enough anymore. You still had that status, but you had to fight for your position, prove yourself.
Exactly that. Your fancy birthright might get you in the door, maybe, but keeping your position or moving up, that now depended on merit, on service to the state. And that was usually measured by military success or how well you administered things according to the new laws.
And that's why the old guard was so furious with him. It hit them right where they lived, threatening their inherited status and easy life.
Absolutely. You take away guaranteed privilege, you force competition, Of course they're going to resent it
It
deeply.
makes perfect sense.
It does. And this resentment wasn't just, sour grapes about losing power. It fueled a particular criticism from later writers, especially in the Han Dynasty that followed Qin. Thinkers like Sima Tan, he was the father of the famous historian Sima Qian, they really attacked legalists like Shang Yang for basically not distinguishing between kin and stranger, or noble and commoner, treating everyone the same under the law.
Wait, they criticized him because treating everyone equally was bad. That sounds backwards to us.
From their viewpoint, yes, it was bad. They saw it as deliberately breaking down the traditional social bonds, the loyalty between kin, the respect for hierarchy that, in their view, held society together. They believed a ruler needed a reliable base of support, a loyal interest group, which traditionally was the hereditary nobility to govern effectively and keep things stable.
So by taking away noble privileges, treating them like commoners, Shang Yang was alienating the very group the ruler should depend on.
That was their argument, exactly. They thought the legalist system was inherently unstable precisely because it lacked this core group of invested, loyal insiders. And here's the fascinating part. Modern readers often see that criticism, they treated everyone equally and think, wow, that sounds great, no special privileges. And they mistakenly read it as praise for legalist fairness.
Huh. That's a classic case of historical misunderstanding, isn't it? An insult from 2,000 years ago sounds like a compliment today because our values have shifted so much.
It's a perfect example. Sima Tan and others were absolutely condemning legalism for dismantling the traditional structure they saw as vital. They weren't praising fairness to commoners. They were worried about the political fallout of ticking off the elite.
Got it. It was about stability and the ruler's power base, not abstract equality.
Precisely. And, history kind of backs up the idea that legalism didn't actually wipe out the nobility entirely. You still had powerful aristocratic figures in Qin after Shang Yang's reforms, guys like Lord Chuli or Wei Ran, holding major influence. The reforms changed the rules of noble power, forced fierce competition within that elite circle, but they didn't just abolish the whole concept of nobility.
So Shang Yang's impact on the nobility was huge, yes. Forced them to adapt, compete. But it wasn't a complete social revolution making everyone equal. It was more about refining the rules of the game at the top.
Exactly. Again, it adds that layer of nuance. Shang Yang was critical, no doubt, but the whole transformation of Qin wasn't just him snapping his fingers, and it wasn't as simple as just leveling everything.
Okay, let's zoom in on the man himself now. Beyond the policies. Who was Shang Yang? What was driving this guy?
Well, he was born Wei Yang, later got the title Lord Shang, so sometimes called that, also sometimes called Gongsun Yang. He was from the state of Wei, but the small state of Wei, not the big, powerful one Qin was always fighting.
Ah, different way. Got it. And Gongsun Yang. Does that mean he was royalty?
Gongsun suggests he might have been a distant descendant of a Wei ruler, yeah. But, the Warring States period was pretty chaotic, so it could also just have been a respectful way to address a minor noble or official. Hard to say for sure.
So from a smaller state, maybe not top-tier nobility himself.
Seems likely. Born in a state struggling against its own powerful neighbors and maybe on the fringes of its own ruling class. Even if he had noble blood, he probably didn't have the kind of deep-rooted wealth and status like the big families in major states like, well, the other way or Chu. But his background probably did give him access to a good education.
How might that kind of background, educated, maybe ambitious, but not quite top-tier, shape someone?
Well, it's guesswork, obviously, but being a bit of an outsider within the elite can be a powerful driver, can't it? He sees how power works, he's smart, he's educated, but he lacks that automatic privilege of the really great houses.
Right.
So that position, having the ambition, the brains, but not the inherited clout, could fuel this intense drive to prove himself through sheer merit. To create a system where competence, not just your family name, gets rewarded.
And maybe a bit of resentment towards those complacent nobles who just inherited everything.
Could definitely be part of it. Being looked down on by people who got their status just by being born. That could absolutely sharpen your resolve, maybe make your methods a bit sharper too.
That makes psychological sense.
Yeah.
So what was his specific area of study, his expertise?
He specialized in something called Xingming. Literally, it translates to something like punishment and names, or maybe forms and names. By his time, this wasn't just about language or logic anymore. It had evolved into a kind of science of governance, management. Shang Yang focused on the really practical managerial side of it. How to use rewards and punishments to control behavior, the administrative techniques for organizing people, how to actually implement policies effectively.
So he was a specialist in statecraft, but specifically the mechanics of control, how to make the machine run.
Exactly. He was all about the practical tools of governing. How do you design rules? How do you make sure people follow them? How do you direct everyone towards the state's goals? This focus fits perfectly with the kind of radical, systematic reforms he'd later put in place.
Okay, let's talk about a famous story that really seems to highlight his strategic mind, and maybe that ambition we were talking about. The employ or kill story, involving that Wei general, Gong Shukuo.
Ah, yes, that's a classic. Shows up in a few ancient texts. So Gong Shukuo, remember, was the prime minister of Wei, the big Wei this time, who Shang Yang had actually served under earlier. Apparently, Gong Shukuo thought very highly of young Shang Yang.
Right.
So the story goes, Gong Shukuo is on his deathbed. King Hui of Wei comes to visit, asks for advice on who should succeed him as prime minister.
And Gong Shukuo says Shang Yang.
He does. Tells the king, this Gong Yang, he's a genius, a real prodigy. If you want Wei to prosper, give him full control of the state. The king just stays silent, doesn't seem keen. So Gong Shu waves the attendants away, gets the king alone, and gives him completely different advice.
Which was?
He says, okay, if you're not going to fully employ Gong Yang, then you absolutely must kill him right now. Because a guy this talented, if he goes to another state, he'll be a massive threat to Wei.
Whoa, that's some pretty stark advice. All or nothing.
Yeah.
Elevate him completely or eliminate him.
Exactly, no middle ground. So after the king leaves, Gong Shukuo calls Shang Yang in, tells him what he did, warns him he's in danger, and urges him to flee Wei immediately. And here's where we get Shang Yang's famous response.
What did he say?
He just calmly replied, look, since the king didn't listen to your advice to employ me, why on earth would he listen to your advice to kill me? And he stayed put, didn't run.
And the king's reaction proved him right.
It did. King Hui apparently told his court later that Gong Shukuo must have been delirious from his illness. First, recommending this nobody Shang Yang for total power, then immediately saying, kill him. The king just dismissed the whole thing as confused rambling.
So Shang Yang called it. The king didn't act on either piece of advice.
Yeah.
But Shang Yang's logic there, it feels a little bit risky, doesn't it? Like a gamble.
It absolutely feels like a gamble. And maybe, if you think about it objectively, kind of flawed logic.
How so?
Well, think about it. Giving total state control to some relatively unknown young guy, that's a huge decision for a king. Requires massive trust. Killing some minor official who's already under a powerful minister, that's comparatively trivial. Easy to do, little political risk. You could argue a king might be more likely to grant the small favor getting rid of a potential future nuisance to a respected dying advisor than the massive one.
Good point. So there was a real chance the king could have just said, okay, better safe than sorry, and had him killed. Why stay and take that risk?
This is where it gets interesting, maybe fitting that ambitious profile again. If Shang Yang had run off immediately after the warning, and then word got out that the king thought the kill him idea was nonsense, well, Shang Yang would look a bit foolish, maybe even cowardly. His reputation for cool-headed insight would be shot.
Ah, so staying was about managing his image.
Possibly. He needed to build his brand right. By staying, and then being proven right when the king did nothing, he turned potential danger into proof of his own foresight. His ability to read people, his calm confidence. He wasn't just gambling his life on being right, he was gambling his life to get noticed, to build his resume for rulers like Duke Shao of Qin who were actively looking for sharp, confident talent.
That's a really sharp analysis. He wasn't just passively confident, he was actively using the situation, even the risk of death, to make himself look good, to increase his value.
It certainly fits the picture of someone incredibly driven, incredibly calculating.
Okay, so Shang Yang leaves Wei, heads to Qin, drawn by Duke Xiao's call for talent. He needs to win over this ruler who, as we said, seems more interested in results than old ideals. How did he pitch himself? The story goes he had 4 meetings, changing his tune each time.
That's the story we have, yeah. He got the meetings through Jing Jian, who was one of Duke Xiao's trusted ministers. First meeting, Shang Yang apparently went for the absolute highest ideal. The way of emperors, Dido. Now, this didn't mean empire building like Qin later did. Back then, it referred to the legendary rule of ancient sages, like the Yellow Emperor, governing through effortless inaction, wu-wei or ji, a kind of utopia where everything just runs perfectly, maybe even rulers abdicating to the most virtuous guy.
Okay, pretty lofty stuff. How did Duke Xiao take that?
The accounts say he was bored out of his mind, practically fell asleep. Afterwards, he apparently complained to Jing Jian, "What kind of nut did you bring me? Talking nonsense, totally impractical. What use is this way of emperors?"
Not the reaction he wanted. Strike one. What was pitch number 2?
Seeing the Duke wasn't biting, Shang Yang apparently dialed it down a notch to the way of kings, Wang Dao. This meant the methods of the founders of the early dynasties, Xia, Shang, Zhou, still pretty idealized but more structured, focused on hierarchy, favoring your kin, respecting elders, governing through proper rituals and music. A morally upright, well-ordered feudal system.
More down to earth than the emperors, but still heavy on tradition and morality.
Exactly. And Duke Xiao still wasn't really grabbed, still seemed distracted.
Okay, strike two. Shang Yang must be sweating a bit now. Third time's the charm.
Third meeting, he shifts again, this time to the way of hegemons, the Dao. This was about the powerful rulers from the spring and autumn period, guys who didn't rule the whole world or create perfect moral order, but they dominated other states through strength, alliances, military power. They might pay lip service to tradition, like protecting weaker states, but it was really about being the top dog regionally.
Less about perfect virtue, more about practical power and influence, but still within a kind of recognized framework.
Precisely. Being the superpower, the main player. This finally seemed to click with Duke Xiao. He was interested. Leaning forward, maybe? But still not totally sold.
Getting warmer. Okay, one last shot. He must have figured out what the Duke really wanted by now.
He apparently did. Shang Yang is quoted later saying that after those 3 tries, he finally understood the Duke's true ambition. So, fourth meeting, he dropped all the philosophy and history and just gave him state-strengthening techniques, Guangguo Jishu, pure pragmatism, concrete methods for boosting the state's wealth, increasing population, especially for the army, and cranking up military power. Just raw, practical steps to make Qin rich and strong, fast.
And that was the magic formula.
Bingo. That was the pitch that lit Duke Xiao up. He supposedly talked for days, didn't even get tired. The Duke was absolutely determined to hire him right then and there.
Wow.
Now, there's this interesting little bit where Shang Yang is later portrayed as kind of lamenting this. He felt he'd aimed higher for more virtuous rule, but compromised because he saw Duke Xiao was impatient, wanted quick fame and results now. So he gave the Duke the tools for power, but maybe felt Qin wouldn't reach the deeper long-term virtue of those legendary old dynasties because of it.
That adds a fascinating layer. The idea that maybe even Shang Yang saw his own incredibly successful reforms as a necessary compromise, achieving strength but maybe sacrificing some higher ideal.
Yeah, whether he actually felt that way or if it's a later gloss to make him seem more complex, who knows? But the sequence itself perfectly illustrates Duke Xiao's mindset. He wasn't interested in ancient philosophy or abstract morality. He wanted concrete results, power, now. And Shang Yang, the ultimate pragmatist, delivered exactly that.
Okay, so Shang Yang gets the Duke's backing. But you can't just ram through radical changes without pushback, especially from the establishment. Before the laws go live, there's this formal debate with the conservative nobles. Who was arguing against him?
The main voices for the status quo seem to have been Ganlong and Du Jie, established officials, probably representing the old power structures, who were naturally resistant to shaking things up.
What was Ganlong's argument? Don't rock the boat.
Pretty much. He argued for keeping things as they were, essentially kind of do-nothing approach, wu-wei ji, but in the sense of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. His main point was that sticking with old customs and laws meant officials' familiarity and people's stability. Change, he said, just causes disruption and chaos.
The classic argument for inertia. Comfortable, predictable, even if it's not optimal.
Exactly. And Shang Yang's response was, well, blunt. He basically called conservative views worldly opinion, saying ordinary folks and most scholars were just stuck in outdated knowledge. They could only follow existing laws, he argued. They couldn't innovate. He pointed out that history's winners were rulers who dared to be different. The 3 dynasties had different rituals, the 5 hegemons had different laws, yet they all succeeded. His killer lines were something like, the wise create laws, the foolish are bound by them. The virtuous reform rituals, the mediocre are constrained by them.
Ouch. Not exactly trying to win friends and influence people there. Calling his opponents foolish and mediocre.
Not at all. Then Du Jie chimed in. His angle was a bit more cautious, not necessarily against all reform ever, but against doing it rashly. He said you shouldn't make fundamental changes unless the benefit was absolutely huge, like 100-fold gain. Don't ditch established ways unless the new way is 10-fold better. His point was safety and tradition. Following antiquity entails no error. Adhering to rituals ensures no deviation.
So Du Jie's argument was more pragmatic. Prove the payoff is massive. Otherwise, stick with what's safe and known.
Precisely. A risk-averse position. And Shang Yang countered again, even more forcefully. He insisted there's no single right way to govern and absolutely no need to just copy the past. He threw out more history. Tang and Wu, founders of the Sheng and Zhou, didn't just follow old ways, and they succeeded. Ji and Zhu, the last rulers of Shang and Sheng, clung to tradition and failed. His conclusion: those who depart from antiquity shouldn't be criticized, and those who cling to rituals deserve no praise. Basically, change isn't bad, tradition isn't automatically good, adapt or die.
His core message was pretty clear. History rewards adapters, not dinosaurs.
That was it. And how did Duke Xiao resolve this clash of ideas? The texts just say that after Shang Yang finished his speech, the Duke declared, "Well said." And that was that. Reforms approved.
Well said. That was the extent of his deliberation in the record.
That's how it's often presented, yeah. And if you actually look at the arguments, the debate feels surprisingly thin on substance, doesn't it? Shang Yang doesn't really answer Ganlong's point about stability, he just dismisses his opponents. And his historical examples aren't airtight, where Tang and Wu really ignoring all past traditions. But Ganlong and Duji don't really push back effectively on those points either.
It sounds less like a real policy workshop trying to find the best path, and more like political theater, a performance for the ruler.
That's often the take. It feels like pure formalism. Shang Yang makes these eloquent, dismissive cases for change. The opponents make traditional arguments against it, and the ruler just picks the speech he likes best. Whether it happened exactly like that or was written up later, its inclusion highlights how sometimes these ancient court debates were more about rhetoric and aligning with the boss's known preferences than deep, practical discussion.
Fascinating. It really was about knowing your audience, Duke Xiao, and giving him the arguments he wanted to hear.
Exactly. And Shang Yang clearly read his audience perfectly.
Okay, laws approved. Now, the really tricky part, making people actually believe these new laws, especially the war parts, will stick.
Yeah.
There's that incredibly famous story about how Shang Yang built credibility, right? The timber.
Yes, the story of the timber at the gate is probably one of the best-known anecdotes about him. So the new laws are drafted, but Shang Yang is apparently worried. He thinks people are cynical, used to empty promises, and won't trust that the state will actually pay out the rewards offered in the new system.
He needed a big public demonstration of trustworthiness.
Precisely. So he gets this big log, a timber pole, and has it set up at the south gate of the capital city. Then he puts out an announcement. Anyone who can carry this timber to the north gate will get a reward of 50 gold pieces.
50 gold. Just to move a log across town. That sounds ridiculously high for such a simple job.
It is. Absurdly high. And that's the whole point. The sheer imbalance between the easy task and the huge reward was designed to grab attention, to make people skeptical, to test their belief. Most people apparently thought it was a joke, a trick, that the money would never actually be paid.
But somebody eventually took the bait.
Yeah, after a while, one guy finally stepped up. Maybe he was desperate, maybe just curious. He lugs the timber to the north gate, and Shang Yang, true to his word, immediately pays the guy the full 50 gold.
Boom. Message sent. The state keeps its promises. These new laws are real. The rewards are real.
That's the most obvious moral, yeah. Even later critics like Sima Guang, who really disliked Shang Yang's harshness, admitted this was effective. He said Shang Yang, though severe, was trustworthy with the people, which was rare in that era of constant deceit between states. Keeping faith, even on something small, built massive credibility for the whole system.
Makes sense. Deliver on the small promise to make the big promises believable.
It does, but there's probably a deeper layer to it, too. That trivial task, that crazy reward. It wasn't just about proving he'd pay a reward. It was sending a signal about the nature of the whole new system. The message was, obey the law, do what the state tells you, no matter how simple or pointless it seems like moving wood, and the state will give you disproportionately large rewards. It's an overpayment designed to condition people.
So it's not just trust the law, it's obey the law unquestioningly. And the payoff will be so big you won't need to question the command itself. That's a bit more chilling.
It is, isn't it? It encourages this direct, unthinking link. State command, individual action, state reward. Now, think about how different kinds of people might react to that timber offer. Imagine Mencius, the famous Confucian moralist. Would he move the timber for 50 gold?
Probably not. His whole thing was righteousness over profit, right?
Exactly. Mencius would likely see moving wood for pay as disrupting the proper order, not a morally upright act in itself. He'd prioritize morality over personal gain. He might even lecture Shang Yang about lowering taxes instead, seeing that as truly beneficial.
Okay, what about someone like Zhuangzi? the Taoist skeptic, lover of freedom.
Zhuangzi would probably see right through it. He'd see it as manipulation, trying to turn people into mindless machines chasing rewards. He'd likely just be indifferent, maybe amused by the absurdity, too focused on real freedom to play the state's game.
And what about a figure like Fan Li, the guy who helped you beat Wu, then retired and became super rich as a merchant?
For Fan Li, 50 gold. That's pocket change. Completely trivial. He wouldn't need the reward, wouldn't be impressed. He might even find the whole thing annoying. Maybe offer the guy more money not to move the timber, just because he found the state's little game pointless compared to his own business ventures.
So the moralists, the skeptics, the independently wealthy, they all, in their own ways, kind of fail Shang Yang's test here.
They do. And this ties directly into the ideas in the Book of Lord Sheng, the text associated with him. It explicitly advocates policies to neutralize people whose personal values, status, or independence could undermine the ruler's absolute control and that direct command-reward link. Moralists question commands. Skeptics ignore them. The wealthy don't need the state's rewards.
So whether the timber story is literally true or not, it works as this perfect parable for Shang Yang's goal. Create a society where the only valid responses are obedience driven by reward or punishment, and where anyone operating on a different wavelength, morality, cynicism, self-sufficiency, is basically sidelined or removed.
It really encapsulates that core principle. Simplify human motivation down to fear and gain, make the population predictable, manageable, and easy to direct toward state goals.
Okay, let's see how the actual population responded once these new comprehensive laws were rolled out. What was the immediate reaction?
Well, according to the histories, after about a year, the main reaction wasn't exactly applause, it was complaining. Lots of it. Thousands of people in the capital were apparently gathering and voicing frustration, finding the laws inconvenient, hard to follow.
So, initial pushback. People weren't happy with the disruption.
Significant pushback, yeah. And then comes this moment that feels almost too perfectly timed in the narrative. The crown prince himself breaks one of the new laws.
The heir to the throne breaks the law. Uh-oh. That's a direct challenge to the whole system, isn't it, if it's supposed to apply to everyone?
Absolutely, a huge test. And Sheng Yang apparently saw it immediately. He declared that the real problem wasn't just commoners grumbling, it was the elites, the people at the top, setting a bad example by ignoring the rules. The crown prince's violation was proof.
But you can't just punish the crown prince, can you? He's the heir. That's politically explosive.
No, exactly. The crown prince was untouchable in that sense. So Sheng Yang went after the next best thing, the people responsible for the prince's upbringing and behavior, his tutors.
The classic punish the teachers for the student's mistake.
Right, and he didn't hold back. One tutor was subjected to having his face tattooed, a deeply humiliating criminal punishment. The other had his nose cut off.
Yikes. Brutal. That sent a message, all right.
An incredibly harsh and clear message to the entire aristocracy. These laws apply to everyone. Fail to follow them, even indirectly through someone under your charge, and the consequences will be severe. And the effect, according to the records, immediate and total. The very next day, supposedly, all the citizens of Qin were following the new laws perfectly.
Thousands complaining one day, universal obedience the next. That's quite a turnaround. Really underscores the impact of that demonstration of power. But you mentioned there's some debate about the timing of this incident.
Yeah. If this really happened just 1 year into the reforms, Duke Xiao's son, the crown prince, who later became King Wen, would have been really young, maybe just a kid. A lot of scholars think this incident, the prince breaking laws, the tutors getting punished, probably happened much later, when he was older, maybe closer to adulthood, and it got moved earlier in the story for dramatic effect.
To provide a powerful explanation for why people suddenly fell in line, shows Shang Yang crushing elite resistance right at the start.
That seems likely. It serves the narrative of the law's immediate impact and Shang Yang's ruthless efficiency in enforcing them, even against the highest levels.
Okay, let's jump forward 10 years now. The picture painted in the sources changes completely, doesn't it? Those initial complaints seem long gone.
Totally different picture. After a decade, the accounts describe Qin as transformed, thriving. The descriptions are almost utopian. No one picked up lost items on the road, suggesting incredible social order, honesty. Mountains were free of bandits, meaning security, control. Families were well off, implying prosperity from the focus on farming. And maybe, most importantly, people were brave in warfare for the state, but dared not fight for private interests.
So the system worked. The reforms delivered wealth, strength, order. The people who complained at first must have seen the benefits and were now praising the laws.
Yes, the histories say exactly that. The same people who initially grumbled came back to Shang Yang after 10 years, this time to tell him how great the laws actually were.
Fantastic. Vindication for the reformer. His critics finally admit he was right. Shang Yang must have been thrilled, right? Maybe give a speech about how patience pays off.
And this is where Shang Yang's reaction is just stunning. And it reveals this core, really stark principle of legalist thinking. When these people came to praise his successful laws, Shang Yang declared they were people who disrupt moral education. And he had them all rounded up and exiled, sent them off to the remote borders.
Wait. He exiled people for praising his laws.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense. Why would he do that?
This is pure legalism in action. From Shang Yang's perspective, the people's job wasn't to judge the ruler or the laws at all, not positively, not negatively. Their job was simply to obey, to follow the rules, driven by the rewards and punishments he'd set up. The very act of praising the laws implied that the people had the right to form an opinion, to evaluate the state's actions.
So any kind of public commentary, even if it's positive, was seen as undermining the state's absolute authority, as asserting right to judge.
Exactly. It messed up the whole dynamic he wanted. He wanted people to react automatically to the law, like parts in a machine, not to develop feelings about the policies, whether they liked them or not. Praise, just like complaints, gave the people a voice and autonomy that was totally incompatible with the ideal of complete, unquestioning obedience.
That is a remarkably cold way to view governance. No room for popular support based on perceived benefit, only control.
It is control and predictable behavior above all else. And you see the same logic pop up in other stories about Qin's legalist ideology. There's a famous one in the Untitled, the main legalist text, about King Xiang of Qin. He ruled later, King Huaiwen's son, when Qin was really powerful.
Xiang, right? One of
Yeah.
Qin's big successes. What did he do?
So King Xiang got sick, and the people of Qin, maybe genuinely worried, maybe trying to curry favor, went out, bought oxen, sacrificed them, and prayed for the king to get better.
Okay, sounds like a normal, maybe even touching display of loyalty or affection.
You'd think. But instead of being pleased, King Xiang issued a decree. Everyone who prayed for him had to pay a fine of 2 suits of armor.
He fined them for praying for his health. Why on earth?
Hanfeizi spells out the thinking. If the people love me, they'll expect me to love them back. If they love me, they'll start asking me to bend the laws to suit their feelings or desires. That undermines the whole system of impartial law and leads to chaos. The idea is any emotional connection, love, pity, even praise between ruler and ruled is dangerous. It creates expectations, demands for exceptions.
So the ideal legalist ruler wants obedience based purely on fear of punishment and hope for reward, not messy things like love or loyalty.
Precisely. If people serve you out of love, that love can turn sour if you don't meet their expectations. If they serve out of calculated fear and incentive, their behavior is predictable, controllable. Fining people for praying for him reinforced that the relationship was strictly about authority and law, not warm feelings.
Wow, that's a remarkably consistent cold ideology running through Qin leadership, isn't it? From Shang Yang exiling praisers to King Xiang fining people who prayed for him, even later with Qin Shi Huang.
Yes. Qin Shi Huang abolishing those posthumous titles, things like cultured king or cruel king, his stated reason. Assigning titles like that meant sons judging fathers, ministers judging rulers. He saw it as totally unacceptable for subordinates to evaluate their superiors, even historically. It was another move to eliminate any framework that allowed people to form independent judgments about authority.
It really paints this picture of a system deliberately designed to strip away all those complex layers of human interaction. Morality, emotion, critical thought, historical judgment, leaving just the bare bones. Command, response, fear, reward.
It certainly does, a radical experiment in social engineering, all for the sake of maximizing state power.
So while Shang Yang is building this obedience machine inside Qin, forbidding even praise, what did people outside Qin think of him? We have that notorious story about his dealings with Lord Ang of Wei.
Ah, yes, the deception of Lord Ang. This definitely shaped Shang Yang's reputation beyond Qin's borders, and it came back to bite him later. The context here is that Wei, the big Wei, again, had just suffered a massive defeat against the state of Qi at the Battle of Maling. This was around 341 BC. Wei was weak, vulnerable.
And Shang Yang spots an opportunity for Qin.
Exactly. The very next year, he goes to Duke Xiao and says, basically, Wei's our old enemy, they're down, now's the time to kick him. Duke Xiao agrees, sends Shang Yang out with the Qin army. Wei sends their general, Lord Ang, to defend.
And this Lord Ang, This is the same guy who had been captured way back by Duke Xuan and who Shang Yang used to work for, Gong Shuquo.
Yes, that's him. Lord Ang, formerly Gong Shuquo. They had a history, maybe even considered themselves friends from Shang Yang's time serving under him. So, Shang Yang writes a personal letter to Lord Ang, suggests a peaceful meeting between the armies, hey, let's meet up, have a drink like old times, and we both go home, no fighting.
Sounds almost chivalrous. A way to avoid pointless bloodshed, playing on their old connection.
That was the setup. Lord Ang, maybe trusting their past relationship, maybe just wanting to avoid a battle Wei was likely to lose anyway, agreed to meet. But it was a trap. Sheng Yang had soldiers hidden nearby.
And he ambushed his old friend.
He did. Lord Ang shows up for the friendly chat. Shang Yang's soldiers jump out, grab him. With the Wei commander captured through this trickery, the Qin army just rolls over the leaderless Wei forces. Decisive victory for Qin.
How was that act viewed back then? Outside of Qin, I mean.
It was widely condemned. Ancient texts like Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals explicitly list this under unrighteousness, right alongside betraying oaths or friends. It was seen as deeply dishonorable, treacherous, even by the rough standards of the warring states.
So even in that brutal world, there were lines you didn't cross.
Apparently. Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals also suggest that this very act of deception was later used by King Haiwan Duxiao's son as one justification for purging Sheng Yang. Maybe not out of pure moral outrage, but perhaps seeing it as bad PR for Qin or just a dangerous precedent to set. And it's also recorded that when Sheng Yang eventually had to flee Qin, he tried to get into Wei, but they remembered what he did to Lord Ang and turned him away.
So his own treachery came back to haunt him directly. Contributed to his downfall.
It seems so. And it's interesting how this historical condemnation contrasts with some modern takes, especially in historical fiction. Often modern stories will try to make Lord Ang look like a villain, maybe incompetent or corrupt, to sort of justify Sheng Yang's deception as a necessary evil against a bad guy. It tries to keep Sheng Yang looking like the tough but heroic reformer,
Whitewashing the betrayal to make the main character more sympathetic to modern readers.
It's a clear example of reinterpreting the past to fit later narratives. The ancient sources, though, are pretty clear. What he did was seen as fundamentally unrighteous at the time.
Okay, so after that successful, if shady, campaign against Wei, Shang Yang gets his reward. In Fief with 15 cities becomes Lord Sheng. But his long reign and harsh methods are breeding enemies at home. There's a story about someone warning him to get out while the getting was good.
Yes, the conversation with Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang seems to have been some kind of wise hermit or advisor figure Shang Yang consulted. And Zhao Liang saw the writing on the wall. He saw how much resentment Shang Yang's policies, his long time in power, had stirred up among the Qin nobility, the people whose privileges he'd cut, whose relatives he might have punished.
He could feel the backlash building.
Exactly. Zhao Liang basically told him, the second Duke Xiao, your protector, dies, all that hatred is going to explode, the nobles will come for you, and you'll be finished.
So what was the advice? Lie low.
Even more direct than that. Resign. Give up your power, give up your fiefdom, disappear. It's the only way to save your skin, maybe protect your family from the revenge that's inevitably coming once Duke Xiao is gone.
And Shang Yang didn't listen.
The historical accounts say no. He ignored the warning, carried on as before.
How do historians usually interpret that decision? Just arrogance, greed?
The traditional view, especially the one you get from Sima Qian's biography in the Shiji, often frames it that way, as hubris. Shang Yang couldn't let go of the immense power and status he'd earned. He was too greedy, too attached to his position. So his refusal to retire was this fatal flaw, driven by his own character defects, leading directly to his downfall. It fits Sima Qian's overall narrative theme of a deserved end, a kind of karmic payback for Shang Yang's harshness and moral failings, including ignoring good advice.
But, like everything else with Shang Yang, modern interpretations sometimes spin it differently.
Oh, absolutely. Lots of modern historical novels or plays portray his refusal to retire completely differently, not as greed, but as a conscious, almost noble sacrifice. In these versions, he's shown as fully aware of the danger, yeah, but he believes he has to stay in power to make sure his radical reforms truly take root, that they won't just be reversed the moment he leaves. His decision becomes this tragic act of dedication to his political vision, prioritizing the state's future over his own life.
So turning potential greed or arrogance into selfless dedication to the cause.
It really highlights how ambiguous the historical record is on inner motivations. We have the events, but why he did what he did. Different eras project their own values onto him. The traditional accounts give us the facts, later writers add the psychology.
And so, despite the warnings, Shang Yang stays. Which leads inevitably to that famous, violent, tragic end. What happened when Duke Xiao finally died?
Just like Zhao Liang predicted, the moment Duke Xiao was gone, the forces that hated Shang Yang mobilized. The new ruler was King Haiwen, the former crown prince, whose tutors got mutilated. The nobility saw their chance. Accusations flew, and Shang Yang was forced to flee the capital for his life.
And this leads to that incredibly ironic, almost poetic moment at the border.
It does. The story goes, Shang Yang is on the run, desperate. He tries to get a room for the night at an inn near the border. The innkeeper turns him away. Why? Because, according to the laws of Lord Sheng, the very laws Shang Yang himself created, you couldn't give lodging to anyone without proper ID.
Hoisted by his own petard, denied refuge by his own system.
Exactly. The rigid system he built to control everyone ended up trapping its own creator. The account says Shang Yang just sighed and lamented, "Alas, the curse of creating laws like these." Such a powerful, almost perfectly ironic moment.
After being shut out by his own rules, he tried to escape to Wei, right? The state he'd betrayed earlier.
He did. But the Wei authorities remembered the whole Lord Ang incident. They weren't about to give safe haven to the guy who tricked their general and brought them defeat. They refused him entry. So now he's cornered, nowhere left to run. He turns back into Qin.
What was his last move? Did he try to fight?
He did. He went back to Shangyu, the territory he'd been granted, where he presumably had some resources and loyal followers. He tried to raise an army, make a stand against the forces King Huan sent after him. But the Qin state military machine, likely strengthened by his own reforms, was just too powerful. He was defeated and killed in battle.
And the way they executed him afterwards, particularly gruesome, wasn't it?
Yes, he was subjected to tuo, tearing apart by chariots, his limbs tied to different chariots, which were then driven in opposite directions. An absolutely horrific form of execution, usually reserved for treason or the worst crimes. It wasn't just about killing him. It was about making a terrifying public example, a warning to anyone else who might challenge the new king or maybe try to undo the core reforms.
That brutal end certainly fits the narrative of a harsh man meeting a harsh fate.
Sima Qian's biography definitely leans into that. Portrays it as karmic retribution, a deserved end for his severity, his trickery, his ignoring warnings. Other accounts might differ on small details, but the overall theme of a violent, maybe even justified death is pretty consistent in the traditional sources.
And again, quite different from how he often comes across in modern fiction.
Oh, yeah. Modern takes frequently depict his death very differently. Not as a desperate flight and capture, but as defiant, almost heroic. Maybe he faces death calmly, laughs, declares his laws will live on and make Qin great, turning his personal defeat into a kind of symbolic victory for his ideology, a martyr for the state.
Making his tragic end into a testament to his enduring vision.
Exactly. It shows how Sima Qian's account, even though it's critical of Shang Yang, is so full of these vivid, memorable details, the timber, the crowds, the innkeeper, that it provides the raw material for these completely different interpretations centuries later. He can be the villain who got what he deserved, or the tragic hero whose ideas outlived him, all based on the same core story.
Okay, let's try to boil it down. What was the absolute essence of Shang Yang's reforms, the engine that powered Qin's transformation?
At its very core, you can sum up his whole program in just two characters, Shangzan. Farming and warfare, and the ultimate goal, also just two characters, Hu, Bukyam. Wealth and strength.
Farming and warfare for wealth and strength sounds brutally simple and efficient.
It was, but you could even strip it down further. Arguably, the absolute core was just one character. San, warfare, and the goal, just one. Hu, strength. Because in Shang Yang's system, farming wasn't really the goal itself. It was explicitly designed to support warfare, grow food for soldiers, provide manpower, generate resources, and wealth wasn't for the people's comfort. It was for the state's military power funding armies, weapons, campaigns.
So the entire state structure, its whole purpose, was basically geared towards building and sustaining military capacity above all else.
Absolutely, and you can't argue with the results in that sense. His reforms transformed Qin incredibly quickly. They created this state that was just laser-focused, hyper-organized, and utterly ruthless in pursuing power through war. They really did lay the administrative, economic, and military groundwork that let Qin dominate the other states and eventually unify China under the first emperor.
But that same ruthless efficiency, that iron fist, created massive resentment, as we saw, led directly to his own violent death.
Yes, the personal cost for him was total. The second dupe Xiao died. All that pent-up hatred from the nobility just exploded. He wasn't just killed brutally, his entire family was wiped out too. A common practice then to eliminate any chance of revenge or future claims.
A terrible price. But his system, his ideas, they survived him.
Crucially, yes, Shang Yang the man was eliminated. But the core legal framework, the administrative machinery, the fundamental principles he put in place in Qin, his successors largely kept them. Why? Because they worked. They were incredibly effective at generating state power. His writings and ideas, probably put together by his followers, became the Book of Lord Sheng, a key legalist text. His advisor, Shi Jiao, wrote the Book of Shi, continuing some related ideas. The foundation he built was just too useful to tear down.
And that enduring framework is what cemented Qin's reputation as the tiger wolf state.
Yeah.
Fierce, efficient, dangerous.
Exactly. A state perfectly designed for conquest.
Now, here's where we get to that deep paradox about Shang Yang's legacy. You touched on this. His reforms were, by their own goals, a massive success story. Made Qin rich, strong, orderly. Yet instead of being seen as the go-to model for fixing a weak state, they seem to create this profound fear of reform in later Chinese history.
This is maybe the most fascinating long-term consequence, isn't it? Why did later conservative forces, even seemingly upright, well-meaning officials, smart young guys, oppose reforms aimed at wealth and strength so fiercely, even when their own dynasties were clearly struggling, weak, corrupt, facing threats? Think about the huge battles over reform in later dynasties like the Song. Figures like Sima Guang passionately arguing against changes designed to make the state stronger or richer.
Why react with such alarm to policies that, on the surface, look like common sense for state survival? What were they really afraid of?
You can trace that fear right back to Shang Yang, back to the perceived price Qin ultimately paid. His big, shocking revelation was that wealth and strength didn't necessarily come from being morally perfect, or following ancient traditions, or achieving some ideal social harmony. You could achieve them, and achieve them fast, just by mastering the incentive mechanism.
Getting the rewards and punishments exactly right.
Yes. Shang Yang basically showed that if you're running any large system, a state, a company, your main job is designing the right incentives. Do that effectively, and you can reliably steer people's behavior where you want it. Make them act in ways that serve the system's goals almost
It's
automatically.
a very functional, almost mechanical view of people, isn't it?
It is. You can see parallels even today. Think about, say, Jack Welch's famous rank and yank system at GE, ruthlessly getting rid of the bottom performers every year. It's a simple incentive mechanism designed for peak efficiency, but it's also heavily criticized for being harsh, damaging morale, creating a cutthroat culture. Shang Yang's farming warfare system was like that, but on a national scale. Brutally efficient incentives.
So if you think of an ancient state like a company, Qin, under Shang Yang, became this hyper-competitive enterprise. The owners, the ruler, maybe some top elites wanted to maximize their interests, survival and expansion. And in that world, offense taking out rivals through war was the best defense.
Exactly. And Shang Yang identified the ultimate engine for this competitive state: war. Everything got re-engineered to serve war, support war, be energized by war. Farming fed soldiers, population growth supplied armies. Social structure was flattened to make everyone equally available for service. Status and rewards came from military success, often literally counted in enemy heads.
The whole country becomes one giant war machine.
Precisely. And the citizens become the screws, the cogs in that machine, each doing their simple assigned job form or fight to serve the state's goal of strength through war, internal squabbles, distractions, suppressed or channeled outwards through constant military tension. It's the ultimate war economy, and you could definitely call Shang Yang its founding father.
Citizens as screws. That sounds inherently dehumanizing.
That's the core criticism, isn't it? In this kind of system, people are valued primarily for their function. Can they farm? Can they fight? Their role is to know only those things and how they connect to state rewards. Things like hostility to relatives who become rivals for limited state recognition and blind obedience become positive traits. This simplification makes the population much easier for the ruler to manage and direct.
Because complex thoughts, diverse opinions, critical judgment, that just makes governing harder.
It does. Think about it. It's much harder to get consensus among highly educated, independent thinkers than among people trained for simple tasks. And in ancient times, without mass media to easily shape opinion, building a unified national identity was tough. From a purely top-down management perspective, it might have seemed easier, more efficient to simply suppress education and critical thinking rather than try to cultivate and control it.
And Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, really doubled down on that after unification, didn't he?
Absolutely. Things like the burning of books, executing scholars, abolishing those posthumous titles, they all fit this pattern. He seemed to want to create a kind of cultural desert where the only authority was the living ruler and his laws, prevent people from judging the present based on the past or having alternative philosophical frameworks, stop sons judging fathers.
But the Han Dynasty, which followed Qin, moved away from that.
They kind of had to. Qin collapsed so fast, the Han needed a different basis for legitimacy. They deliberately distanced themselves from Qin's practices, and changing cultural policy was relatively easy compared to dismantling the whole administrative state. So, culture, philosophy, historical awareness, they were allowed to gradually creep back in.
And you connect this cultural awareness to human awareness.
Yeah, in a broad sense, culture, philosophy, literature, history, ritual. It lets people see themselves and others not just as functional units, but as complex human beings with inner lives, relationships, inherent dignity. Ideas like empathy, reciprocity, seeing things from another's perspective, things central to, say, Confucianism, are nurtured by that kind of awareness. They don't fit easily into the screw in the machine model.
So bringing it back to Shang Yang and the fear his reforms generated.
The deep, persistent fear throughout later Chinese history whenever someone proposed radical Shang Yang-style reforms focusing solely on wealth and strength through control and incentives was this fundamental question. Will the price of achieving that collective power inevitably be the loss of our humanity? Will strengthening the state require sacrificing the human awareness, the empathy, the critical thought, the very personhood of its citizens, reducing them to compliant tools for the benefit of the few at the top?
And Qin's spectacular collapse, despite its overwhelming strength, served as this stark historical warning, reinforcing that fear.
It's shocking, isn't it? Such a powerful empire crumbling in just 2 generations. And when later historians looked for someone to blame, the easy, popular target was Shang Yang. He became the symbol of the quack doctor whose harsh, tiger wolf medicine made Qin strong, yes, but also monstrous and ultimately unsustainable.
The lesson being, a state built only on strength gained by sacrificing humanity might win temporarily, but it can't last.
Exactly. And that perceived consequence achieving wealth and strength, but at the cost of essential human values, is why Shang Yang's name, despite the undeniable success of his methods in building state power, became synonymous with a kind of reform that instilled this deep, enduring fear throughout Chinese history.
So Shang Yang emerges as this incredibly complex figure, not just a simple tyrant, not a one-dimensional genius. He was a product of his time. Yeah, building on earlier trends, using forces like the Mohists, operating with this clear, if brutal, logic about power and human motivation. Attributing Qin's rise only to him is definitely an oversimplification, but his role in designing that radical, incentive-driven, war-focused state, undeniable, foundational.
His story really forces us to grapple with a tension that feels incredibly relevant, far beyond ancient China. That constant push-pull between the drive for collective strength, wealth, efficiency, and the need to preserve individual humanity, freedom of thought, empathy.
It really does make you stop and think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, in our own world today, when we're chasing efficiency, power, success, whether building companies, institutions, maybe even just structuring our own lives, are we ever at risk of designing systems or incentives that maybe, like Shang Yang's, prioritize the outcome so much that they inadvertently start turning people into cogs, potentially sacrificing that human awareness or empathy or critical thought along the way?
It's a question that maybe lurks in the background of our modern efficiency drives more often than we might think. A chilling thought to end on. Okay, let's unpack this. We're diving deep today into a life story that honestly feels like it was written for the screen. It's just so dramatic, improbable, and utterly captivating. We're looking at Fan Zhu, a figure absolutely central to the rise of the state of Qin, the eventual unifier of China. This was a man who basically clawed his way up from nothing really to absolute power.
It's a journey that just perfectly defines the cutthroat world of the warring states period.
Yeah.
Fan Zhu wasn't born in power, not at all. He seized it through sheer will, intellect, and frankly, strategic brilliance that genuinely reshaped the trajectory of history.
Right.
But, and this is key, his path is really divisive among historians.
Okay.
It's this mix of undeniable success and, well, some pretty brutal, controversial methods.
Exactly. I mean, he went through a near-death experience so horrific, it's actually hard to believe anyone could survive it, let alone bounce back and rise to become the chancellor of the most powerful state around.
Yeah.
So we'll trace that incredible escape, his really audacious entry into the Qin court, the strategy he proposed, which sounds simple, but was utterly transformative, and how he dismantled the kind of existing power structure. And yeah, we'll get into some moments of intensely personal revenge, too.
And importantly, we'll explore why historians, centuries later, are still wrestling with his legacy. Was he this visionary architect of Qin's success? Or was he more of a ruthless schemer who, maybe prioritized personal gain?
That's the core question.
Our deep dive today is about understanding not just the events of his life, which are dramatic enough, but what they tell us about power, about survival, and maybe about the different ways history remembers people. You're really in for a remarkable story here.
Let's start right at the beginning then. Fan Zhu, he hailed from Wei, didn't he?
Yes, Wei, one of the central states, but
Yeah.
not a powerhouse like Qin. And critically, he wasn't from an influential family. Humble beginnings is putting it mildly.
Okay. But despite that, he had this burning ambition.
Oh, absolutely. He possessed immense self-esteem, which, given his lack of status, must have seemed pretty audacious to people around him. He really saw himself as capable, someone who should be advising the king of Wei directly.
Even without the background.
Even without the background.
Yeah.
And he also spent time traveling around, lobbying various feudal lords on behalf of different patrons. Now, this wasn't glamorous work, not at all.
Right.
But it was invaluable experience. It gave him this ground-level view of the whole political landscape across the states. The power dynamics, the rivalries, the vulnerabilities. He saw how things really worked.
So he had the ambition, he had this practical insight from his travels,
Yeah.
but the doors to the top in Wei were just slammed shut. Because he lacked the connections, the pedigree.
Pretty much, yeah. That frustration must have been immense for him. He knew he was smart, capable, but the system just wouldn't let him in.
So what did he do?
It forced him onto a different path, a path of, let's say, calculated necessity. He joined the staff of a man named Xu Jia, who was Grand Master in Wei. Now, this wasn't about loyalty. Not really. It was a strategic move. Xu Jia was a stepping stone, basically. A way to get his foot in the door, get into the circles where decisions were being made, hoping eventually he could leverage that position to finally reach the king.
And you have to think those early experiences feeling underestimated, constantly being blocked by these rigid social structures, learning how to navigate this complex political world from the edges, maybe even using people for his own advancement. They must have profoundly shaped him. Right?
Oh, undoubtedly.
They seem to explain quite a lot of the ruthlessness and that strategic calculation we see later on.
Without question. He learned the hard way that talent alone just wasn't enough, that the political world was incredibly unforgiving, and that sometimes you had to discard conventional loyalties simply to survive and, well, get ahead.
Which brings us neatly to a major turning point, a diplomatic mission to the state of Qi. Fan Zhu went along accompanying his boss, basically, Xu Jia, as part of the Wei delegation.
Right. And while they were there in Qi, something pretty unexpected happened.
What was that?
The king of Qi, King Sheng, he met with the delegation. And apparently he was really struck by Fan Zhu's eloquence, his sharp mind, maybe even more impressed by him than by Xu Jia, the actual head of the delegation.
Okay.
And then, in a move that seems almost unbelievable looking back, King Shang decided to show his appreciation for Fan Zhu privately.
Privately.
Yeah.
Not through the official channels, not through Zhuji.
Exactly. He sent a personal gift directly to Fan Zhu Gold, some beef, wine. Now, this is a huge breach of diplomatic etiquette. A really big deal.
Why would he do that?
Hard to say for sure. Maybe King Zhang just saw a promising talent and wanted to cultivate him directly. Or perhaps, and this is possible too, it was a subtle way to kind of jab at Wei. Or maybe it's Xu Ji himself, show up with the delegation structure.
Whatever the King of Qi's intention was, this gesture, this seemingly simple gift, it triggered an absolute catastrophe for Fan Zhu.
Oh, completely. When Yu Jia found out about this secret gift, his mind immediately jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Of course. Why else would a foreign king secretly reward his subordinate? Unless that subordinate was secretly feeding him information, betraying his own state, right? The suspicion of treason just boiled over instantly for Xu Jia.
And let's be honest, there's probably a bruised ego involved too. Being bypassed by the king of Qi, seeing his own staff members singled out for praise and gifts like that, that must have stung. A huge personal insult.
Definitely a factor.
Yeah.
So Shujia didn't handle this quietly. He didn't go through any formal process. As soon as they got back to Wei, he went straight to the most powerful man in the state, the prime minister, Wei Qi, and he reported his suspicions about Fanju.
And Wei Ji's reaction wasn't like an investigation.
Not at all. It was immediate, brutal violence. The accounts are just horrifying. He had Fanju beaten, whipped so severely that his ribs were broken, his teeth were knocked out. Just savage.
God. Facing that kind of assault, knowing he was probably about to be killed, what could he even do?
He made a desperate choice. He feigned death. He just went still, appearing lifeless, hoping against hope that maybe they'd stop, that he could somehow survive the immediate onslaught.
But Wei Qi, his cruelty went even further than that.
Yeah, it did. Believing Fanju was dead, but still consumed by this rage and, crucially, wanting to make a brutal example of him, he ordered the corpse wrapped in a straw mat and thrown into the latrine.
Wait, literally a public toilet.
Literally.
Yeah.
And not just thrown in. Guests at Wei Qi's residence were apparently instructed to urinate on him as they used the facilities.
Oh my God.
It was meant as the ultimate, final, utterly degrading punishment. A terrifying warning to anyone else who might consider disloyalty, or maybe even just anyone who offended powerful officials. It's a really grim window into the nature of power and justice in Wei at that time.
It really highlights the difference between states like Wei and Qin, doesn't it? I mean, even if Qin had its own harsh legalist punishments, they were often sort of institutionalized, right? Part of a legal code, however brutal. This, in Wei, it feels like pure personal vengeance wielded by an official, a private lynching completely overriding any formal process.
Absolutely. It shows Wei's approach was far less evolved, far less systematized than Qin's, even though some states were nominally adopting legalist ideas. Qin was just different, more structured in its brutality, perhaps.
So there he is, in this almost unimaginable situation, covered in filth, broken, beaten, but somehow still alive. And in a truly incredible act of survival, he manages to speak to the guard.
Yes, he speaks to the guard assigned to the latrine, and he doesn't appeal for pity. He makes a pragmatic offer. Immense wealth, a fortune, if the guard helps him escape.
And the guard.
The guard agrees. Maybe he saw the chance for life-changing money. Maybe he was just horrified by the task he'd been given. Who knows? But he agreed.
So how did they manage it?
Well, the guard needed a plausible reason to move the corpse.
Yeah.
So he cleverly waits until Wei-Qi is apparently still drunk from whatever banquet was happening and asks permission to dispose of the body.
And Wei-Qi just...
In his drunken stupor, Wei-Qi just casually waves him off, gives permission. And just like that, Fanju, the man meant to be dead and degraded, gets his chance at freedom.
Incredible. He's out. But surely Wei-Qi realized eventually.
Oh yeah. When Wei-Qi sobered up and realized his intended victim was gone, he was absolutely furious, ordered a massive hunt. But Fanju had vanished into the night.
He must have needed help, though. He couldn't have done it alone.
No, he needed help, and he found it. Another Wei native, a man named Zheng Anping, who risked his own life to help Fanju flee the capital and find a safe place to hide.
Zheng Anping. I remember that name.
Definitely. And it was during this desperate escape, shedding his past life, that Fanju made a really deliberate choice. He changed his name.
To Zhonglu.
To Zhonglu. And this wasn't just like a simple alias to hide. It felt more fundamental. It was about shedding the identity that had led him to that latrine. It was a symbolic rebirth, really, preparing for a new life, a new path to power.
So this reborn man, Zhonglu, is hiding out in Wei. He needs a way out, a stage for his obvious talents, and then fate, or maybe just opportunity, intervenes.
It does, in the form of Wang Ji, who's an envoy from Qin visiting Wei on official business.
And somehow Wang Ji finds him.
Wang Ji was clearly a shrewd operator. We don't know the exact details, but he somehow discovered this hidden man, this Zhonglu, and he recognized immediately this wasn't just some refugee. This was a person of extraordinary talent, exactly the kind of sharp mind that Qin, the ambitious rising power, desperately needed.
So Wang Ji makes a decision.
A crucial one. He decides to bring Fanju, now Zhonglu, back with him to Qin. And not just bring him back, but recommend him directly to the king, King Sheng.
This is it. This is Fanju's big chance. And he doesn't just, wait politely for an audience, does he?
No way. He plans his arrival in Qin, his introduction to the king, with incredible strategic calculation. It's quite something. He arrives at Qin's secondary palace, the Ligong, and he deliberately places himself in this specific corridor, the Yongxiang corridor. Why? because he knew the king regularly walked through there.
So he's engineering an encounter, bypassing all the usual court protocols, the gatekeepers.
Exactly. He wanted to make a direct, unforgettable first impression on the king himself. No intermediaries.
And how does he do it? It's pretty bold, right?
Breathtakingly audacious. As the king's entourage approaches, Fan Zhu, likely still in pretty worn clothes, calls out, pretending to be confused. He shouts something like, "Where is the king of Qin? There is only the queen mother and Rang Hao in Pin."
Wow, that's direct.
It's a classic tactic from warring states debaters.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like a verbal Zen stick, a sudden, provocative challenge designed to jolt the listener, strip away their preconceptions, and force them to actually engage with you. It's all about seizing the initiative.
And he hits the absolute bullseye with that comment. It wasn't just a random observation about Qin politics.
Not at all. He struck King Xiang directly on his most sensitive, probably unspoken vulnerability. Because for years, the real power in Qin hadn't fully rested with the king. It was heavily influenced, maybe even controlled, by his very formidable mother, the Queen Mother Xuan, and her powerful brother, the king's uncle, Wei Ran, who held the incredibly influential position of chancellor, also known as Rang Hao.
So Fanju basically called out the elephant in the room.
He did. And the king's reaction tells you everything. He immediately orders all his attendants away. Leave us alone. Just him and this strange, bold man.
And then?
Then, the ultimate sign of respect, of readiness to listen, the king actually kneels before Fanju, performs a ji or long kneeling posture. He was signaling, "I am ready to hear whatever you have to say."
But Fanju doesn't immediately just spill everything, does he? He makes the king wait a bit longer.
Right again. He employs another strategic delay. When the king asks for his counsel, Fanju apparently responds 3 times with just, "Wei." It's an archaic phrase, sort of like, "I hear you," or seemingly hesitant, or just acknowledging.
But it wasn't hesitation.
Almost certainly not confusion or mere politeness. It was deliberate tactic. Other advisors had used similar techniques before. It builds suspense. It makes the king lean in, metaphorically speaking. It underscores the gravity, the importance of the words that are about to come. He's managing the moment perfectly.
Okay, so after creating all that suspense, Fanju finally explains why he hesitated.
Yes. But even then, he frames it incredibly carefully. He doesn't say, "I was afraid you'd kill me," even though he had every reason to be. Instead, he frames it as concern for the state.
How so?
He argues that if you are punished for speaking truthfully about powerful people close to the king, like the Queen Mother and Rang Hao, it would completely deter every other capable person in the future from ever offering genuine critical advice to Qin.
Ah, clever.
It's a brilliant preemptive plea for his own protection, but it's completely cloaked in concern for Qin's long-term health and ability to get good advice. Masterful.
So it's like a 3-step process he used there.
You could see it that way, yeah. First, the shock tactic to grab attention, "Where's the king?" Second, the deliberate delay with Wei to build suspense and importance. And third, framing his own self-protection as being vital for the state's interest. It's textbook rhetorical positioning.
Okay, so he's got the king's full attention. He's protected himself rhetorically. What does he actually advise first?
Well, interestingly, he starts by discussing foreign affairs. It serves a couple purposes. It allows him to deliver genuinely valuable strategic advice, but it also lets him kind of test the waters, maybe see if there are still eavesdroppers, gauge the king's reactions in a slightly less sensitive area first.
Smart. And what was his critique of Qin's foreign policy, which was being run by Rang Hao Ran at the time?
His critique was sharp, incisive. He pointed to specific campaigns, like attacking places called Gang and Shouyi way over in Qi. To get there, Jin had to march its armies through the territory of Han and Wei, its neighbors.
Which sounds problematic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fanju argued this was strategically flawed, hugely costly in terms of logistics, strained relationships with crucial neighbors, and even when successful, it yielded territory far from the Qin heartland. Hard to defend, hard to consolidate. He even compared it to the failures of King Min of Qi, who famously overextended himself and lost everything.
And he had another point too, didn't he, about who was really benefiting?
Yes, crucially, he pointed out that these distant campaigns seemed to primarily benefit Wei Ran personally. They helped expand Wei Ran's own private fiefdom, a place called Tao, rather than adding contiguous, easily governed territory directly to the state of Qin itself.
Okay, so he's saying the current strategy is wasteful and perhaps self-serving on the part of the chancellor. What's his alternative?
This led directly to his core strategic proposal, the famous 4 characters. Yan Zhao Jin Gong.
Which means?
Close attack, distant alliance. The principle was incredibly simple, elegant, and honestly, perfectly suited to Qin's geography and its growing power.
How did it work?
Befriend the states that are far away, make alliances, neutralize threats from that direction. Meanwhile, focus all your military might on your immediate neighbors, specifically Han and Wei at that point.
And the advantage.
Every conquest, every piece of land taken, directly adds to Qin's core strength, its resources, its geographic control. You build power incrementally, strategically, consolidating as you go. No more wasteful adventures far from home.
It feels like, well, almost like common sense when you hear it laid out like that.
It does now, perhaps, but at that moment, for King Xiang and for Chen, it seems to have been a real eureka moment, a moment of strategic clarity. They had immense military power, yes, but maybe they lacked that single unifying strategic vision. Fan Zhu provided it.
But you mentioned earlier implementing it wasn't straightforward.
Right, because as clear as the military principle was, attack your neighbors, executing it was complicated. Precisely because of the internal power structure that Fan Zhu had already hinted at with his "where's the king" remark.
Ah, okay. The close attack strategy required the king to be fully in control of where Qin's military resources were directed, not have them potentially diverted to benefit, say, a powerful minister's personal lands.
Exactly. And this is where you see that Fan Zhu's strategy really had two inseparable parts, two intertwined threads.
Which were?
One was the explicit military and foreign policy direction, far-off alliance and close attack. That was out in the open.
And the other?
The other was the implicit underlying personnel strategy, dismantling the existing system of shared rule, which was dominated by the Queen Mother and those four nobles Rang Hao Wei ran, plus the king's other uncles and brothers, Huayan Jun, Jingyan Jun, and Jieling Jun. The goal was to shift power decisively, to centralize absolute authority in the king's hands alone.
And for that to happen?
For that to happen, for both Fan Zhu, who was ambitious to rise higher, and for King Xiang, who clearly wanted more direct control, the main obstacle standing in their way was Rang Hao Wei Ran, the current chancellor, the head of that powerful family faction.
So Fan Zhu gets appointed. He's now a guest minister, basically on the king's top council. What happens next militarily? Does the strategy kick in immediately?
Well, the historical accounts mention some early campaigns, but there are some questions, some debates about whether they immediately reflect this new strategy or how well they went.
Like what?
For instance, there was an attack on a place called Yanyu in the state of Zhao back in 269 BC. General Hu Shan led it.
Zhao isn't Han or Wei, though. Why attack Zhao?
That's the question. Was this just a leftover campaign plan from before Fan Zhu's influence? Or was it an early attempt at close attack that maybe, targeted the wrong neighbor first for some reason? It's not entirely clear.
And how did that battle go?
That's another complication. There are frustrating discrepancies in the historical records about the Battle of Yanyu. One major history, likely drawing from Qin records, just says Qin could not capture it. Kind of glosses over it. But Zhao accounts claim they inflicted a major defeat on Qin, greatly defeating them. This might reflect Qin's state histories trying to, let's say, downplay military failures, which they often did. So assessing that specific campaign and its relation to Fan Zhu's strategy is tricky. Even the timing, 269 BC, might mean the plan was set in motion before Fan Zhu really had the king's ear fully.
Okay, what about the next year?
The very next year, 268 BC, we see an attack that aligns much more clearly with close attack. Qin attacked Wei, and they captured a city called Huai.
Ah, Wei, a direct neighbor taking contiguous territory.
Exactly. That's a perfect fit for the strategy. You really have to feel for King Yangtze of Wei during this whole period. Qin was just relentlessly chipping away at his state piece by piece. He was caught in this impossible position, ruinous resistance on one side, humiliating submission on the other. A terrible spot to be in.
Then, in 267 BC, something truly bizarre happens. Something that has historians, well, scratching their heads.
Yeah, this one is strange. The death of the Qin crown prince. His name was Dao, and he died while he was supposedly being held as a hostage in Wei.
Wait, Qin's crown prince was a hostage? In Wei, the state Qin was actively attacking.
It seems incredibly strange, doesn't it? Why would the dominant power, Qin, send its heir to the throne as a hostage to Wei, a state they were clearly planning to carve up? It just seems completely counterintuitive.
Are there any theories?
Well, a few possibilities get floated. Maybe somehow Wei held an equally valuable Qin hostage back in Shang Yang, creating some kind of bizarre mutual deterrence we don't know about. Unlikely, but possible. Or, and this idea gains a bit more traction when you look at what happens politically right after. Perhaps Crown Prince Dao was actually out of favor with his father, King Xiang, maybe even unwanted.
Why would that seem plausible?
Because Fanju, this ambitious newcomer who's advocating for radical change and pushing to remove the king's own powerful family faction, rises dramatically in power right around the time after the crown prince's death. The timing is suggestive.
So maybe the king wasn't too upset about his son dying.
It's speculation, of course. And we have very few details about Crown Prince Dao himself. His posthumous title, Dao, can sometimes carry connotations of dying young or maybe even recklessness. But we don't know much about his life, how he actually died, or if there was any foul play involved by Wei. It just remains one of those frustrating historical mysteries.
Okay, so back to the strategy. Qin keeps up the pressure on Wei.
Yes, capturing another place, Xingqi, near Huai, in 266 BC. By this time, Fanju had spent a couple of years close to King Yang. He'd been building trust, demonstrating his strategic value, really consolidating his position, and he was finally powerful enough, felt secure enough to tackle the core internal problem head-on.
The power of the Queen Mother and the four nobles.
Exactly. This is where he delivers his famous candid words to the king. A direct, almost shocking confrontation of the power held by the king's own family.
How did he approach it?
He opens with this incredibly bold statement. He tells the king, basically, look, when I was traveling east of the mountains, over in Qi, I only ever heard people talk about the chancellor there, Meng Tian. Nobody mentioned the king of Qi.
Okay.
And, it continues, since I arrived here in Qin, I similarly only hear people talk about the Queen Mother and Rang Hao. I never hear anyone mention the king of Qin. He's essentially asking who is really in charge around here.
That takes guts.
Immense guts. He then goes on to define what he believes a true king absolutely must control. The state itself, the power to dispense rewards and punishments, benefits and harms, the power over life and death. Total authority.
And then he names names.
He does. He names the four nobles. Rang Hao Wei Ran, Huayang Jun, Jing Yang Jun, Jieling Jun. And he points out their immense, unchecked authority. He says they act arbitrarily, they send envoys to other states without even reporting to the king, they make major decisions unhesitatingly, they even issue the official tallies needed to mobilize troops for war, all without asking the king first.
And these weren't just some distant officials.
No. These were the king's uncles and brothers, his closest male relatives. Fanju declares flat out that having these four men hold such arbitrary power without endangering the state was completely unheard of. He tells the king that serving under them was effectively the same as to have no king at all.
He really singles out Rang Hao, though, right?
Yes, he specifically targets Wei Ran. He describes how Wei Ran's personal envoys act with the king's authority abroad, how decisions made with other states seem to disproportionately benefit Wei Ran, and how when Qin wins battles, the spoils, the profits, they flow primarily to Wei Ran's private fiefdom of Tao. Meanwhile, the state, Qin itself and its people bear the costs and suffer the losses from defeats.
He's painting a picture of a state being exploited from within by the king's own family.
Precisely. And Fanju was a master rhetorician. He packages this harsh truth cleverly. He presents his concerns about powerful ministers and large feudal capitals diminishing the sovereign's power as if it's some widely known proverb. He uses this analogy of an overloaded fruit tree where too many heavy branches actually endanger the main trunk.
Making his argument sound like accepted wisdom.
Exactly. It makes it sound less like a personal accusation and more like citing ancient undeniable wisdom. He uses these balanced parallel clauses, very skillful.
And then he brings in some terrifying historical examples.
Oh yes, recent terrifying examples that would have resonated deeply. He reminds King Xiang of now Qi, the minister in Qi who had actually tortured his own king, King Min, to death. And he reminds him of Li Du in Zhao, who had starved his king, King Willing, to death while holding him captive.
Chilling precedents.
And then Fanju delivers the absolutely devastating comparison. He says, now, observing how the four nobles wield power here in Qin, I see they are precisely the kind of men Nao Qi and Li Dui were. He is directly equating the king's closest family members with infamous regicides.
Wow. He doesn't pull any punches.
Not at all. He reinforces this by talking about the fall of the ancient three dynasties, Xia, Shang, Zhou. He attributes their demise to rulers who delegated too much power while indulging themselves, allowing ministers to serve private interests and deceive the sovereign until it was too late.
And he ties this directly back to the king's current situation.
Absolutely. He caps it off with the most chilling point for the king personally. He claims that basically everyone in the Qin court, from the lowest officials right up to the king's own personal attendants, were effectively agents of Rang Hao, reporting everything back to him.
Making the king feel completely isolated.
Totally isolated. And his final dramatic declaration is designed to hit the king's deepest fears right where they live. I see the great king standing isolated and unsupported in his own court. Privately, I am deeply fearful for you. I fear, he says, that after your majesty's passing, the true rulers of Qin will not be your descendants.
That is the ultimate challenge, isn't it? Questioning the future of his entire dynasty.
It forces the question that must have been burning in the king's mind. Was this warning a moment of incredibly clear-sighted insight, hitting him at exactly the right moment, maybe exploiting frustrations he already felt? Or was it a brilliantly calculated, perhaps even exaggerated, scare tactic designed purely to maneuver Fanju himself into Wei Ran's powerful position?
And the answer, well, it probably lies partly in the king's reaction because he clearly trusted Fanju and empowered him after this. But it's also a question that historians have been debating ever since. Was Fanju saving Qin or serving himself?
Speaking of drama and really striking moments, we absolutely have to talk about the reunion. The incredible, almost unbelievable encounter between Fanju and Zhu.
Zhu, the man who accused him, who watched him get beaten nearly to death, who saw him thrown in the latrine.
The very same man. This whole episode is the stuff of legend, pure political theater. So the context is, Wei is really feeling the pressure from Qin's relentless, close attack strategy. They're desperate. So they send Zhu, the same Zhu, as an envoy to Qin, hoping to negotiate some kind of peace.
And Fanju, who is now the incredibly powerful Chancellor of Qin, known as Zhonglu, Marquis of Ying, he hears Zhu is in town.
He hears Zhu has arrived. And his first impulse isn't just straightforward revenge, like having him arrested and executed immediately. Yeah. No, he orchestrates this deliberate, layered, almost theatrical encounter.
What does he do?
He disguises himself, puts on worn-out commoner's clothes, rags, essentially, and he goes to the guest house where Zhu is staying.
Imagine Zhu's reaction, seeing this figure appear, looking like a beggar, and then realizing who it is.
The shock must have been immense. The accounts have Zhu exclaiming something like, "Fanju, you're actually alive and well." Just utter astonishment at seeing someone he believed was dead and rotting years ago.
And Fanju plays along.
Completely. He spins this fabricated story of hardship, barely surviving all these years in Tin, making himself sound pitiful.
And
Zhu, maybe feeling a flicker of guilt, maybe just simple pity for this man he believed he had utterly ruined. He offers him food. And then, significantly, he gives Fanju a gift, a thick silk robe called a ti pao to keep him warm.
The ti pao, this becomes important, right?
Incredibly symbolic. Later accounts explicitly state that this single act of kindness, this robe, was the only reason Fanju ultimately spared Zhu's life. It comes to represent that tiny spark of lingering human connection, that old acquaintance sentiment, even after all the horrific cruelty. Gifting the ti pao becomes a famous story.
So Zhu still has no idea who he's really talking to.
None at all.
Yeah.
He tells this Fanju in rags that his diplomatic mission is really important, but it all depends on getting an audience with the powerful Chancellor Zhonglu. He asks Fanju if he happens to know anyone, if he has any connections to the Chancellor.
And Fanju, still in disguise.
Fanju, playing the role perfectly, says something like, "Oh, my master," and he uses this interesting term, Zhu Renwang, master of the house, which is an early usage. My master is very close to the Chancellor. I go in and out of his residence all the time. I can get you in. He even offers to drive Zhu there himself.
So Fanju, dressed in rags, drives Zhu in his own fancy carriage to his own Grand Chancellor's residence.
Exactly. They arrive at the gates. The staff, who obviously recognize their Chancellor despite the disguise, just bow respectfully and let him pass.
And Zhu is still oblivious.
Still completely oblivious. Fanju tells Zhu, "Wait here outside for a moment while I go in and announce you." So Zhu waits and waits. Finally, getting impatient, he asks one of the gatekeepers, "Hey, where did that fellow Fanju go?"
And the gatekeeper
delivers the devastating reveal. The man who just entered. "Sir, that was our Qin Chancellor, Lord Zheng."
Oh, the horror. The sudden realization for Zhu must have been absolute terror.
Utter terror. The accounts describe his immediate reaction. He rips off his upper garment, leaving himself bare-chested, and then he gets down and literally crawls on his knees into the residence to beg for forgiveness.
Crawling on his knees.
Crawling on his knees. Ixing. This whole image, bare-chested and crawling, becomes this lasting template in later Chinese literature and drama for the most abject, complete contrition. It's incredibly powerful visually, a moment of absolute humiliation for the audience to witness as well. Cathartic, perhaps.
So he crawls in, and Fanju receives him.
Fanju receives him, seated loftily in the main hall, embodying absolute power. And he doesn't just accept the groveling, he systematically, coldly, lists the 3 specific crimes Shu Jie committed against him back in Wei.
What were they again?
First, the false accusation of treason that started it all. Second, standing by and doing nothing while Wei Qi had him brutally beaten. And third, being among the group of people who actually urinated on him in the latrine.
Laying it all out. After recounting those horrors, you'd absolutely expect Shu Ji to be killed on the spot.
Anyone would. But then Fan Zhu delivers the dramatic turn. Cold, powerful, and unforgettable. He says basically, the only reason you escaped death today is because when you gave me that tea pao just now, it still showed a trace, just a trace, of lingering sentiment for an old acquaintance.
Saved by the robe.
Saved by that one single act of remembered humanity. But while Zhu Ji was spared death, Fan Zhu wasn't nearly finished with his revenge. He subjected Shu Ji to a public humiliation that would echo through history.
What did he do?
At a large formal farewell banquet being held for envoys from various states, Shu Ji was deliberately seated not with the honored guests in the main hall, but down in the lower hall, a place of clear dishonor.
And the food.
The food placed before him was horse feed, literally chopped fodder and beans, what you'd give to livestock.
No.
Yes, and to make absolutely sure the humiliation was complete, public, and enforced, Fan Zhu assigned 2 tattooed convicts. These were prisoners who had criminal status tattooed on their faces, a visible mark of shame to sit on either side of Shu Jie and assist him in eating the fodder. Make sure he consumed his shame.
It's hard to imagine a more complete, more calculated public shaming. How did Shu Jie react?
He endured it. The commentary notes that Shu Jie seemed to embody the principle that a person could be humiliated as long as they weren't killed, which is a stark contrast to the traditional scholar-official ideal. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Shu Jie chose survival over pride. He ate the horse feed.
Having inflicted this devastating personal revenge, Fan Zhu wasn't done with Wei either, was he?
Not by a long shot. He then used the utterly disgraced Shu Jie as a messenger to deliver a final, brutal ultimatum back to the king of Wei.
Which was,
bring me Wei Qi's head immediately. Otherwise, I will dispatch troops to slaughter the Wei capital city of Daliang.
wow. So this served both purposes.
Perfectly. It satisfied Fan Zhu's burning personal desire for vengeance against Wei Qi, the man who ordered his torture. And it served Qin's state interests perfectly by putting immense pressure on Wei, weakening them further, maybe even provoking a crisis Qin could exploit.
What happened to Wei Qi?
Shu Jie returned to Wei, completely disgraced. And Wei Qi, understandably terrified when he heard Fan Zhu's demand, fled Wei that very night. He sought refuge in the neighboring state of Zhao, hoping for protection under Lord Pingyuan.
So these events, Fan Zhu's clear power, his ruthlessness, they must have sent shockwaves. And they set the stage for even bigger political changes within Qin itself.
Absolutely. We move now to the year 265 BC. It's the 50th year of the nominal Zhu King Nan's reign, but more importantly, it turns out to be a pivotal year concerning the influence and the end of influence for several powerful dowager queens across the different states.
And crucially for Qin.
Crucially for Qin, the dominant Queen Dowager Swan, King Zhaoxiang's mother, died in 265 BC. She had held enormous influence, sometimes alongside, sometimes maybe even overshadowing, her son the king and her brother, Rang Haowei Ran, for decades. Her death removed a major pillar of that old, entrenched power structure.
It's interesting context that other states were also dealing with powerful queen mothers around this time.
Yeah, it's noted that in that same year, the young king of Zhao was ruling under his mother's regency, and the new King Jian of Qi was also under his mother's regency. So it was definitely a time when these powerful matriarchs could hold significant political sway in various courts.
Now, there's a really strange story about Queen Dowager Swan right as she was dying. Something about a lover.
Ah, yes. The anecdote about Wei Shofu. It's recorded in the Zongguqi, the intrigues of the warring states. The story goes that the Queen Dowager was infatuated with this man, Wei Shofu, and as she lay dying, she actually issued a command that he should be buried alive with her in her tomb.
Buried alive? Good grief.
He was understandably terrified. He sought help, and another courtier, a man named Young Rui, supposedly went to reason with the dying Queen Dowager.
How do you reason someone out of ordering a live burial?
Pragmatically, apparently. Young Rui argued, look, if the dead know nothing after death, then killing him is completely pointless. It achieves nothing.
Okay.
But, he continued, if the dead do have consciousness in the afterlife, then your deceased husband, the former king, is going to be absolutely furious when you show up with this guy. You'll have enough trouble explaining yourself to the late king without bringing Wei Shofu along.
And that worked.
Apparently, she was persuaded and spared him. It's such a bizarre, almost darkly comedic detail. It's so over-the-top cruel that some scholars have questioned if it was fabricated later, maybe to paint the Qin court in a particularly negative light,
Hmm.
given their reputation as tigers and
But
wolves.
it might be true.
Others argue that, given what we know about the Dowager's strong character, her long period of influence, and frankly some of the brutal practices of the era, it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. It remains a debated anecdote.
Okay, but regardless of whether the Wei Chafu story is true or not, the political consequence of the Queen Dowager's death was absolutely undeniable.
Undeniable. Her death removed the final major obstacle for King Zhaoxiang to act decisively against the remaining dominant figure from their old guard, her brother, his uncle, Rang Hao Wei Ran.
So Wei Ran is forced out.
He was forced to leave the capital, Shang Yang, and retire to his vast and wealthy fiefdom of Tao. This moment, 265 BC, marks the definitive end of that era of shared rule by the powerful familial clique in Chen.
And the beginning of.
It really ushers in King Zhaoxiang's era of much more centralized autocratic power. He is now firmly in control. And Fan Zhu, the man who had so skillfully engineered this entire shift, became the king's undisputed right-hand man, the primary driver behind implementing Yuanjiao Jingong, close attack, distant alliance, as Qin's fundamental state policy moving forward.
But this is exactly where the historical debate about Fanju really heats up, especially when we look at the commentary by the great Song Dynasty historian Sima Guang.
Ah, yes, Sima Guang's famous judgment in his monumental work, the Zizi Tung Jin, Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government. He takes a very strong and a very different view of these events.
He defends Wei Ran.
He offers a surprisingly staunch defense of Wei Ran. Sima Guang argues that Wei Ran was in fact the true architect of Qin's rise to power. He credits Wei Ran with capably assisting the king for years, eliminating Qin's enemies, recommending brilliant generals like the legendary BaiQi, significantly expanding Qin's territory, and forcing other states to submit.
So he sees Wei Ran as foundational to Qin's success.
Absolutely. While Sima Guang acknowledges Wei Ran had flaws, he was autocratic, greedy, certainly enriched himself. He argues these faults weren't nearly as heinous or damaging as Fan Zhu claimed, and they didn't outweigh his massive contributions to Qin's strength.
And what does Sima Guang say about Fanju? It's harsh, isn't it?
Incredibly harsh. Sima Guang argues Fan Zhu's motive was never genuine concern for Qin's well-being. It was pure, naked, personal ambition. He just wanted to seize Wei Ran's position as chancellor for himself.
How does he say Fanju did it?
He accuses Fan Zhu of cynically seizing on Wei Ran's weaknesses, manipulating the king's insecurities, and, most damningly in Sima Guang's eyes, causing King Zhaoxiang to sever sacred familial bonds, his relationship with his own mother and his powerful uncle. For Sima Guang, a deeply Confucian historian, this was an unforgivable moral transgression.
And his final verdict on Fanju.
It's brutal and absolute. He brands Fan Zhu with this four-character phrase, King Wei's Jishi, which translates essentially to, quote, "In summary, Fan Zhu was truly a treacherous and dangerous man who imperiled the state."
Wow. Imperiled the state. That's a heavy charge, especially considering Qin's later success. Why was Sima Guang so vehemently against him?
It really seems steeped in Confucian values. Sima Guang, writing centuries later in the Song Dynasty, prioritized filial piety, the duty and respect owed to one's parents and elders, above almost everything else. Causing a king to estrange his own mother and uncle was deeply, fundamentally transgressive in this worldview.
So it was the method, the breaking of family ties.
That was huge for him, and he also judged Fan Zhu based on what he perceived as impure motivation. He focused on the alleged personal ambition, the scheming, rather than weighing the potential positive outcomes for the state that might have resulted from centralizing power.
From that Confucian perspective, King Zhaoxiang himself also comes in for criticism, right?
Yes, implicitly. A truly virtuous Confucian ruler is expected to be able to manage his own family affairs properly, cultivate oneself, regulate the family. The fact that Zhaoxiang couldn't control his powerful relatives, even though they had contributed to Qin's rise, was seen as a failing in the king's own virtue.
And the idea of trusting Fanju.
Confucian governance stressed the importance of the ruler drawing near to worthy ministers, the junzi, or gentlemen, and keeping petty men, the shiren, at a distance. Qin Shan Chen, Yuan Shao Ren. Sima Guang clearly labels Fan Zhu, with his perceived treacherous motives and brutal methods, as the quintessential petty man, the shiren, who shouldn't have been trusted regardless of his effectiveness.
But not everyone agreed with Sima Guang's condemnation, even among later scholars.
No, not entirely. Another significant scholar, Wang Yinglin, writing a bit later, offered a different, perhaps more pragmatic perspective. He used this classical analogy from the Book of Changes. When you feel frost underfoot, you know that solid ice is not far off.
How does that apply here?
Wang Yinglin argued that while the four nobles and the Queen Dowager might not have been actively plotting treason at that moment, their sheer collective power, their entrenched position, constituted an inherent institutional danger to the king's sole authority. They were the frost underfoot, signaling a potential future freezing of the king's power, the solid ice.
So the structure itself was the problem.
From this viewpoint, yes. The shared power arrangement itself was inherently unstable and a threat to the monarchy. Therefore, Fanju's actions in expelling them, while involving difficult family issues, could be seen as a necessary, albeit harsh measure, to address a fundamental systemic danger to the throne's security.
A more structural analysis, then.
Exactly. Wang Yinglin does concede that the move against the Dowager specifically was a problem from a filial piety perspective. But he also kind of shrugs and suggests that Qin was, after all, a notoriously brutal state of tigers and wolves. Applying strict Confucian ethics might simply have been unrealistic or even suicidal in that environment.
It's also interesting, isn't it, that Sima Qian, the grand historian who wrote the Shiji much earlier, seems somewhat more lenient, or at least more focused on the drama of Fanju's story than Sima Guang was.
That's a great point. Sima Qian's own personal experiences suffering the horrific punishment of castration after being implicated in a controversial general's failed campaign, arguably due to court intrigue and perhaps false accusations, might have given him a different perspective. Perhaps he felt a degree of resonance, maybe even empathy, with Fanju's dramatic story of betrayal, near death, survival against the odds, and ultimate, albeit ruthless, vindication. He tells the story with incredible narrative flair.
So we have these moral judgments, these debates about character and motivation, but there's another way scholars looked at Fanju too, right? Focusing less on whether he was good or bad.
Yes, some thinkers, notably the great Neo-Confucian philosopher Zhu Xi, offered a different kind of analysis. They looked at Fanju almost as a case study, focusing not so much on his moral character, but purely on his technique, particularly his skills in strategy and, crucially, communication.
How did that come up?
Zhu Xi was apparently asked about a famous quote from Mencius, which says something like, "For one in a low position to speak of high matters is a crime." The question was, well, how can scholars effectively advise rulers if speaking truth to power is inherently risky or even criminal?
And Fanju was his example.
Fanju was his prime example of how to do it successfully, even if the person doing it wasn't necessarily virtuous. Zhu Xi argued it was all about how you spoke truth to power, the timing, the pacing, the approach.
So what did Zhu Xi admire about Fanju's technique? He acknowledged Fanju was probably a Sauron, right?
Yes. Zhu Xi readily acknowledged Fanju was likely a Sauron, a petty or unprincipled man in terms of his underlying character and ambition, but, he argued, you had to admire the man's incredible skill in pacing, timing, and emphasis when he was advising King Xiang.
Specifically that first crucial meeting.
Exactly. Zhu Xi points out that Fanju didn't immediately launch into the dangerous personal attacks against the nobles, against the king's family. In that first critical audience, he spoke only about Wei Ran's strategic errors in foreign policy, about state-level problems, Gongyan.
Building credibility first.
Precisely. He built trust, established his value by offering sound, useful military and strategic advice before he ever dared to introduce the highly sensitive, politically explosive topic of the internal power structure and start making those dangerous insinuations against the four nobles. He waited until he had the king's confidence.
And Zhu Xi's takeaway from this?
His conclusion is quite revealing and maybe a little cynical. He says essentially, look, even a petty man like Fanju speaks with such careful restraint, such attention to timing and proportion. How much more, then, should a true gentleman, Junzi, avoid speaking rashly and carelessly?
He contrasts Fanju with someone else.
Yes. He uses Jie Yi as a negative example. Jie Yi was a brilliant young scholar who advised Emperor Wen of the Han Dynasty. He saw all the problems in the court, and filled with the righteous moral fervor of a Junzi, he immediately and bluntly pointed out every single problem to the emperor and the senior ministers.
And the result for Jie Yi?
The result was disastrous for Jie Yi. He completely alienated the powerful senior ministers who felt attacked, and despite his brilliance, his ideas were largely sidelined, and he himself was eventually sent away from the capital.
So Zhu Xi's point is about effectiveness.
It's purely pragmatic. Zhu Xi's core point was, the ultimate goal of giving advice isn't just about being morally correct or getting your righteous indignation off your chest. It's about getting your ideas adopted. It's about being effective.
And gentlemen sometimes fail at that.
He argued that righteous gentlemen, Yunzi, often secure in their own virtue, frequently neglect the practical realities and the necessary skills of persuasion, timing, and political maneuvering. Petty men, Xiaoren, precisely because they might be operating with hidden motives or facing greater risks, are forced to be meticulous, calculating, and highly strategic in their communication. They know when to be still as a maiden and when to be swift as a fleeing hare, as the saying goes.
So Fan Zhu, from this perspective, succeeded because he was a master communicator, regardless of his morals.
Exactly. Fanju succeeded not because of his inherent goodness, which Zhu Xi saw as debatable, but because of his masterful command of political communication technique. Ji, despite his brilliance and good intentions, failed partly due to a lack of that strategic communication skill. Zhu Xi almost laments that honorable gentlemen really ought to learn a thing or two about effective communication from people they might otherwise dismiss as morally inferior, like Fanju.
Okay, so Fan Zhu reaches these incredible heights. He implements game-changing strategies, orchestrates these dramatic political shifts, gets his stunning personal revenge. What was the final act? His career, like so many in this incredibly brutal era, eventually ended in decline, didn't it?
It did. And his downfall actually illustrates some key aspects of the very system in Qin that he helped to shape.
Such as?
One crucial aspect was the principle of recommender liability. This was a big deal in Qin's legalist system. If you strongly recommended someone for a position, and that person later failed significantly, committed a crime, or proved disloyal, you, as the recommender, were held accountable, often with very severe consequences.
And Fan Zhu had recommended some key people.
He had. Two men owed their position significantly to his patronage. First, his old friend Zheng Anping, the man who helped him escape Wei all those years ago. Fan Zhu recommended him as a general.
Okay, and the second?
Wang Ji, the envoy who first recognized his talent in Wei and brought him to Qin in the first place. Fan Zhu recommended him for the important position of governor of Hedong province.
So what happened with them?
Disaster struck. In 256 BC, Zheng Anping was leading a Xin army attacking Zhao. He was defeated, surrounded, and actually surrendered to the enemy. Under Qin law, a general surrendering was a massive disgrace, and for Fan Zhu, who had vouched for him, this was terrible news. It potentially implicated him with penalties as severe as the extermination of 3 clans, his own, his mother's, and his wife's families.
Oof, that's heavy. And Wang Ji?
The very next year, 255 BC, Wang Ji, the governor of Hedong, was accused of treason specifically, of communicating with the feudal lords, implying collusion with Qin's enemies. He was arrested and executed.
Another major failure for someone Fan Zhu recommended.
Exactly. This further eroded King Zhaoxiang's trust in Fan Zhu. The king likely started to wonder about Fan Zhu's judgment, or perhaps even his network's loyalty.
Were there other factors in his decline too?
Yes, beyond these specific incidents, there was probably a natural shift in the political dynamics. Fan Zhu had been absolutely essential in helping King Zhaoxiang break the power of the old faction and centralize authority in his own hands.
But in doing so?
In doing so, Fan Zhu himself became the new, incredibly powerful minister at the king's side. As Qin continued to grow stronger, more dominant, more secure, the king's absolute reliance on any single minister, even one as brilliant as Fan Zhu, naturally decreased. The king was more firmly in control overall.
And Fan Zhu's personality might have played a role.
Possibly. Fan Zhu's tendency to sometimes prioritize intensely personal vendettas, like his relentless pursuit of Wei Qi, demanding his head even when Wei Qi was sheltering in another state, might have occasionally seemed to the king to conflict with purely rational state interests. This could have further strained their relationship over time.
So facing these accumulating political setbacks, the failures of Zheng Anping and Wang Ji, the king's growing alienation, what did Fan Zhu do?
He made a final, probably quite strategic move. He requested permission to step down from his position as chancellor. He cited the classic official reason, ill health. The phrase used is "xie si qiang," basically resigning due to sickness. It was likely a formal excuse to bow out gracefully before potentially being pushed out more forcefully.
Did he recommend his successor?
Interestingly, yes. He recommended another noted rhetorician, a man named Kai Zi, to take his place.
And the king agreed.
King Zhaoxiang consented. Fan Zhu was allowed to retire from power and withdraw to his fiefdom, Yingyi, the lands he had been granted as Marquis of Ying.
So what happened to him in retirement? Did he live out his days peacefully? The accounts differ, don't they?
They do. The details of his actual death are subject to different historical traditions. The main, most official history, Sima Qin Shiji, simply states that he died in Qin while living in retirement at his fiefdom, Yi. This suggests a natural death, achieving what's called Xuanzong, a peaceful end.
But there's another version.
Yes. Later, less official histories, and certainly many later dramatic portrayals of his life, claim that King Xiang eventually ordered Fanju to commit suicide. The reason given is usually the lingering implications and political fallout from the failures and suspected crimes of Zhen Anping and Wang Ji. This version is called the Qin Shi Huang, the bestowed death theory.
But the official record doesn't support that.
It's really important to stress that the primary, most reliable historical records, like the Shiji, do not support this execution story. They indicate he died in retirement. The suicide narrative seems to be a later embellishment, perhaps adding more drama to an already dramatic life, or fitting a pattern of powerful ministers eventually falling from grace.
So, regardless of the exact manner of his death, Fanju's end reflects the precariousness of power in that era.
Absolutely. His fate, whether a quiet retirement or a forced suicide, is really representative of the warring state's scholar, official, or strategist position. One moment at the absolute pinnacle of power, seemingly untouchable, the next fallen, discarded, or worse. It also underscores Qin's legalist system, a system that offered incredible upward mobility based on merit and results, but was also incredibly unforgiving in punishing perceived failures, liabilities, or potential threats to centralized power. His life story, from the lowest depths of that latrine to the heights of the chancellery, remains one of the most gripping, complex, and memorable narratives captured in the historical record.
So we've taken this deep dive into the truly extraordinary life of Fanju. We've traced his brutal betrayal and that almost unbelievable escape from death.
His incredibly audacious strategic entry into the most powerful court in the land.
The groundbreaking close attack, distant alliance strategy, Yuan Jiao Jingong, that really helped guide Qin's path to eventual unification.
His ruthless, calculated dismantling of the entrenched power structure within Qin, targeting the king's own family.
That unforgettable, incredibly theatrical public revenge he took on Jujia.
And, crucially, the vastly different ways that historians across the centuries have judged his character, his motivations, and his overall impact.
Yeah, his story is just this complex tapestry, isn't it? Survival, raw ambition, undeniable strategic genius, and moments of deeply personal, almost visceral vengeance.
It really highlights the tension between strategic effectiveness, what works the relentless, sometimes brutal pursuit of power, and the different, often conflicting moral codes that people have used to interpret his actions, both then and now. It's a life packed with extreme highs and lows, meticulously calculated moves, and yet also moments clearly driven by raw, powerful emotion.
So, given these sharply differing accounts and the really strong opinions of historians like Sima Guang, who saw him as utterly treacherous, versus the more pragmatic, technique-focused analysis from figures like Zhu Xi.
What do you, listening now, make of Fanju? When you weigh it all up, was he primarily a visionary statesman, someone who provided Qin with the strategic clarity it desperately needed to eventually unite the world?
Or was he fundamentally a dangerous, self-serving schemer, someone who callously manipulated a king, ruthlessly destroyed his family ties, all just for personal gain and power?
Or perhaps, is he simply too complex for those easy labels? Was he a figure forged and driven by the incredibly brutal realities of a cutthroat era, someone doing whatever he felt was necessary, using whatever tools he had, just to survive and ultimately succeed in that environment?
And maybe the final thought to leave you with is this. What lessons, if any, does Fanju's dramatic story teach us today? About achieving power, about the compromises it might demand, about how history remembers or reinterprets complex figures.
His story really challenges you, doesn't it? To look beyond simple labels, to consider the context, the consequences, the motivations, all from multiple angles. It's clearly a debate that wasn't settled in Sima Guang's time, and it continues to fascinate and provoke discussion even centuries later.
We're jumping headfirst into, well, one of ancient China's most intense and, frankly, brutal times, the Warring States period.
Absolutely. It's an era just packed with power struggles, these constantly shifting alliances, and some really brilliant, sometimes terrifyingly ruthless military thinking.
Yeah, and our goal today is to sort of dig into those strategies, the harsh realities that all the states faced, big ones, small ones, everyone caught in the middle.
And right at the center of it all, we're going to focus on this pretty formidable figure.
Yeah.
The Qin general, BaiQi.
We're aiming to pull out the key lessons, understand the power plays between states, and also tackle how tricky interpreting history can be. Hopefully you'll get those aha moments along the way. So let's get into it.
Okay, so first up, let's talk about the smaller states. They were in an incredibly difficult position, just constantly squeezed. Wei is a perfect example here.
Right. They tried a lot, didn't they? Strengthening laws, building up wealth, even trying like a softer approach to governing.
They did, but they just couldn't seem to gain real traction, real influence against the bigger players.
There's that old saying, isn't there? Something about long sleeves are good for dancing, lots of money is good for business. How does that ancient idea kind of shed light on Wei's whole situation?
It really nails a core truth, I think. The states that already have a lot of resources, just inherent strength, they naturally have the upper hand. It's simple leverage, right?
Yeah.
They have more options, more room to breathe, to make moves.
So Wei, despite trying hard, just didn't have that deep well of power to draw from.
Exactly. They were playing in the big leagues, but without the same kind of fundamental strength. It's a tough game.
So facing that reality, I mean, what could smaller states even do? Was there any path to survival in that kind of environment?
Well, one idea floated, a really radical one, mind you, and incredibly difficult to achieve,
Okay.
was complete internal unity, like total commitment from everyone to resist any aggression. The goal was to make the cost of attacking them just ridiculously high.
Make yourselves too prickly to swallow, basically.
Precisely. So high that even the big powers would think, hey, not worth the trouble.
That sounds almost impossible to pull off, getting an entire population that unified and willing to fight to the last. Can you think of any maybe modern examples that sort of illustrate that kind of resistance?
Well, you could maybe point to something like, say, Finland during the Winter War against the Soviets. Hugely outnumbered, but their fierce defense cost the Soviets dearly.
Right, that kind of grit.
That level of absolute unity and courage.
Yeah.
You could argue that's what Wei was missing, despite all their other efforts.
Now, you mentioned something interesting earlier. Wei actually got wealthier even though its central government was kind of weak. That feels backwards. How did that happen?
It's a strange paradox, isn't it? But because the central government wasn't super controlling, wasn't imposing tons of regulations, commerce actually flourished.
Less red tape, maybe?
Kind of. So wealth piled up within the state. But here's the catch. That money didn't translate into real geopolitical muscle. They had cash, but not effective state power on the bigger stage. And during this time, their leadership also changed. Marquis Wu took over.
So you've got Wei struggling internally in a way, even with wealth. And meanwhile, the big fish, especially Qin, are just continuing to push outwards.
Yep. King keeps expanding. And this inevitably starts ramping up tensions, particularly with another major state, Zhao.
How did that start? Qing just making moves.
Pretty much textbook Qin expansion. They started by grabbing a couple of Zhao cities around 282 BCE, then another key was Xicheng the next year. Looks straightforward, right? Aggression.
But I guess it's never that simple with history, is it?
Exactly. This is where the historical records start to get, well, messy. Interpreting what was really going on with alliances and loyalties, Qin, Zhao, another state Qichi, it gets complicated.
How so? What makes it tricky?
You've got different accounts, you see. Some suggest alliances against Qi that maybe fell apart. Zhao might have switched sides, diplomats playing unclear roles. It's like trying to assemble a jigsaw puzzle, but some pieces are missing, and others seem to belong to a different puzzle entirely.
Huh. And maybe later historians kind of smooth things over to fit their own story.
That's definitely been suggested. They might have tweaked details to make a neater narrative. So piecing together the exact diplomatic maneuvering is really tough.
Okay, so if we can't nail down every single diplomatic back and forth, what's the main takeaway? What should we focus on regarding Qin?
I think the key thing isn't the minutia of the diplomacy, but the bigger picture. These relationships were incredibly fluid. Everyone was acting in their own self-interest, constantly calculating.
Makes sense.
But through all that shifting sand, one thing becomes clear. Qin eventually locked its sights firmly onto Zhao. That was the underlying direction, the path that was ultimately heading towards major conflict.
Got it. Now, there's a really famous story, the He's Jade incident, the priceless jade Qin demanded from Zhao. People often suggest that might have been the spark that really ignited Qin's aggression. Is there solid proof for that?
It's a great story, and yeah, the timing sort of fits around that period. But based on what we understand from the historical texts, well, there's no explicit link drawn saying, because of the Jade incident, Qin attacked.
Okay. So a compelling narrative maybe adds fuel to the fire perception-wise, but we can't point to it as the direct cause for the military campaigns.
Exactly. It's possible it played a role in the background tensions, but it's not confirmed as the trigger for war.
Right. So Qin is pushing towards Zhao. This must have put the Zhou king, King Nan, in a really tight spot. His territory was tiny, wasn't it?
Oh, incredibly vulnerable. BaiQi, the Qin general we're focusing on, was planning to march his army right through King Nan's little patch of land to get at Wei, another state. For Nan, who had basically no army to speak of, this was, yeah, a potential disaster.
So what does he do? He can't fight.
He plays his only card, diplomacy. He sends a skilled envoy, Su Li, to try and talk BaiQi out of it.
How do you even approach that? Trying to persuade a general who's winning everything, leading this unstoppable army. You can't threaten him.
Su Li was smart. His approach was totally unconventional. No appeals to morals, no threats. Zhu had zero leverage for that. Instead, he focused on BaiQi's own success, but from a different angle.
Okay, intriguing. What was the angle?
It was almost paradoxical. He argued that continued unchecked winning carries its own risks, that even the greatest general can't win every single time, and that true mastery, true wisdom, lies in knowing when to quit while you're ahead to protect your record.
Wow, that's bold. Telling a victorious general, maybe you should stop winning. How did he make that point without getting thrown out? He used a story, right? A fable?
Yes, a brilliant choice.
Mm-hmm.
Su Li was known for his rhetoric. He used the fable of Yang Yuji, this legendary archer from the state of Shu. This guy was supposedly so good he could hit a willow leaf from 100 paces every single time. People would gather just to watch him.
Okay, hitting a leaf from that far. Every time. That's, yeah, almost unbelievable.
Right. So Yang Yuji's doing his thing, amazing the crowd, and this one bystander just quietly says something like, good skill. You've got talent that could be developed.
Huh. Talk about understatement. How did the super archer take that?
He was furious. Like, who are you to tell me how to shoot? Can you teach me? Ready to chew the guy out.
Yeah, I bet.
But the bystander calmly explained. He wasn't critiquing the technique. He was pointing out something deeper, human limitation. No matter how skilled, your body gets tired, your focus wavers, maybe you just get unlucky. Eventually, inevitably, a shot will miss. And his point was, when that one arrow finally misses, in that moment, all the hundreds of leaves you hit before, suddenly they don't matter as much. That single failure overshadows everything. And apparently this story is the origin of the idiom, all previous efforts wasted.
That's actually profound. So how did Su Li connect that archer story directly to BaiQi and his string of victories? What was the warning?
He laid it out plain. General, you're like Yang Yuji. Your victories are legendary. But keep pushing, keep fighting battle after battle. Eventually you'll have a bad day, you'll lose one. And when you do, he argued, that single loss could tarnish your entire unbeatable reputation.
So the advice was, preserve your perfect record.
Essentially, yeah. He suggested BaiQi should maybe claim he was sick, step back gracefully, and lock in that legacy of being undefeated. Don't risk throwing it all away on one potentially bad outcome.
That's some serious psychological maneuvering. Did it work? Do we know how BaiQi reacted right then and there?
You know, the historical records don't actually tell us his immediate reaction or if he changed his plans right away because of Su Li's words. But what's remarkable is that Su Li's speech, and that fable in particular, became so famous that they generated 4 different well-known Chinese idioms that are still used today. That alone tells you how powerful and resonant his argument was considered.
Wow, 4 idioms from one speech. That's impact. Okay, so shifting back to the bigger picture in Qin around this time, there was a significant political change, right? Marquis Rang suddenly becoming prime minister again.
Yeah, that reappointment kind of pops up. Some accounts make it seem quite abrupt, though others link it to things like pardoning criminals and relocating them. It definitely suggests there were political currents shifting within Qin, kind of setting the stage for the next big event.
Which brings us to the Battle of Changping, a massive, decisive Qin victory. We know that. But it sounds like it wasn't easy. It cost Qin a lot, too.
Oh, immensely. We don't have exact numbers for Qin's losses, but all indications are they were heavy. Qin was significantly weakened, even in victory. And you have to remember, that cost, that drain on their resources and manpower, would absolutely shape BaiQi's thinking about what to do next.
And a key moment in the battle itself was when Zhao switched commanders, right? From the defensive guy to the aggressive one.
That was critical. Zhao replaced the experienced, cautious Lianpo, who favored a war of attrition, with the younger, more aggressive Zhao Kuo. This played right into BaiQi's strategy and was a major factor in Zhao's, well, catastrophic defeat.
Lianpo wanted to wear Qin down, dig in. Zhao Ku wanted a quick, decisive fight.
Exactly. And you can sense Zhao's desperation, too, throwing everyone into holding on to the Shang region. It paints this picture of constant, Brutal, grinding warfare, lots of small skirmishes and attrition that probably don't even make the main historical accounts, just bleeding both sides white.
Yeah, it wasn't just one big clash.
No way. Zhao Ku's forces, even though they were ultimately outmaneuvered and destroyed, clearly put up a fierce fight and inflicted serious damage on Qin before the end. They didn't just roll over.
So Qin wins Changping, but at great cost. And then BaiQi does something truly shocking, even by the standards of the time. He orders the creation of a Jingguan on the Skull Mountain. What was that about?
Yeah, it's grim. After the battle, he reportedly had the heads of the surrendered Zhao soldiers, hundreds of thousands of them collected and piled into this enormous mound, or maybe a platform. It became known as the Bink platform, or more chillingly, Skull Mountain.
It's just horrifying. What was the strategic thinking behind such a brutal display?
It sounds purely savage to us, but building these kinds of gruesome monuments from enemy remains was actually a recognized, if brutal, military practice back then. It had a clear purpose. It was a terrifying symbol of absolute dominance.
Psychological warfare, basically.
Absolutely. Pure psychological warfare, designed to completely shatter enemy morale, terrify potential allies of Zhao, and deter anyone else from even thinking about resisting Qin.
I read that much later, an emperor visited the site and actually renamed the area something like Valley of Redressing Injustice. Quite a shift.
It is, isn't it? Shows how interpretations of these events changed dramatically over centuries. Eventually, there were efforts to properly bury the remains, and the site became known as the Skull Temple, but ironically, named after Zhao Kuo, the defeated general.
Wow, a complete flip in meaning, from a symbol of Qin's victory to a memorial for Zhao's loss.
It really highlights that transition from conquest to remembrance, even acknowledging the suffering of the defeated.
Now, besides the massacre and the Skull Mountain, BaiQi also released a small number of very young Zhao captives. That seems almost odd after such brutality. Was there a strategic reason for that too?
Oh, definitely. It wasn't an act of mercy in the way we might think. Releasing those few young survivors served a calculated purpose.
Which was?
Partly, it's another display of overwhelming power. We could afford to let a few go. But more importantly, those kids would go back to Zhao. They'd be living witnesses to the sheer scale of the defeat, the horror of the Skull Mountain. They would spread fear, despair, stories of the slaughter.
Amplifying the psychological blow.
Exactly. Undermining any shred of will to fight back that might remain in Zhao.
And that ties into Qin's own losses at Changping, doesn't it? Attacking Hendon, Zhao's capital, which was probably well fortified, would have been another bloody, risky fight for Qin's weakened army.
Precisely. So why risk another potentially devastating assault if you could break their spirit first? BaiQi calculated that hitting them again psychologically, right when they were reeling from the shock and horror of Changping and the Skull Mountain, was the smarter play.
Seize the moment while the enemy is demoralized.
Classic opportunism. It shows a keen understanding of warfare beyond just battlefield tactics.
BaiQi wasn't just about land battles and psych warfare, though. He had other methods. The campaign against the state of Chu, specifically the siege of Yancheng, shows a different kind of ruthless ingenuity, using water itself as a weapon.
Yes, that Yancheng campaign is another chilling example of his willingness to use absolutely devastating unconventional tactics. And Chu was already a bit weakened at this point. Their king had been captured by Qin years earlier, so they were somewhat in decline.
And BaiQi's whole approach to the Chu campaign was about speed and forcing the issue, right? Like destroying his own bridges and boats.
That's the story, yeah. Burn your bridges, literally. Force commitment, minimize logistical headaches over long distances and difficult terrain. His initial moves involved some trickery, luring Chu commanders into surrendering, grabbing territory quickly, all leading towards Yancheng.
Which was Chu's second city, well fortified.
Very much so. It was near their capital, Yingdu, and heavily defended. Chu decided to dig in there, hoping to force a long, costly siege that Qin couldn't sustain. And initially it seemed to work. They reached a stalemate.
But BaiQi had another idea. This clever plan involving water, how did that work? It wasn't just breaking a dam, was it?
No, it's far more engineered, apparently. After about 10 days of siege with little progress, BaiQi, seemingly calm, put his plan into action. He basically used large-scale irrigation techniques, but in reverse.
How so?
He diverted water from rivers upstream, channeled it using canals, and collected it in this massive artificial reservoir he had built specifically for this purpose. He supposedly even brought in famous water engineers to help design it. And once it was full, he just unleashed it onto Yancheng.
My God. The devastation must have been unbelievable.
Catastrophic is probably an understatement. Accounts speak of a massive, sudden flood overwhelming the city. Estimates of the dead soldiers and civilians alike run into the hundreds of thousands. The city was described as becoming a hell on earth.
Just wiped out by water.
Pretty much. Apparently, the area where the water broke through was later called the Stinky Pond because of all the death and decay left behind.
Unimaginable. What did this do to Chu's ability to resist?
It completely shattered it. The fall of Yancheng caused mass panic in the capital, Yingdu. The king of Chu fled east. BaiQi then marched through, occupied huge amounts of Chu territory, basically setting up Qin administration,
Yeah.
and then went on to capture and burn the capital itself.
A knockout blow.
Absolutely crippling. It's even said that this disaster contributed to the despair of the famous poet Kuo Yuan, leading to his ritual suicide.
The Yanqing flood really forces you to grapple with the sheer ruthlessness, but also the strategic thinking behind it. The total disregard for civilian life is horrifying.
It is, but it also raises questions about maybe Chu's own preparedness. Was their city's location inherently vulnerable? Did they overlook that possibility, even though ancient strategists warned about things like water attacks?
A failure to anticipate the enemy doing the seemingly unthinkable.
Perhaps. It's a brutal lesson in needing to adapt, and in underestimating just how far a determined, ingenious, and ruthless adversary might go to achieve victory.
Well, this has certainly been a deep dive. We've covered a lot from the struggles of states like Wei, the complexities of sorting out history, Suli's incredible use of persuasion with that fable.
Right through to the staggering costs of victory at Changping, the horror of the Skull Mountain, and BaiQi's devastating use of water at Yancheng.
We really hope this walkthrough has helped make sense of these complex events and strategies, maybe giving you some of those surprising insights, those aha moments we talked about.
Yeah, trying to distill it down, make it accessible without getting bogged down in, every single detail.
Definitely. And when you look at BaiQi, clearly a military genius, no doubt about it, but also so utterly ruthless, it really does raise that big, timeless question, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
When you're talking about war, about grand strategy, does the end ever justify means that extreme? Or are there ethical lines, boundaries, that just shouldn't be crossed no matter what strategic advantage you might gain?
It's a tough one. No easy answers when you look back at history like this. Something for you to definitely think about.
Absolutely. And hopefully it encourages you to keep digging into history and strategy. There's always more to uncover, more layers to understand. Okay, let's dive right in. We're stepping back into one of the most dramatic, transformative eras in ancient history, the Qin Unification Wars.
Right. This is when Qin is really on the move, trying to bring all its rivals under one roof, basically forge the first unified empire.
And today, our deep dive is focused on a really critical, high-stakes moment within that whole massive ambition that campaigns against the state of Chu.
Yeah, Chu was enormous, a real powerhouse. Honestly, probably the biggest single challenge Qin faced on its path to unification.
And there's this specific period, a moment of, well, real crisis, you could say, where Qin actually stumbled pretty badly before getting the win.
A major stumble. It started with a campaign led by General Li Shin. Seemed okay at first, you know?
Yeah, looked promising. Confident general seemed like a solid plan, but it ended in a frankly, pretty devastating defeat for Qin. Humiliating, really.
Oh, absolutely. A huge blow. Could have easily derailed the whole project Yingzheng, the future first emperor, was aiming for.
Definitely. So that failure, it brings our main figure into the spotlight today, Wang Jian.
Wang Jian, the veteran. Highly respected, seasoned general. But interestingly, not the guy chosen for that first attempt.
Right. So after Li Shin's disaster, it's Wang Jian who gets the call to basically salvage the whole situation.
And his story here, it's so much more than just, military tactics. It's like a masterclass in navigating the incredibly dangerous world of power under a ruler who'd become known for being, let's say, suspicious.
That's the really fascinating bit. So our mission today is to really dig into what happened around this crucial campaign, explore how Yingzheng reacted to that massive failure, which might surprise you.
Yeah, his reaction is quite telling.
And then really unpack Wang Jian's seemingly peculiar demands and his incredibly calculated strategy, a strategy not just for winning the war, but crucially for his own survival and his family's security.
It's this amazing blend of just enormous military scale and incredibly shrewd political thinking.
Okay, so let's set the stage properly. That first attempt, the one that went wrong, what happened with Li Shin's campaign against Shu?
Right, so this is around 225 BCE. Qin is making a big push. While another general, Wang Ben, is doing well up north, the really critical southern front against Chu that gets handed to Li Jin. Meng Wu is his second in command.
And Legion felt pretty confident, didn't he? I remember reading he figured, what, 200,000 troops would be enough.
He did, yeah, 200,000. And, initially things seemed to be going his way. They planned this pincer movement, split their forces.
Okay.
Legion hits places like Pingyu. Meng Wu goes for Qin. And they had some early successes, yeah. They routed some Chu forces in those first clashes.
Legion even captured Yanning, right? Which is an old Chu capital Qin had taken before. Although, isn't there some debate about that?
There is, yeah. Some historical discussion. Was it Yanning, or maybe Chu had retaken it, or maybe the record actually means Chening, another former capital, which suggests the fighting was maybe happening further east.
Okay, so details are a bit fuzzy, but bottom line, they took important territory early on.
Right, they were making progress. They linked up at a place called Chengfu. It looked like the plan was working. Smooth sailing.
But that's exactly when it all fell apart.
Completely, abruptly.
Yeah.
Instead of scattering like maybe Legion expected, the main Shu army just turned the tables.
Oh.
They started trailing the Qin forces relentlessly. We're told they pursued them nonstop for 3 days and nights.
3 days and nights. Wow. That kind of sustained pursuit is intense.
It really speaks to the desperation, maybe the tenacity of the Chu forces, doesn't it? And when they finally caught up to the Qin army, they launched this surprise, concentrated attack.
And the result?
A total disaster for Qin. They overwhelmed Legion's army, breached 2 separate Qin camps, and killed 7 senior Qin officers.
7 in one go.
Oof.
That's basically crippling the command structure right there.
It was devastating. Legion himself, forced to flee, basically run back to Qin. The whole campaign was in ruins. A massive, embarrassing defeat for Qin. A really serious blow to their unification plans.
So this huge investment, this confident general, just routed. Now, you'd expect Yingzing, the king, to be absolutely furious, which, okay, he was.
Understandably.
But you might also expect him to, I don't know, lash out, execute Li Jin immediately, blame everyone else to save face. That's often how powerful rulers react to failure, isn't it?
It really is. You think of examples through history, right? Rulers facing defeat because of their own bad calls, then turning on the very people who warned them or who just failed under impossible circumstances. It's almost a natural human tendency sometimes, deflecting blame.
But Yingzing, he didn't really go down that path here. Not exactly.
No, and this is where you see a surprisingly pragmatic side of Yingzheng's leadership. Yes, he was furious, of course. But his next big move wasn't just punishment.
What did he do?
He did something much more strategic. He personally traveled to Pingyang to see Wang Jian.
Ah, the general whose advice he'd ignored earlier.
Precisely. See, Wang Jian had initially told Yingzheng that taking Chu, that would need a massive force, maybe as many as 600,000 troops.
And Jingzheng had gone with Legion's cheaper, smaller estimate of 200,000 instead.
Exactly. So now the king goes, cap in hand almost, to the man whose advice he disregarded right after that very decision blew up in his face.
Okay, so what did he actually say to Wang Ji? Must have been awkward.
He essentially humbled himself. The accounts have him saying something like, look, I didn't listen to your strategy, and because of that, Legion disgraced the Qin army. Now, I know you said you're ill, but can you really bear to just abandon me now?
Wow. He actually acknowledged his own strategic mistake. That's not something you always expect from an autocratic ruler, is it?
It's a really significant moment. He recognized the root cause of the disaster wasn't just Legion failing on the battlefield. It was his own mistake in underestimating Chu and not committing enough resources, going against the counsel of his most experienced general.
So instead of just finding a scapegoat, he diagnosed the core problem, his own misjudgment. And that clarity showed him the only real solution. Bring back the expert.
Bring back Wang Jian. Give him what he needs.
That's actually pretty wise leadership, in a ruthless sort of way. Focus on fixing the problem, not just assigning blame.
Exactly. Go get Wang Jian. Give him the army he originally asked for, and this time, implement his plan.
Okay, so the king comes calling, admits he messed up, pleads for help. Wang Jian, the old veteran, does he just jump at the chance? Say, I told you so.
Well, the accounts suggest Wang Jian initially showed some reluctance, even pretended to be ill.
Playing coy. Or maybe genuine caution after being sidelined before.
Probably a bit of both, But Yingzheng insisted. Basically told him enough. Stop with the excuses. I need you.
Okay, so the king pressures him.
And Wang Jian lays out his terms. He says basically, all right, if you're absolutely determined to use me, then I must have 600,000 troops, nothing less.
600,000. That's a staggering number for the time. 3 times the army Li Shan had?
It was absolutely monumental. And Ying Zheng, having learned that very harsh lesson, he agreed immediately, decisively. Said he'd follow Wang Jian's plan to the letter.
So Wang Jian gets this colossal force he believed was necessary all along.
He does. The king himself even escorted him and the army part of the way as they departed from Bashang, full backing this time.
Okay, so he's got the army, he's got the king's trust restored, seemingly. But then Wang Jian starts acting in a way that seems, well, frankly, downright odd.
Right. This is where the story gets really interesting, and it shows Wang Jian's genius wasn't just on the battlefield. As he's leaving with the king right there, he immediately starts asking for land and mansions.
Hang on. He's about to lead, arguably, the biggest, most critical military campaign in Qin history, commanding this enormous army. And he's focused on real estate now.
That's exactly what the records tell us. And apparently the king was a bit taken aback, said something like, General, just go. Why are you worrying about being poor later?
Yeah, exactly. You're leading 600,000 troops. You're clearly in the king's highest favor right now. What's with the requests?
Yeah. But Wang Jian's reply gives us the first hint. He says something along the lines of, look, as your general, even if I win big, I might not get the title and security I want for my family later. So while you still trust me now, I'm asking for these estates to lock down my family's future. And apparently, the king just laughed it off. Maybe thought it was just a strange personal quirk.
Okay. A little unusual, maybe grasping, but perhaps understandable if he's thinking long-term legacy for his kids.
Yeah.
But he didn't stop there, did he?
No, he absolutely did not. Even after this huge army had marched off and was getting close to the pass leading out of Qin territory, Wang Jian sent messengers back to the king 5 separate times asking for more land and property.
5 times. Okay, now that's way beyond just being a bit eccentric about inheritance. Why on earth would a general, entrusted with the fate of the entire state on this massive campaign, be so obsessively focused on personal wealth at precisely this moment?
This is the absolute core of Wang Jian's, well, his political genius. And it's a timeless lesson, really, in how to navigate power when the guy at the top is known for suspicion. Someone, apparently one of his own men, questioned him about it, said, sir, aren't you pushing it a bit with these demands?
Yeah, I'd be thinking that too.
And Wang Jian's explanation is just legendary, he says, essentially. No, you don't understand. This king is suspicious by nature. He's just handed me virtually all of Qin's military power. If I don't keep asking for stuff like fields and houses, things to secure my family's future, he'll start doubting me. He'll suspect I have higher ambitions than just getting rich.
Ah, so it wasn't really about the mansions at all. It was a performance, a calculated strategy.
Exactly. It was entirely deliberate. He was intentionally making himself look small-minded, like his only real goal was personal gain, securing his retirement fund.
Yeah, I think I see.
Because under a ruler like Yingzheng, who held absolute power and was maybe prone to paranoia, being too perfect, too virtuous, too selflessly dedicated to the state, without any obvious personal angle, that could actually make you seem more dangerous.
How so?
It might signal you're not content with just wealth or rank, that maybe you have loftier ambitions, like perhaps aiming for the throne itself one day.
Right. So by acting like a slightly greedy general, focused only on feathering his own nest, he was sending a clear message back to Yingzheng. Don't worry about me. My ambitions stop at a comfortable retirement and setting up my kids. I don't want your job.
It's like a textbook example of survival under intense autocratic scrutiny. You cultivate a persona that's actually less threatening than the reality of the power you hold might suggest. You make yourself seem mundane almost.
Wow. Contrast that with figures, maybe later in history, who seemed so disciplined or purely focused on ideals that rulers got nervous about what they really wanted.
Precisely. Wang Jian just went the other way completely, appeared almost venal.
Yeah. So sometimes looking too good can be risky, while looking a little bit greedy can actually be safer. That's incredibly cynical, but also incredibly smart.
It is, and it connects to the situation inside Qin at the time. Remember, Wang Jian mentioned merit not guaranteeing a title. That relates back to Qin's traditional reward system.
Shang Yang's reforms, right? All about collecting enemy heads.
Exactly. Brutally effective for expansion. Turns soldiers into, as the saying went, starving wolves seeing meat. Kill enemies, get rank, get land. Simple. But also encouraged, massive slaughter.
Which maybe wasn't ideal when you started actually conquering and needing to rule these places.
Right, it became a bit counterproductive, and during the time Lu Buwei was influential, before Ying Zheng purged him, there were efforts to kind of soften Qin's image, make it seem more like a righteous force, adjust how titles were granted, move away slightly from just pure kill counts.
But Ying Zheng got rid of Lu Bu. You'd think he'd just go back to the old ways.
That's the interesting twist. Politically, yes, he rejected Lu Buwei, but in practice, he seems to have continued this somewhat different, maybe less strictly meritocratic approach to granting the very highest titles.
So it wasn't as straightforward as just kill ex-enemies, become a marquise anymore.
Apparently not, at the very top levels. Which could make the traditional path for a top general to secure his family's future through battlefield glory alone feel, well, maybe less certain than it used to be.
I see. So that might help explain why Wang Jian, even though he was indispensable, felt he needed to secure his family's wealth directly from the king by demanding land, rather than just assuming his victories would automatically translate into the highest rewards under this slightly changed system.
It could absolutely be part of it. So it's this brilliant mix. A political performance to reassure a suspicious king, and a very pragmatic move based on the realities of Qin's reward system at that specific moment. Survival strategy meets sharp institutional understanding.
It really shows a deep grasp, not just of war, but of politics, psychology, the whole court dynamic under Ying Zheng. It's fascinating.
And this calculated approach, crafting that persona, knowing how to handle power and suspicion, you can see how those insights about human behavior are still relevant thousands of years later.
Absolutely. Okay, so Wang Jin gets his 600,000 troops. He's done his elaborate real estate performance art to signal loyalty and limited ambition. He sets off. How did this massive second campaign against Chu actually turn out?
Well, with that colossal force, Wang Jin was methodical, cautious. He wasn't looking for quick, risky wins like Li Jin had tried. He led the army, took key territories, places like Chen, regions down towards Pingyu again. He built fortifications, apparently waited out the enemy sometimes, just used the sheer weight of his numbers and resources.
Played the long game with overwhelming force.
Seems like it, and the outcome this time.
Victory.
Total victory for Qin. The records indicate the main Chu general, Shang Yang, was defeated and killed. The Chu king was captured, and the state of Chu was finally conquered by Qin, broken up, and turned into Qin commanderies. End of Chu as an independent state.
So the massive force, used wisely this time under the right commander, did the job where the smaller one failed. It proved Wang Jin right.
It certainly did. It showed his initial assessment of the strength needed was spot on. But, even the details of this final victory have some interesting ambiguities in the historical accounts we have.
Oh.
Like what? Well, for instance, there's some scholarly debate about who exactly the captured Chu king was. Was it King Fuchu, the recognized ruler, or was it possibly this figure called Cheng Pingjun?
Cheng Pingjun. Who was he?
Get this, he was actually a high-ranking Qin official, possibly even related to the Qin royal family by marriage or blood. But somehow, late in the war, he seems to have switched sides and ended up leading resistance in Chu, maybe even being declared king by remnants of the Chu forces.
A Qin insider ending up leading the enemy against Shen.
Wow, that definitely adds a layer of complexity.
Doesn't it? And the records also differ a bit on the fate of the Chu general, Shang Yang. Did he die fighting Wang Jin, or did he commit suicide after the final defeat? The narratives aren't perfectly consistent. So it's not always a simple, clean story in the sources.
Rarely is, especially for events this far back. Historians have to work to piece together these different accounts. Sometimes archaeology helps, like the discovery of the Shuhudi Qin bamboo slips, which gave some more clues about figures like Cheng Pingjun and the administration of the time.
So the historical record itself is often like multiple threads, maybe slightly tangled, that you have to carefully try and weave together. That's really part of the challenge and the fascination of understanding history, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's like being a detective, constantly trying to reconstruct complex events from evidence that's sometimes incomplete, sometimes contradictory.
Okay, let's try and pull this all together then. We've looked at the sheer scale of the forts Wang Jian demanded and got. We've seen that surprising moment of leadership from Ying Zheng, admitting his mistake and recalling his best general.
A crucial decision.
And we've really dug into Wang Jian's genius, which clearly went way beyond just battle plans. It was this sophisticated understanding of political survival, managing the king's suspicions through those deliberate, almost counterintuitive demands for personal wealth.
It paints such a rich picture, doesn't it? Achieving something as monumental as unifying a nation required not just brute force, but also incredible political skill, deep personal calculation, knowing how to navigate those treacherous power
It
structures.
wasn't enough for him to be a brilliant general. He had to be a brilliant courtier, too, just in his own very unique, maybe slightly unsettling way.
He certainly played the game effectively.
So for us, looking back thousands of years later,
Mm.
what's the big takeaway from this deep dive? What does it offer us?
Well, I think understanding how figures like Wang Jian operated successfully within these systems of immense power, where danger was always lurking,
Yeah.
it wasn't just about their obvious talents like military skill. It was also about carefully crafting their public image, making these calculated moves that seem weird on the surface, like asking for mansions 5 times. It offers incredible insight, I think. It makes you consider how human behavior, ambition, and the strategies people use for survival and security, especially when they're under pressure or scrutiny, how those things kind of resonate and maybe even repeat across different times and places, even today.
That's a really powerful thought to end on. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How much of the behavior we see from people in positions of influence or power today, things that might seem odd or just greedy or maybe strangely self-deprecating, could actually be a deliberate strategy? A carefully constructed persona designed to manage perceptions, deflect suspicion, or just survive. Definitely something worth thinking about. Look out across the landscape. See the mountains and rivers stretching to the horizon. Now imagine shaping that landscape on well, a colossal scale.
Yeah, building structures so immense they become symbols, etched into the very earth for millennia.
Exactly. We're talking about things like the Great Wall, the Qin Strait Road. These aren't just engineering feats. They're like the fingerprints of empire.
And behind these monumental efforts, there were individuals, real people whose lives were caught up in the ambition, the power, and, let's be honest, the brutality of building something that big.
Today, we're taking a deep dive into one such figure, Meng Tian. He was absolutely central to the early days of unified imperial China, serving under the legendary first emperor, Qin Shi Huang.
Right. Meng Tian wasn't just a celebrated general, though he was definitely that. He was also a master builder, but his story, it's also one of political intrigue, conspiracy, and ultimately tragedy.
So we're going to trace his path, from pushing back nomadic raiders in the north to orchestrating the construction of these epic defensive lines and supply routes.
And we'll wrestle with the complex ways history has remembered him. Was he this loyal, brilliant servant? Or maybe someone who enabled a tyrant?
Yeah, and then we'll pull back the curtain on the conspiracy that destroyed him. It's a really dramatic sequence involving ambition, betrayal, and a rather surprising ancient belief about disturbing the earth itself.
It's a story that offers a truly sharp look at how power, loyalty, and, well, the consequences of a grand ambition intersected right at the very foundation of one of history's greatest empires.
Think about figures today involved in huge, sometimes controversial national projects, or individuals navigating the incredibly high stakes of political power. Meng Tian's story, even centuries later, still gives us this potent window into that world.
And the human cost, really. The human cost of building empires.
Okay, let's unpack this. Our journey with Meng Tian really begins on the northern frontier, doesn't it? That's where he seems to have forged his reputation as a military leader.
It is, yeah. You have to paint a picture of what that border looked like for the Qin state before the empire was unified.
Right, so we're talking late Warring States period, just before Qin Shi Huang brought everything together.
Exactly. For centuries, the states in the Central Plains had faced constant pressure from nomadic groups to the north. The most prominent among them were the Xiongnu.
Ah, the Xiongnu. Highly skilled horsemen, right? Very mobile.
Incredibly mobile. And they frequently raided across the border, causing significant disruption. A particular point of vulnerability was the Hetao region, that big loop the Yellow River makes.
Okay, I know the area you mean.
If the Xiongnu controlled Hetao, they were uncomfortably close to the Qin heartland and the capital, Shang Yang. It was a persistent, really difficult security challenge.
So once Qin Shi Huang completed the unification, bringing the 6 warring states under a single banner, securing these vast new borders, became like priority number 1.
Absolutely. And dealing with that northern threat was paramount.
Makes sense.
Precisely. After establishing the empire, one of Qin Shi Huang's first major moves was turning his attention north. In 215 BC, just a few years into the empire, he made a decisive decision. He appointed Meng Tian to lead a force on a scale rarely seen before.
How big are we talking?
300,000 troops.
Wow. 300,000 troops. That's an enormous undertaking. How did Meng Tian even approach this first major campaign against the Xiongnu?
Well, Meng Tian proved himself a highly capable commander right away. He led this massive army north from the capital region, marching through areas like Shenzhen. His tactics were flexible and very effective.
How so? What did he do differently?
He didn't just rely on infantry, you see. He was excellent at coordinating different units, combining solid infantry lines with swift cavalry charges, and even chariots still played a role.
Ah, combined arms?
Exactly. This combined arms approach allowed him to quickly confront and defeat the main Xiongnu forces that were operating in that crucial Hetao region.
And what was the immediate result of that campaign? Did it work?
A clear victory for the Qin. Meng Tian successfully reclaimed the territory known as south of the river, which is basically the southern part of that valuable Hetao loop.
Okay.
The Xiongnu chieftain at the time, a leader named Tuman, he saw the sheer size and the operational effectiveness of Meng Tian's army.
He must have been intimidated.
You'd think so. Rather than risk further direct confrontation, he chose to retreat far northwards, reportedly moved some 700 a huge distance, just to put space between his forces and the Qin army.
So it wasn't just a single battle, it was more like a strategic maneuver that cleared them out of a huge, vital area.
Precisely. And Meng Tian didn't just win the battle and leave. He followed up the military victory by establishing Qin's control over the secured territory.
How did he consolidate those gains then? Secure that new frontier?
He pushed the Xiongnu further back into the northern deserts, essentially clearing the area south of the Yin Mountains. What had been contested borderland became integrated Qin territory.
And that new territory became a formal part of the empire.
Yeah.
Officially.
Exactly. The land that Meng Tian had reclaimed was quickly organized and integrated into the standardized administrative system of the Qin Empire. It became known as Jiuang Commandery.
Jiuang Commandery, okay.
This represented a significant expansion of Qin's direct control into the north, and it was a major strategic victory. It greatly reduced the immediate pressure on the capital region from Xiongnu raids.
So this campaign really cemented Meng Tian's reputation as a top-tier general, capable of handling huge forces, achieving big strategic goals.
Absolutely. It put him on the map, so to speak.
That makes perfect sense for his military fame. But, like you said, when most people hear the name Meng Tian, they think of construction, right? Building things.
Yeah.
After this success in the north, the emperor gave him another task, one of truly epic scale.
He did, yeah. Having secured the Hetao region militarily, Qin Shi Huang then assigned Meng Tian the responsibility for a monumental infrastructure project, consolidating and expanding the northern defensive walls.
Ah, the Great Wall. So there were already walls there.
Yes, various states like Qin itself, Zhao, and Yan had built sections of walls along their northern borders during the Warring States period. They were sort of patchy, disconnected.
Okay.
The emperor wanted to connect these disparate sections, integrate them into a unified system, and extend them to create a single, continuous defensive barrier.
And this is the project that becomes the basis for what we now call the Great Wall.
Precisely. Under Meng Tian's supervision, this massive project resulted in the formation of the 10,000-mile Great Wall. It stretched an immense distance, from Lintao in the far west all the way across to Liaodong in the east.
That's just staggering to think about, the manpower involved.
It was a massive undertaking involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers and conscripted civilians. They weren't just building new walls, they were linking up existing ones, fortifying strategic passes, building beacon towers for communication along the entire length, a huge logistical challenge.
It wasn't just a symbolic line in the sand then. It was designed as a functional defense system.
Absolutely. The goal was to create a barrier that would make large-scale nomadic incursions incredibly difficult, if not impossible. It channeled movement through specific, heavily guarded passes and allowed for much more efficient stationing and deployment of troops along the border.
Right. So it significantly eased the constant burden of small-scale border defense for the Qin army.
Exactly. It freed up resources, theoretically.
And the building projects didn't stop with the wall, did they? I mean, to support this vast defensive line and the newly acquired territory, you'd need some serious infrastructure.
That's right. Think about it. You've got a huge army stationed way up in the north, a massive construction project underway, and this vast new territory to administer all hundreds, maybe thousands of kilometers from the capital.
You need roads, fast roads.
You need a reliable way to move troops and supplies quickly. So Meng Tian also oversaw the construction of what became known as the Qin Straight Road.
Through a straight road. That sounds, well, exactly like what it was.
It pretty much was. An incredible feat of engineering for the time. A road roughly 700 kilometers long that ran remarkably directly from the capital, Shang Yang, north, to the new Jian commandery, where the wall and the army were based.
How did they make it so straight? The terrain isn't flat.
No, definitely not. To achieve that straightness, they had to level mountains and fill in valleys and ravines. It was a massive earthwork project in itself, almost as demanding as the wall in some way.
Just incredible. And its purpose was purely strategic. Military.
Primarily, yes. Its main function was speed and control. It allowed the Qin government to rapidly deploy troops and transport supplies to the northern frontier, crucial for maintaining control over that distant region and supporting both the military garrisons and the wall construction.
It sounds like the central nervous system connecting the capital to the northern edge of the empire.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
And Meng Tian wasn't just a general and an engineer, though. You mentioned he was also involved in developing and settling this northern frontier.
That's an important point. His role went beyond just military conquest and construction. To further stabilize the region and integrate it into the empire, Meng Tian also supervised the relocation of inland civilians to the Hettao area.
Bringing people up there to live.
Yes, but these settlers weren't just farmers in the typical sense. They were often organized as garrison farmers.
Garrison farmers. So they farmed the land, but were also part of the defense structure somehow.
Exactly. They would cultivate the land to produce food and resources for the troops and workers stationed on the frontier and the wall, which was vital. But they also created a settled population base in these border regions.
Ah, so it boosted food production and put more loyal kin subjects on the ground.
Right. It helped boost agricultural output, increase the Han population density in what had been sparsely populated or contested areas, and it facilitated regional development. Over time, it even contributed to a degree of ethnic integration as settlers interacted with existing local populations.
So his work truly encompassed military command, grand-scale engineering, and aspects of civil administration and frontier development. He really was a figure of truly immense capability during the Qin's early years.
He really was a multi-talented driving force behind the emperor's vision.
So a brilliant, effective, multi-talented man who was seemingly indispensable to the emperor's grand vision for the empire. Now, while he's most famous for the north, was his influence felt in other parts of the empire as well? Did he get involved down south?
It seems likely, though the records are less detailed than his northern work. Qin Shi Huang was also determined to expand the empire to the south, conquering the Lingnan region.
Lingnan. That covers modern-day Guangdong, Guangxi, parts of northern Vietnam.
Exactly. That campaign happened around 214 BC, so pretty much concurrently with some of the northern activities.
Who were the main commanders in the south? Was Meng Tian in charge there too?
Generals like Ren Shao and Zatuo are usually credited as the primary leaders of the southern campaigns against the various Baiyu tribes. They were the ones leading the main push. However, some historical accounts suggest that Meng Tian may have played a supporting role, perhaps serving as a deputy or a high-level advisor, assisting in the military operations, and crucially, the subsequent consolidation of Qin control in the south.
So even if he wasn't the overall commander, his involvement at a high level would have been significant. And like in the north, he likely helped establish the administrative framework after the conquest, getting things organized.
That's highly probable. Just as he was key in setting up Julian commandery in the north, it's likely he contributed to implementing Qin's standardized administrative system, the commandery county structure in the newly conquered southern territories like Nanhai, Guilin, and Sheng.
Bringing that centralized administrative model to the south would have been absolutely crucial for binding it to the empire, wouldn't it?
It was fundamental, and beyond just administration, figures like Meng Tian would likely have been involved in introducing aspects of Central Plains culture, agricultural techniques, and fostering interaction between the Han settlers moving south and the indigenous southern populations.
A long process, I imagine.
Well, absolutely, a very long process. But the foundations laid by the Qin in establishing their authority and systems in the south were vital for China's later territorial expansion and cultural development in that region.
So whether as a primary commander or a high-level advisor, his influence likely extended across both the vast northern and southern frontiers of the early empire. He really sounds like a truly pivotal figure in shaping the physical and administrative reality of the Qin Empire.
He really does. Hard to overstate his importance in those early years.
But his story isn't purely one of achievement, is it? There's a complex historical judgment on his life, a darker side, or at least a more controversial side.
There absolutely is. And the most influential judgment, the one that echoes down through history, comes from Sima Qin, the great historian who compiled the records of the Grand Historian much later, maybe a century or so after these events.
Okay, Sima Qian. And he was writing after seeing the Qin Dynasty collapse pretty quickly and brutally, right? So that probably colored his view.
Definitely. He witnessed the consequences of Qin rule firsthand, or at least the immediate aftermath. And he was quite critical of Meng Tian, despite fully acknowledging his capabilities as a general and builder.
What was Sima Qian's core criticism of Meng Tian then? What was the problem?
Sima Qian's argument is really rooted in morality and statesmanship. He felt that after Qin unified the realm, the people were utterly exhausted. Years of constant warfare, immense hardship. They needed relief.
Makes sense.
As a celebrated general, someone with the emperor's ear, Sima Qian believed Meng Tian had a duty to advocate for the welfare of the people. He should have advised the emperor to, temper his ambitions, alleviate suffering, focus on social harmony, let people recover.
And instead, Sima Qian argues.
Instead, Sima Qian saw Meng Tian as essentially enabling Qin Shi Huang's tyrannical tendencies. By throwing himself into these massive, incredibly costly and labor-intensive building projects, the Great Wall, the Straight Road, projects that required immense human suffering and exhaustion.
Right, the things we just praised him for building.
Exactly. Sima Qian felt Meng Tian was simply catering to the emperor's grand, destructive desires rather than serving the greater good of the populace. He wasn't pushing back.
That's a pretty harsh view. He essentially blames Meng Tian for going along with the emperor's potentially oppressive agenda.
He does. Sima Qian famously concludes that because Meng Tian accommodated the emperor's ambitions in this way, his eventual execution, along with his brothers, was not undeserved. He dismissed any notion that their deaths were due to supernatural reasons or fate.
Wow, not undeserved. That's strong.
It is. To Sima Qian, the reason they met a tragic end was their failure to act as wise, compassionate advisors when they had the opportunity and the influence to do so.
So, while acknowledging the military genius and the building prowess, Sima Qian's criticism boils down to a moral and political failure in his eyes. A failure of duty to the people, not just the emperor.
Precisely. But it's important to stress, Sima Qian wasn't blind to the achievements. He fully acknowledged Meng Tian's significant military victories were essential to consolidating Qin's unity and securing that northern frontier.
Okay.
And he also recognized that Meng Tian's strategies for frontier defense, his engineering marvels like the wall and the straight road, they became important models and precedents for later dynasties. So it's a nuanced critique. Acknowledging the accomplishments while laying heavy blame for the political and moral choices made under a tyrannical ruler.
It really forces you to think about that question, doesn't it? How much responsibility does an official bear for the policies of a ruler, especially if that ruler is despotic? Even if the official is highly capable and loyal to that ruler.
It's an enduring dilemma, isn't it? Meng Tian was undeniably effective at the tasks given to him. He appears to have been fiercely loyal to Qin Shi Huang.
But was it his obligation, as a high-ranking figure, to push back, to offer counsel that prioritized the people's welfare over the ruler's grand projects, even if it meant risking imperial disfavor, or worse?
Sima Qian clearly believed that was his duty, and his failure to do so, in Sima Qian's view, was a significant moral lapse that ultimately contributed to his downfall. Which brings us to the dramatic and, well, dark turn in Meng Tian's story, his downfall. And it really is a classic tale of high-stakes palace intrigue, isn't it?
It absolutely is. The entire political landscape just shifted violently, suddenly, with the death of Qin Shi Huang in 210 BC.
He died away from the capital, right, on a tour.
Exactly. Unexpectedly, while on a grand tour. This created an immediate power vacuum, which was very quickly exploited by powerful figures at court. The two main conspirators were Zhao Gao, a highly influential eunuch.
Zhao Gao always seems to be involved in these plots.
He's a key figure, yes. And Li Si, who is the prime minister, a very powerful man in his own right.
So these two plotted to control the succession, to choose the next emperor.
Precisely. Qin Shi Huang had designated his eldest son, Fusu, as his heir. Now, Fusu was serving up on the northern frontier, overseeing the army and the Great Wall project.
Working closely with Meng Tian.
Exactly. They had a close relationship. Meng Tian was effectively serving alongside him. Zhao Gao, driven by his own ambition, wanted to install a younger, far more controllable son named Hu Hai on the throne instead.
And Li Si, the prime minister.
No.
Why would he go along with this?
Li Si was concerned about his own position under Fusu. He had alienated Fusu with some of his previous policies, notably the suppression of scholars, the book burnings. Li Si feared Fusu might replace him, or worse.
So self-preservation for Li Si, ambition for Zhao Gao.
Pretty much sums it up. They decided to intercept the emperor's will, which named Fusu, and forge a new one.
Just intercept the emperor's last command. That's incredibly risky.
Hugely risky. That was the core of the plot. They manufactured a false imperial decree. This forged edict instructed Prince Fusu to commit suicide, accusing him of disloyalty, and, crucially, it also ordered Meng Tian to commit suicide.
Take out the heir and his most powerful supporter in one go.
The plan was clear. Eliminate the legitimate heir apparent and his most powerful military supporter, the guy who commanded the largest, most battle-hardened army in the empire.
And how did Zhao Gao, the eunuch, manage to convince Li Si, the prime minister, a man of immense power himself, to participate in such a dangerous act of treason? Li Si must have known the risks.
Oh, he did. This is where Zhao Gao's manipulative genius really comes to the fore. When Zhao Gao first proposed the scheme to Li Si was reportedly appalled. He called it treason, outright refused, said such a discussion was beyond their place as subjects.
So he resisted initially.
He did, but Zhao Gao was prepared. He knew Li Si's fears and vulnerabilities intimately, and he played on them masterfully.
How did he break Li Si's resistance then? What did he say?
He used this powerful persuasive technique described in the histories as making 5 comparisons. He directly challenged Li Si to compare himself to Meng Tian in 5 critical aspects, systematically highlighting Li Si's weaknesses and just how precarious his position would be if Fusu became emperor.
Okay, walk us through these 5 comparisons. What were they?
First, Zhao Gao asked Li Si, "In ability, how do you compare to him?" This immediately put Li Si on the defensive. Meng Tian commanded hundreds of thousands of elite troops, oversaw these colossal projects. Li Si's power was entirely bureaucratic, based on the emperor's favor, administrative authority. He had no independent military base, no leverage outside the palace.
Point 1. Military power. Li Si has none, Meng Tian has tons.
Okay. Second, Zhao Gao asked, "In achievements, how do you compare?" He contrasted Meng Tian's concrete, undeniable military victories and grand building projects with Li Si's achievements, which, as we mentioned, included policies like the burning of books, policies that were controversial, unpopular with many, and could easily be seen as liabilities under a new ruler, especially if Fusu favored scholars.
Point 2. Legacy. Meng Tian's looks solid, Li Si's is problematic.
Right. Third, in strategic foresight without error, how do you compare? This highlighted Meng Tian's consistent success and reliability in executing the emperor's plans, implying Li Si might be prone to political missteps or lack Meng Tian's steady hand in navigating future challenges, particularly the turbulent succession.
Point 3. Reliability. Meng Tian is proven, Li Si maybe less so.
Fourth, in popular trust, how do you compare? Meng Tian commanded respect among the vast northern army and had that strong connection with the heir apparent, Fusu, through their time on the frontier together. Li Si, known for his harsh legalist policies, was likely much less popular, and crucially, Fusu was known to distrust Li Si precisely because of those policies. Meng Tian's relationship with Fusu made him a direct threat to Li Si's future influence.
Point 4. Popularity and trust, especially with the heir. Meng Tian wins again.
And finally, perhaps the most devastating comparison. In closeness and favor with the crown prince Fusu, how do you compare? This hit Li Si right where he was most vulnerable. Zhao Gao knew Li Si's standing with the heir was weak, shaky at best, while Meng Tian had clearly bonded with Fusu on the frontier. This starkly illustrated Li Si's lack of access and influence over the man who was supposed to be the next emperor, cementing his precarious future under Fusu.
Wow. So Zhao Gao just systematically dismantled Li Si's confidence, showing him exactly how much more powerful and connected Meng Tian was, particularly if Fusu took the throne.
Exactly. Each comparison chipped away at Li Si's resolve, emphasizing his lack of military power, the potential political cost of his past actions, and his extreme vulnerability to a new ruler who clearly favored his rival. Faced with this barrage, Li Si had to concede. He reportedly replied, "None of these 5 aspects match Meng Tian."
He admitted it. So how did Zhao Gao deliver the final blow to secure Li Si's cooperation? What sealed the deal?
Having cornered Li Si with the 5 comparisons, Zhao Gao then appealed to his deepest, most primal fear, the historical fate of high-ranking officials in the Qin state.
Ah, the tendency for powerful people to meet bad ends in Qin.
Precisely. He reminded Li Si that very few meritorious ministers or generals in Qin had ever managed to die a natural death or pass on their honors to their descendants. He pointed out how often powerful officials were purged, their careers ending violently, their clans destroyed.
A grim history.
Very. Zhao Gao then highlighted that the late emperor had over 20 sons, implying that political purges were a constant danger under any potential successor, not just Fusu. He framed alliance with Zhao Gao and their chosen heir, Hu Hai, as Li Si's only realistic path to survival and protecting his family line.
It was a chillingly effective appeal to pure self-preservation. Forget loyalty, forget duty. This is about survival.
It was. Zhao Gao successfully convinced Li Si that his position was utterly untenable under Fusu, and that aligning with the plot was his sole chance for security. Manipulated by this dark, pragmatic logic, terrified by the prospect of his own and his clan's destruction, Li Si finally agreed to cooperate.
And with the prime minister on board, providing that crucial legitimacy, the fate of Fusu and the Meng brothers was sealed.
Yes. Li Si's participation gave the forged imperial decree the necessary authority to be carried out. The plot could now succeed.
So, the conspiracy works. The younger son, Hu Hai, is placed on the throne, becoming Emperor Qin Shi. What happens next to the Meng brothers? Does the new emperor act immediately?
With Hu Hai installed, the conspirators wasted absolutely no time. Meng Tian and his brother, Meng Yi, who was also a high-ranking official, the governor of the capital region, were seen as the most significant obstacles, the biggest threats to the new regime's power.
Right, they had loyalty to Fusu, and Meng Tian had the army.
Exactly. Qin Shi, acting on that forged decree and the constant urgings of Zhao Gao and Li Si, was determined to eliminate them both.
Now, the original decree ordered Fusu and Meng Tian to commit suicide. Fusu tragically complied immediately. Did Meng Tian also take his own life right away?
No, that's an important distinction. Fusi did, sadly. Seems he believed the decree was genuine. But Meng Tian, perhaps more suspicious or simply more resistant, maybe questioning the order, did not commit suicide then and there.
So what happened to him?
He was subsequently arrested and imprisoned along with his brother, Meng Yi. However, the plot really required the removal of both brothers, so their fate was pretty much sealed regardless of that initial hesitation.
But there was one voice raised against their execution, wasn't there? Someone tried to intervene.
Yes, there was a dramatic intervention by Xing. He was actually a nephew of the new emperor, Hu Hai. He stepped forward to make this passionate plea for the Meng brothers' lives, using historical examples to warn Hu Hai of the dangers of what he was doing.
What historical precedents did Xing cite? What was his argument?
He drew lessons from the very recent past, specifically the failures of other states during the Warring States period. He reminded Hu Hai of the state of Zhao, whose King Qian unjustly killed his brilliant general Li Mu.
Li Mu, a famous general.
Exactly. After Li Mu was gone, Zhao employed an incapable man named Yan Zhu, and the state was swiftly destroyed by Qin. He also mentioned King Jian of Qi, who executed his loyal ministers and favored a sycophant named Sheng, which led directly to Ti's rapid downfall as well.
So Xing's message was stark and clear. States destroy themselves when their rulers discard loyal, capable officials and replace them with, well, yes-men and incompetence.
Precisely. He argued that the Meng brothers were like the essential pillars of Qin. To execute them unjustly overnight, killing loyal servants while promoting the untrustworthy, would completely erode confidence and trust among all the court officials and, crucially, utterly demoralize the army out on the frontier. It was a powerful argument based on very recent, very relevant history.
A logically sound warning, you would think. Did Emperor Qin Shi listen? Did it have any effect?
Tragically, no, he did not. Under the heavy influence of Zhao Gao and Li Si, Emperor Qin Shi ignored Xing's counsel entirely. He was set on eliminating any potential threat, any remnant of loyalty to Fusu.
So the executions went ahead.
They did. Meng Yi was executed, and then Meng Tian, identified in some accounts as holding the post of governor of the capital region at that point, also met his end. He was ultimately forced to commit suicide in prison.
So, despite a reasoned appeal citing historical disaster, Xing failed to save the Mengs. Why do you think his argument fell on such deaf ears? Why didn't that historical logic work?
It really speaks volumes about the fundamental nature of the Qin regime at that exact moment, doesn't it? Xing's argument, while logical from the perspective of traditional statecraft, the idea that good rulers cherish loyal ministers, perhaps didn't fully grasp the reality of Qin's hyper-centralized autocracy as it was then evolving under the influence of Zhao Gao and Li Si.
Meaning the rules had changed.
In a way, yes. In this kind of system, the ruler's will, especially when manipulated by ruthless figures like Zhao Gao, was absolute. No individual, regardless of their talent, their fame, their apparent indispensability, even someone who commanded the main army or built the Great Wall, was truly safe or irreplaceable.
Anyone could be discarded.
Anyone could be discarded effortlessly if they were perceived as a political liability or an obstacle to the ruling faction's power. The emperor's determination, fueled by the conspirators' fear and ambition, simply overrode any appeal to historical precedent or reasoned statecraft. The system itself allowed for it.
A chilling reminder of how absolute power can just disregard even the most obvious historical lessons. So, Meng Tian is facing his final moments in prison, forced into taking his own life. What were his last thoughts, his final words before he died? Do we know?
We do, and it's an incredibly poignant moment captured in the historical accounts, particularly by Sima Qian. Facing the envoy sent by the emperor to deliver the final order, Meng Tian initially tries to reason. He reminds the envoy of his family's generations of loyal service to Qin, his own immense achievements for the state. He pleads for a reprieve, asks for reconsideration.
But the envoy wasn't moved.
No, the envoy was resolute, the order stood. Knowing there was no escape, Meng Tian makes this powerful declaration just before he takes the poison or however he died. He reflects on his family's legacy. 3 generations of meritorious service to Qin, citing his grandfather Meng Ao and his father Meng Wu, both famous generals.
Emphasizing his loyalty, his family's loyalty?
Absolutely. He emphasizes his own position, commanding that massive army of 300,000 troops. He even states that he could rebel, he had the power, the loyalty of the troops. But he chooses death instead, to uphold righteousness, to honor the principles taught by his ancestors, and to honor the grace shown to him by the late emperor Qin Shi Huang.
So he could have fought back, but chose not to out of principle.
That's his claim. He speaks with, you can imagine, some bitterness about how his family's fate was tied so closely to Qin's success for decades, only for the young new emperor to so easily discard that legacy. He even contrasts this with the difficulty a ruler in the older Zhou dynasty would have faced, trying to eliminate a founding minister, highlighting the stark difference in the power dynamics under the centralized Qin.
That sounds like a man struggling deeply with the sheer injustice of his fate, searching for some kind of reason, some explanation for it all.
It is, and in his initial despair, he reportedly cries out, "What crime have I committed against heaven to die innocent?"
A very human cry. Why is this happening to you?
Exactly. A desperate search for meaning, for some transgression that could possibly explain such an unjust end, especially when he saw himself as loyal and virtuous.
So how does he arrive at an answer to that agonizing question? What does he conclude?
This is perhaps the most surprising and maybe the most revealing element of his final thoughts. After a long pause, reflecting intensely, he settles on what he believes is the true cause of his unjust death. Not the politics, not Zhao Gao, not Lissy.
Okay.
He concludes that his guilt lies in severing the earth's veins, while he was building the Great Wall, and, perhaps more significantly, the straight road.
Severing the earth's veins, what does that mean?
He specifically laments leveling mountains and filling in vast ravines across the landscape during these massive construction projects. This, in his final estimation, was the attack against heaven, or against the natural order of the world, that ultimately led to his demise.
Wow, so not a political crime, not treason, but an environmental or spiritual crime, disturbing the land itself.
It is, and it delves deep into ancient Chinese cosmological beliefs. The concept of Earth's veins or demise symbolized the spiritual or vital energy flow of the land. Think of it like the land's spiritual arteries. It was partly metaphorical, representing the land's integrity and its connection to the cosmos, but it also had practical implications and beliefs surrounding activities like building or burial. There was a sense that you shouldn't disturb the earth too profoundly.
And the straight road definitely did that.
Absolutely. While the Great Wall often followed the natural topography, the Qin Straight Road was intentionally engineered to be straight, which involved unprecedented levels of earthwork, literally cutting through mountains, filling massive valleys. This kind of massive, disruptive manipulation of the landscape was viewed with deep reverence, but also a kind of apprehension.
People were wary of upsetting the natural balance.
Exactly. We know from Qin-era texts, like the Rishu or day books found in tombs, that there were various taboos and rituals related to earthwork. This reflects a widespread belief that profoundly disturbing the land's natural state could have consequences, perhaps offending spiritual forces or the cosmic order. So, in his final moments, searching for a reason beyond the immediate brutal political betrayal, Meng Tian reached for this ancient belief. He concluded that his grand projects had violated the earth itself, and that was why he was facing this end. It brought down retribution upon him.
That's fascinating. A top general and master builder attributing his own death to disturbing the natural world, rather than the actions of the emperor or the plotters who actually condemned him. It's a very different perspective.
It's a powerful psychological turn, isn't it? And it stands in really sharp contrast to Sima Qian's view of Meng Tian's death. Sima Qian, looking at the immense human cost of those projects and the sheer ruthlessness of the Qin court, had absolutely no time for explanations based on geomancy or offending heaven.
Right, Sima Qian had a much more earthly explanation. Remind us what his counterpoint was again.
Sima Qian firmly believed that Meng Tian's death was a direct, logical consequence of his political failure and his moral choices. He reiterated that Meng Tian deserved death not because he disturbed the earth, but because he failed in his fundamental duty as a high-ranking official.
His duty to advise compassion.
Exactly. He should have used his position, his influence, to advise the emperor to care for the people who were utterly exhausted by the years of war and, ironically, the forced labor on those very projects that Meng Tian oversaw. To Sima Qian, Meng Tian's end was a result of his human actions and political choices, a just outcome based on his complicity in the emperor's tyranny, not some kind of spiritual retribution for moving dirt around.
So Meng Tian sought a cosmic or spiritual explanation for his suffering, looking outward or upward, while Sima Qian saw it purely through the lens of human action, political consequence, and moral responsibility right here on Earth.
That's a key takeaway. Meng Tian's search for a reason, even perhaps inventing one like severing the Earth's veins, really underscores that deep-seated human need we all have to find explanation, to find meaning in the face of immense, seemingly unjust suffering.
Making sense of the senseless.
Right. It's a pattern you see throughout history, the need to impose order on chaos, sometimes by finding a cause where none seems apparent, maybe even blaming the victim or creating these external explanations, when the raw reality of arbitrary power or sheer misfortune is just too difficult to confront without some kind of framework or context.
Even later philosophers tried to debunk these kinds of ideas, right?
Yes. Thinkers like Wang Chong later on would try to rationally debunk such superstitious explanations, arguing for more logical causes. But rational arguments often struggle against powerful emotional and psychological needs, especially when facing death or profound injustice.
And perhaps this widespread need for an explanation for suffering, particularly the suffering of loyal or seemingly good people caught in the gears of capricious political forces, might have contributed to the later reception of certain philosophical or religious ideas in China.
It's a very compelling connection that's been suggested by some scholars. Figures like Meng Tian, and maybe even BaiQi, the Qin general infamous for the massacre at Chengping, who also reportedly felt he had offended heaven for the scale of death he caused.
Right, another general meeting a bad end.
Exactly. Both powerful individuals who met unjust ends and clearly grappled with the meaning of their fates. Their struggles might have contributed to a cultural climate, a sort of philosophical questioning that was more receptive to new ideas about suffering and consequence when they arrived later.
How did Buddhism, for example, offer a different kind of explanation?
Well, the Buddhist concept of karma provided a framework that offered a seemingly comprehensive, maybe even unfalsifiable, explanation for suffering and misfortune in this life. It suggested that current suffering, even an unjust death like Meng Tian's, could be understood as the result of actions, good or bad, committed either in this life or even in previous lives.
Ah, so it provides a reason, even if that reason is rooted in the past or unseen forces.
Exactly. It provided a powerful answer to that agonizing question of why seemingly good or loyal people sometimes suffered terrible fates, filling a philosophical or emotional void that traditional Confucian or Taoist philosophies maybe didn't address in quite the same direct way when it came to individual, seemingly senseless suffering.
So Meng Tian's final, very personal attempt to explain his own death by invoking the Earth's veins might actually point towards broader cultural and psychological currents that made China receptive to new religious and philosophical ideas later on. That's quite a thought.
It is. His intensely personal search for meaning in his own death touches upon much larger historical developments regarding how people conceptualize suffering, justice, and consequence in China. It's fascinating.
His story is clearly incredibly complex, and historians haven't landed on a single, simple view of his legacy. How have others viewed him over the centuries, beyond Sima Qian's influential critique? Are there other major perspectives?
Yes, definitely. There are other significant perspectives that add more layers to the judgment, making it even more complex. We have figures like Yang Zheng, a philosopher writing relatively closer in time to the Qin Dynasty in the Han. He held a very harsh view, articulating it quite powerfully in his exemplary sayings.
Yang Sheng. Okay, what was his take?
He posed this direct, really challenging question. Meng Tian was loyal, yet executed. Is loyalty worthwhile? A fundamental question.
Oh, that cuts right to the heart of it. And what was Yang Sheng's answer to that pointed question?
Yang Shang's answer was blunt and pretty uncompromising. No. He believed Meng Tian's loyalty was ultimately unworthy.
Unworthy. Why?
He argued that by serving the emperor and overseeing projects that moved mountains, filled valleys, built from Lintao to Liaoshui, clearly referencing the Straight Road and the Great Wall, Meng Tian effectively exhausted the people's strength while piling up corpses.
Oof, that's graphic.
It is. To Yang Sheng, the sheer human cost of Meng Tian's projects, which he undertook in loyalty to the emperor, rendered that loyalty not just valueless, but actually culpable, blameworthy. His judgment is firmly grounded in the terrible outcome for the people, regardless of Meng Tian's personal intentions or his fidelity to the ruler.
So condemnation based purely on the negative consequences of his service, even if he was just following orders loyally.
Exactly. It shifts the focus entirely away from intent or loyalty itself and onto the impact on the populace. Then, fast forward many centuries later, we have Sima Guang, the prominent historian of the Song dynasty, compiling his massive history. He offered a perspective that might be seen as more nuanced, perhaps, than either Sima Qian's or Yang Zheng's.
Sima Guang. Okay, what was his take on Meng Tian? How did he balance things?
Well, Sima Guang viewed Qin Shi Huang, without question, as a tyrant who brought immense suffering to the realm. In this context, Sima Guang saw Meng Tian as functioning primarily as the emperor's tool, like an instrument used for bad ends.
A tool of a tyrant.
Right. He argued that Meng Tian's willingness to serve Qin Shi Huang's destructive agenda, facilitating projects that caused such widespread hardship, showed a fundamental lack of benevolence, meaning he wasn't acting out of concern for the people's welfare. That was a major failing in Sima Guang's view.
Okay, so criticism there. But you said it was nuanced.
Yes, because, however, Sima Guang also found something admirable, something praiseworthy in Meng Tian's final actions. He believed Meng Tian understood a crucial aspect of a minister's duty in that specific historical context. Even when facing an unjust death order, even when completely innocent, he accepted his fate without rebelling, without showing disloyalty to the imperial authority he served.
So accepting death loyally was seen as a virtue.
Sima Guang saw this acceptance of death, this maintenance of loyalty, even in the face of utter injustice from the throne, as a form of virtue or commendable conduct within the specific context of being a minister to an absolute ruler. It showed he understood his place, even if his master was flawed.
So Sima Guang saw him as enabling tyranny and lacking benevolence because of whom he served, but also praised his ultimate adherence to the principle of loyalty right up to his death. That's a complex, almost paradoxical judgment.
It truly is, and these different perspectives, Sima Qian focusing on his failure to advise compassion, Yang Xiang condemning him for the human cost of his actions, and Sima Guang balancing his role as a tyrant's tool with his ultimate demonstration of subordinate loyalty, they collectively force us, I think, to confront the enduring moral dilemma at the very heart of Meng Tian's story.
And what is that core dilemma boiled down?
It's that fundamental question. Is loyalty inherently good? Or does its value depend entirely on what or whom that loyalty serves? What should a person of influence, a person like Meng Tian, do when their personal virtue, like loyalty to their ruler, comes into direct conflict with their own survival? Or worse, when serving the state means enabling tyranny and causing immense suffering to countless others?
Those are heavy questions.
They are. And figures like Yang Zheng and Sima Guang, they pull the discussion away from Meng Tian's own earth veins explanation, away from the cosmic, and firmly ground it in the difficult, messy, real-world consequences of one's choices when serving at the apex of power. Meng Tian's life leaves us grappling with that profound and deeply uncomfortable question.
His story, then, is just a powerful and tragic window into the realities of power in early imperial China. It really shows that even monumental achievements, things that last millennia, can be tragically undone by politics, and the demands of serving a ruthless leader can lead to impossible moral compromises.
Absolutely. Meng Tian was undeniably a brilliant general. He expanded and defended the empire. He was a master builder whose projects literally reshaped the landscape and laid infrastructure that lasted for centuries, millennia even. But he was ultimately a loyal servant, caught and destroyed by the brutal, unforgiving machinery of the very centralized state he played such a key role in building and consolidating. His story is just a stark, sobering reminder of the personal cost of living and serving under absolute power.
It truly is. He built structures intended to endure for 10,000 miles and 10,000 years, symbols of an empire's permanence. Yet his own life and the legacy of his family's generations of service were extinguished in an instant by political machination.
Gone, just like that.
It really makes you consider, does the sheer scale and impact of a person's achievements ever justify the human cost incurred in their creation? And what is the true measure of a life lived at the very pinnacle of power, especially when that power is absolute and unforgiving?
It's a question Meng Tian's story leaves hanging right there for us to ponder, isn't it? Centuries later, still relevant, still uncomfortable.
Imagine this. Rain. Just relentless rain, turning roads into mud. You've got 900 soldiers, right? Conscripts, miles from home, stuck.
Completely stuck.
And they've got this deadline, impossible to make. And somewhere in that misery, that drumming rain, someone whispers, maybe thinks, we're dead either way. Why not fight back?
That's the moment, isn't it? That spark.
Welcome to the deep dive. We dive into these pivotal moments, pull out the surprising details, the things that change how you see history.
And today, we're going way back, ancient China.
Exactly. To the moment that really kicked off the rebellion against the Qin Empire, one of the most feared empires ever. We're zeroing in on Sheng and Guang.
Their story is fascinating.
It really is. You'll see, it's way more than just a simple peasant revolt. It's tangled up with ambition, politics, even some supernatural beliefs. It's a complex human story.
It's absolutely a moment where this immense imperial pressure just hits its limit. The Qin Dynasty under Huai, the second emperor, well, it was teetering without even realizing how close to the edge it was.
When it happened fast.
Yeah. Incredibly fast. His reign lasted, what, maybe 9 months before the Xiang Uprising just explodes? 9 months. That's just an astonishing speed for an empire like Qin to start collapsing.
9 months. Wow. That's barely settling in. What on earth was going on under Huai that made things fall apart so quickly?
To put it mildly, it was chaos. A reign of terror, really. Huai was young, barely 21, and he immediately starts these brutal purges.
Purges of who?
His own siblings, for starters, wiped them out, their families too, and then countless officials he didn't like, from the capital all the way out to the provinces, executed.
Just like that.
Just like that. The laws were draconian, enforced without mercy, without reason. It created this climate of pure fear, not just for ordinary people, but right inside the government itself. Everyone was terrified.
So the empire wasn't just facing external threats. It was actively, eating itself from the inside with paranoia and violence. And you said Huai was young. Was he really in charge, or was someone pulling the strings?
He was totally dependent on his confidant, the eunuch Zhao Gao.
Ah, Zhao Gao. I've heard that name.
And here's the real problem. Zhao Gao was a genius, an absolute master of conspiracy and manipulation. But governance, statecraft, he knew nothing. Zero skill.
So the guy whispering in the young emperor's ear was only good at plotting.
Exactly. His interests were purely his own, completely different from the emperor's, fatally different. So you have this young, clueless emperor getting advice from someone whose talent was intrigue, not running an empire. It was, well, a recipe for absolute disaster. It had to fall apart.
And yet, amidst all this internal turmoil, this treacherous advice, they were still pushing ahead with those enormous building projects, weren't they? Didn't they restart the Yipang Palace?
Oh, absolutely. It's almost unbelievable that empire's cracking and Huai just recklessly restarts the massive Yipang Palace project.
And the roads, too.
And keeps pushing on the straight roads, the imperial highways. These weren't just vanity projects. They needed huge amounts of forced labor, tons of resources. It pushed the people who were already stretched thin right to the absolute breaking point.
So the very people who'd lived through decades of war, hoping for peace under this unified empire, they actually found things were worse.
That's the tragic irony. They quickly figured out that life under the peaceful Qin was actually harsher, deadlier than the wars they'd just survived.
How so?
Crushing taxes, for one, and endless forced labor, the corvée labor. It just stripped them bare, left them with nothing. And any mistake, any delay, even getting sick, it could mean death. Qin law was brutal.
So the society was just stretched to its absolute limit.
Totally. It was at a breaking point. And that stark reality, that suffering, it explains why the Xiang Uprising wasn't just some gradual decline. It was an explosion, a sudden, violent burst of all that pent-up misery.
Now, this whole event, it's often called China's first large-scale peasant revolt.
Yeah.
Right. That's the standard label you see everywhere.
Mm-hmm. That's the common narrative.
But I've been reading some things lately, some really interesting ideas that kind of challenge that label. Were Chen Sheng and Wu Guang actually just, ordinary farmers?
Yeah.
Or is there more to their story?
You've hit on a really fascinating point. That's exactly where the deep dive gets interesting, because the conventional wisdom starts to look a bit shaky.
How so?
Well, the idea they were just peasants is widespread, but when you look closely, especially at this whole style name controversy, things get complicated.
The style name, right. Remind me, who typically had a style name back then? It wasn't everyone, was it?
No, not at all. A style name, or Z, was a marker of the aristocracy in ancient China. It was something given to men, usually when they came of age, kind of signifying their status, their public identity. It wasn't something commoners or peasants would have.
Okay, so the fact that the records mention style names for Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, that's the red flag.
Exactly. Chen Sheng is recorded as being styled Shi, and Wu Guang styled Shu. That immediately makes you wonder about their real background. Some historians now think they might have been, say, fallen nobles.
Fallen nobles, like families who lost their status.
Precisely. Maybe their families were stripped of land and titles after Qin unified everything, and they ended up as tenant farmers. Because under the unified Qin Empire, those old paths for social mobility, like being a wandering scholar or a retainer for a lord, they were mostly closed off. It was harder to rise up.
Wow. So the unification, meant to create order, might have actually trapped some people, even those with maybe a hint of noble background. That's compelling.
Yeah.
But are there counter-arguments? Reasons to think they were just commoners?
Oh, definitely. For Wu Guang, his Shu might not even be a real style name. It could just indicate his birth order, like maybe third son or something similar. We see that elsewhere. Even Liu Bang, who founded the Han Dynasty, was sometimes mistakenly recorded as styled Ji, which also just meant youngest. So names could be a bit fluid in the records.
Okay, so Wu Guang's might be explained away. What about Chen Sheng's Shi?
That one's trickier. His given name was Sheng, which means victory. But Shi means something like to wade or to cross. There's no obvious connection, no semantic link between the two. That's really unusual for a proper, meaningful style name. They usually related somehow.
Right, that doesn't fit the pattern. So if it's not a standard style name, what's this other theory you mentioned? The one about the dialect?
Ah, yes, this is where it gets really interesting. There's this theory about a mishearing specifically involving the Chu dialect. Picture this. Chen Sheng has somehow become a king, right? And his old buddies from the farm come to visit him in his fancy new palace.
Okay, I'm picturing it. Rustic guys probably blown away.
Totally.
Yeah.
And they apparently exclaimed in their thick Chu accent something like, "Hu you, Shaozi Wei Wang Shen Shen Zi."
That sounds specific. What does it mean?
It's very colloquial. Roughly, good grief. She, or maybe Sheng. Being king is really something so grand. The idea is they were probably using his actual given name, Sheng, but because of their accent, outsiders heard it as Shi. Ah, okay, like a regional pronunciation difference.
Exactly. And then this phrase, Hung Shi became king, sort of caught on as an idiom, like, look at this nobody who struck it rich. And unfortunately for Chen Sheng, this might have cemented Shi as his supposed style name, and as we'll get into, maybe even made him a bit of a laughingstock later on.
Wow. A simple mishearing, a dialect quirk shaping how history remembers him. That really makes you think about the sources.
It absolutely does. The little details can have big consequences.
Okay, let's step back from the name debate for a second. Tell me about Chen Sheng's ambition, his personality, even before this rebellion. There's that famous story, right?
The Sparrow and Swan story. Yes, it's legendary. It comes when he was young, just a hired farmhand. Apparently one day he just stopped working, threw down his hoe, and said to his fellow laborers, hey, if any of us ever make it big, get rich, gain status, let's promise not to forget each other.
And they laughed at him, didn't they? They totally mocked him. You, a hired plowman, how are you ever going to get rich? And that's when he let out this famous sigh, supposedly, and said, alas, can sparrows understand the ambition of a swan?
Chills. That line. Can sparrows understand the swan's ambition? It's resonated for thousands of years, hasn't it? A rallying cry for underdogs.
It really has. It's incredibly powerful. But there's a bit of tension there if you look at it through, say, a traditional Confucian lens.
How so? What's the tension?
Well, from that perspective, openly craving wealth and status like Chen Sheng did, it could be seen as a bit, well, petty. The ideal Confucian gentleman, like the sage King Shen that Mencius talks about, was supposed to worry about the way, not about poverty.
So focus on virtue and wealth might follow, but don't chase the wealth itself.
Pretty much. Chen Sheng didn't have that kind of refined detachment. He just wanted to rise up. So people saw him as this ridiculous dreamer when he was poor, and later, as we'll see, maybe as a kind of vulgar upstart. When he actually gained power, he didn't fit the mold.
Interesting. His ambition was his strength, but maybe also marked him as different. Okay, so let's get to the trigger. What exactly sparked the uprising at Zhexiang?
Right. The immediate cause. It all comes down to a specific military conscription order. It's the 7th month of 209 BC. The Qin government drafts 900 men from these households called luzuo.
Luzuo. What does that mean?
That's actually one of the mysteries. We're not entirely sure. Were they the left-behind poor? Or maybe some kind of punished or lower caste group? The texts aren't perfectly clear.
Okay, so 900 men from these Luzuo households. Where were they going?
They were being sent to garrison Yuyang, which is near modern Beijing, a long way off. Chen Sheng and Guang were appointed as Tunsang, basically squad leaders for this group, and their immediate destination, where they all gathered first, was this place called Zhexiang.
And even that has complications, doesn't it? The Tunsang role, the geography.
Absolutely. Is Tunsang a mid-level officer in charge of 900 guys? Or just a low-level organizer? Scholars debate it. And the route? Chen Sheng's hometown, Yangchang, doesn't really line up geographically for a direct march north to Yuyang that passes through Zhexiang.
So they take a weird detour, or the records are just slightly off.
It could be either. It just shows how even basic facts about famous events like this can get fuzzy when you look closely. You have to keep an open mind about what the texts actually tell us.
A good reminder for any history dive. Okay, so the 900 conscripts are gathered at Zhexiang. They're led by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. And then the rain starts.
Yes, the fateful rain. Heavy, continuous rain that makes the roads totally impassable. They're trapped. Their deadline to reach Yuyang is ticking closer and closer.
And under Qin law, being late wasn't just frowned upon, right?
It was a death sentence. Failure to arrive at your post on time for any reason, even impassable roads due to weather, meant execution. No excuses.
So they're facing certain death if they wait, certain death if they somehow push on and arrive late.
Exactly. And that's when Chen Sheng and Wu Guang start plotting in secret. Their logic is brutal and simple. Death awaits us either way, so why not die fighting for something? Why not rebel?
And Chen Sheng, true to form, comes out with another powerful phrase for this moment, doesn't he?
He does. His third iconic line, "The world suffers under Qin." And you have to understand, this wasn't just rhetoric. It was 209 BCE, only 13 years after Qin unified China.
You'd think they'd ease up after the wars ended.
You would.
Right.
They could have focused on recovery, on letting people rest. Instead, Qin doubled down on oppression. The demands got heavier, the laws harsher.
And this very conscription is a perfect example of that, right? Dragging guys hundreds of miles away.
1,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
Forcing men from Anhui province all the way up to near Beijing for garrison duty. It was a concrete example of the abuse everyone was feeling. So when Chen Sheng says the world suffers under Qin, it resonates because it's just true. It's the objective reality, and that's why the rebellion spread like wildfire. People were ready.
It makes you wonder about the Qin officers there at Zhexiang. Did they have any clue what was brewing? Could they have stopped it?
It's a great question. If they'd been thinking strategically, even within their oppressive system, there was one key thing they failed to do: keep those conscripts busy.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
Pretty much. The commanders should have ordered them to dig ditches in the rain, anything to keep them exhausted and focused on immediate tasks. Maybe foster some infighting, ration the food severely, anything to stop them thinking collectively.
Like how some factory owners kept workers, even children, just fixated on survival to prevent organizing.
Exactly that principle. Keep people overwhelmed with immediate crises, and they don't have the mental space to plan a rebellion. Ironically, Zhao Gao understood this overwhelm your enemies. But these local commanders, they just saw rain. They didn't see the systemic pressure cooker they were sitting on. Their inaction gave Chen Sheng the perfect opening.
Okay, so they've made the decision to rebel. They've got the rationale the world suffers under Qin. But Chen Sheng knows they need more than just anger, right? They need popular support, symbols.
Precisely. And this is where Chen Sheng pulls off a really shrewd, though ultimately paradoxical political move. He decides to leverage the names of two figures who commanded immense popular respect but represented fundamentally different things.
Who were they?
First, Fusu. He was the eldest son of the first emperor, the rightful heir. He'd been exiled by his father and then secretly murdered by Hu Hai and Zhao Gao shortly after the first emperor's death. But Chen Sheng claimed Fusu was actually still alive and secretly leading their rebellion.
Okay, so that appeals to people loyal to the idea of legitimate Qin rule, just not under the usurper Hu Hai.
Exactly. It gives them a veneer of legitimacy within the Qin system, but then, simultaneously, he invoked the name of Shang Yang.
Shang Yang, the great general from the state of Chu, the one Qin defeated.
The very same. A beloved hero in Shu, widely believed to have died fighting Qin. Chen Sheng claimed Shang Yang was also still alive and supporting their cause. This was aimed squarely at stirring up anti-Qin sentiment, especially among people from the former state of Chu, which was where Chen Sheng and many of the conscripts were from.
But wait, Fusu represents restoring legitimate Qin rule, while Shang Yang represents throwing off Qin rule and reviving Chu. That's a massive contradiction, isn't it?
It's a huge paradox, and scholars have complex theories about it. Maybe Fusu's mother was from Chu, creating a link, or there was a Chu faction at the Qin court.
Okay, but is there a simpler explanation? What was Chen Sheng likely thinking?
The simpler and probably more compelling explanation is that Chen Sheng was trying to appeal to the desire to just go back to how things were before unification. Imagine a scenario where Fusu becomes king of a smaller Qin state, the other 6 warring states are restored, and maybe Chu becomes the dominant power, the hegemon.
Ah, like winding back the clock, a return to the multi-state system.
Exactly. It's a framework people understood. It actually mirrors the kind of arrangement Shang Yu tried to set up later, but it also subtly highlights Chen Sheng's limitations, perhaps. His grassroots origins maybe limited his political vision compared to elite rebels like Shang Lang, who later focused on finding an actual living Chu royal descendant to be their figurehead. Chen Sheng was using ghosts and rumors.
Ghosts and rumors. Which brings us to the next part of their plan. The omens, right. They didn't just rely on political names. They went for the supernatural.
They did, and this might have been a critical mistake, actually. Chen and Wu decided to consult a fortune teller.
Why a mistake? Seems like trying to get some divine reassurance.
Well, there's this ancient wisdom. Divination resolves doubts. If you have no doubts, don't consult the diviner. They already knew their options. Certain death if they went to Yuyang, a chance at life, maybe even glory if they rebelled. The calculation was rational. Consulting omens just introduced unnecessary risk. What if the signs were bad? It could have paralyzed them.
Like that Tang general, Gan Jian, who supposedly smashed the divination tools before his coup. Just commit and go.
Exactly. Rely on your own judgment and will. But Chen and Wu went to the diviner, and the reply they got was cryptic.
What did the diviner say?
Something like, your endeavor will succeed, but have you consulted the spirits? Now, one later scholar, Li Qi, interpreted this much more darkly. You'll win, but both of you will die in the process.
Ominous. Did they take that darker meaning?
It seems they chose to ignore it, or at least focus on the first part, you will succeed, and took the consult the spirits bit as a hint to use supernatural forces to manufacture signs, to sway the men.
And this was particularly clever given where they were from, right? The Chu region.
Absolutely genius advice, especially for Chu. That region had a deep, pervasive culture of shamanism and spirit reverence, far more so than other places which might have had more philosophical immortality cults. In Chu, ghosts and spirits felt incredibly real, part of daily life. Remember the saying, the people of Chu fear ghosts, the people of Yu believe in omens.
So the conscripts were already primed to believe in supernatural signs.
Deeply primed. Which sets the stage for Chen and Wu's 2-part propaganda campaign, manufacturing divine signs.
Okay, part 1.
The fish belly prophecy. They wrote, Chen Sheng shall be king on a piece of silk. Then they secretly stuffed it inside a fish that was caught. Later, during a meal preparation, the fish is cut open, and miraculously, the silk message is discovered.
How did the conscripts react?
Stunned, uneasy, whispering among themselves. It planted a seed of awe and wonder.
Okay, that's clever. Part 2.
Even more theatrical. Wu Guang hid near a local shrine at night. He used a flaming bamboo basket, waving it around to create eerie, flickering lights like ghost lights or will-o'-the-wisps. And then he started shrieking in this high-pitched, strange voice, mimicking a fox. Foxes were often seen as spirit messengers crying out, Great Chu shall rise, Chen Sheng shall be king.
Or talking glowing fox predicting Chen Sheng's kingship.
Basically. Now, to us, it sounds almost comically crude, right? Like a bad haunted house trick.
Yeah, pretty basic stagecraft.
But you have to put yourself in the mindset of those conscripts. They're from Chu, steeped in these occult beliefs. They've just experienced the miracle of the fish belly prophecy. Now, in the dead of night, they see these ghost lights and hear this voice. The effect wasn't skepticism, it was terror. Pure, primal fear and awe.
So context is everything. For them, it was profoundly real.
Absolutely. The historian Sima Qian writes, that night, the soldiers were restless and fearful. By dawn, when they looked at Sheng, they all pointed and stared, filled with awe. The omens had worked perfectly. Morale was primed.
Okay, so the prophecies, the omens, they've done their job. The men are terrified, awestruck, looking at Sheng differently. What's the next step? How do they actually ignite the violence?
With morale perfectly set, Guang makes the move. He deliberately provokes the officers. He keeps talking loudly about deserting, knowing it will infuriate the commander, who was apparently drunk at the time.
Baiting him.
Exactly. And it works. The commander flies into a rage, starts whipping Guang, threatens to execute him right there. The other conscripts are watching, silent, but absolutely seething.
The tension must have been incredible.
Palpable. And in that precise moment, Guang acts. He snatches the commander's sword right out of his hand and kills him. Instantly, at the exact same time, Sheng takes out the second officer.
Coordinated, decisive, no hesitation.
The point of no return. They've killed their Qin commanders. They are now officially rebels.
It's interesting, though, because you mentioned earlier, desertion might have actually been safer. The officers seemed lax. Maybe the deadline wasn't ironclad. Deceit was kind of remote.
Yep.
Why not just slip away?
It's a crucial question. You're right. Desertion was arguably less risky. Liu Bang himself later hid out in that same kind of area after letting his conscripts escape. It shows Deceit was maybe a bit of a blind spot for Qin control, but Chen and Wu chose open rebellion. It has to come back to that swan's ambition, doesn't it? They weren't just trying to save their own skins. They saw a chance, however slim, to change everything, to overthrow the system, to carve out a kingdom for themselves. It was about seizing power, not just escaping punishment.
So the officers are dead, chaos, adrenaline. What happens immediately after? How do they forge this mob into an army?
Sheng steps up and delivers the speech he'd clearly rehearsed. But then comes the really important part, the unifying rituals. They needed to create instant cohesion.
What kind of rituals?
First, a simple visual identifier. They all bare their right shoulders. No uniforms, remember. So this became their mark, their way of showing they were part of this group together. It's an old tactic from the Warring States period.
A visual symbol of unity. What else?
Psychologically, it immediately triggers that us versus them mentality in group bias. Suddenly, these 900 strangers are bonded against the outgroup, which is the entire Qin Empire. And group position theory suggests that when a group feels its collective interests are threatened, the resistance becomes much fiercer.
Makes sense. Create the group. Define the enemy.
Exactly. Then they performed a more formal ritual. They built a makeshift altar, used the heads of the slain officers as sacrificial offerings, a very potent, visceral act, and formally declared the founding of Great Chu, Tate.
Declaring a new state, right there.
And appointing their first titles. Sheng takes the title General Zhangjun. Guang becomes Commandant, Jue. These weren't just titles. These acts, the sacrifices, the declaration, they massively increased the sunk costs for everyone involved. They burned their bridges. Desertion now looked even more dangerous than sticking together. They were all in.
Okay, but that raises a question again. The prophecy said, Sheng shall be king. Why does he only take the title of general? Why not go straight for king?
It seems like a strategic calculation, albeit one that reveals perhaps his political inexperience compared to later, more elite rebels.
What was the calculation?
Declaring himself king right away, this unknown former farmhand. It would likely alienate powerful potential allies, especially established nobles like Shang Yang. They'd see him as a usurper grabbing power for himself.
Right, not as someone acting for a greater cause.
Precisely. By taking the title general, he keeps the Fusu-Xiongyan narrative alive, at least implicitly. He's acting as their commander, their executor, not seizing the throne himself. It preserves flexibility. He can aim for kingship after he wins some major victories and builds more support.
So, a cautious, strategic move in the short term.
Yes, but it also hints at a lack of maybe ultimate political sophistication. The truly savvy elite rebels like Shang Yang understood the power of using a living royal puppet, someone with actual lineage, to provide that legitimacy from the start. Sheng's hesitation here, his reliance on ghosts and the title of general, it kind of foreshadows some of the challenges he'll face later.
Okay, so this general title and the Fusu Xiongyan claim were part of a calculated charade, positioning them as deputies. You called it a double-edged strategy. What were the risks and rewards?
Well, the massive risk was immediate. Qin wouldn't see them as just bandits anymore. They were a declared rebel army, invoking powerful names. That meant inviting the full, organized military might of the Qin Empire down on their heads, a much bigger threat.
And the reward.
The reward was cementing the loyalty of those initial 900 men. By making such a bold political claim, by founding Great Chu, they made it absolutely clear. There was no turning back. It was win or die. It forced total commitment.
But they didn't stick with just general and commandant for long, did they?
No, those titles were always meant to be temporary. The real goal was always kingship. Once Sheng achieved a major victory, the capture of Chen County, he dropped the pretense.
Qin County. Why was that specific place so important?
Chen County, or Chengxian, was hugely symbolic. It had been Yingshan, the former capital of the state of Chu. Capturing it gave Chen Sheng immense prestige. After taking Zexiang and Qi County relatively easily, his forces had swelled with anti-Qin recruits. He faced a choice: consolidate power in the countryside, or go for the big prize, the former capital, now a Qin provincial capital.
And he went for the capital.
He had to, really, to live up to the Fusi Shang Yan hype, and surprisingly perhaps, he took it easily. The Qin governor and magistrate were away, the deputy left in charge couldn't hold it. The city basically fell into his lap. His army grew even larger, maybe tens of thousands by this point.
It really shows how fragile Qin control had become, doesn't it? That world suffers under Qin wasn't just a slogan.
Absolutely not. It was reality. Qin's tyranny had stretched society so thin that one crack, one successful uprising just started a cascade. The whole system started to unravel incredibly fast.
Okay, so he takes Chen County. This is the moment he fulfills his swan's ambition, right? He declares himself king.
He does. He sheds the general title and declares himself king of Zhangchu.
But you said this pivot also revealed his political naivety. How?
Well, the Fusu Shengyan thing was always a bit flimsy, right? Abandoning it so quickly without really explaining why, it damaged his credibility. It made him look opportunistic. While what he achieved, coming from nowhere, was extraordinary, this move showed he maybe didn't grasp the nuances of political legitimacy the way elite players like Shang Yang did. Shang Yang would soon outmaneuver him precisely on this point.
So the coronation itself, what was that like? Was it a moment of pure triumph?
For him, probably yes. Days after taking Chen, he called together the local elites, the elders, the prominent figures, and they apparently acclaimed him unanimously. You led the armies against tyranny. You restored Chu's altars. You must be our king.
And his new kingdom was called Zhangchu. What does that mean?
The meaning's debated. Zheng could mean expand or maybe resurgent. Great. So expansive Chu or resurgent Chu. For centuries, scholars puzzled over it, but fascinatingly, silk texts found at Mongdui decades ago actually confirmed that Zhangchu was his official dynastic name.
So it was recognized, at least later.
Yes, Han Dynasty records actually list the succession as Qin, then Zhangchu, then Han. They saw it as a legitimate, though very short-lived, dynasty between Qin and Han.
Okay, but you mentioned three major problems with this coronation. Legitimacy was the first one, right? No royal blood.
Exactly. He was from the Chen clan, no connection to the Chu royal house, the Mi clan, surnamed Xiong. It was a pure usurpation. And dropping the Fuzuqiang Yan cover story left him exposed.
What was the second problem?
Strategic neglect. The council meeting where they acclaimed him king, they apparently talked only about the coronation. No discussion of defense plans, alliances, how to actually govern this new kingdom. All pomp, no substance.
And the third was the name itself, Zhangchu, being a bit unclear.
Well, the name was confirmed, but the act of coronation, regardless of the name, was the core issue, raising legitimacy questions and revealing strategic short-sightedness.
So a moment of personal triumph, but riddled with political and strategic flaws. Was anyone trying to advise him against this? Did anyone see the danger?
Oh, yes. He absolutely received wise counsel, which he tragically ignored. Two advisors, Zhang and Chen Yu, described as noble-minded men who had joined him, they strongly urged caution.
What did they advise?
They basically said, look, don't call yourself king yet. It's too soon. Your priority right now should be to rush west, attack Guanzhong, the Qin heartland, seize the core.
Okay. A direct strike at the enemy's center. What else?
And crucially, they said, as you go, rally the nobles of the other former 6 states, don't make yourself king, help them restore their royal heirs, build a coalition. United, you can crush Qin. Alone, you'll become the main target.
That sounds incredibly smart. Why did they think that was better?
Their reasoning was spot on. If Chen Sheng declared himself king immediately, he'd make himself the #1 enemy for Qin and alienate all those other potential anti-Qin forces, the nobles who might see him as just another warlord grabbing power. But if he helped restore the old kingdoms, he'd fracture Qin's attention and resources, forcing them to fight everywhere at once. It was about building a broad front.
But Chen Sheng refused.
He refused, flat out. His eyes were on the prize, personal kingship. That swan's ambition perhaps blinded him to the smarter strategic path of coalition building.
And what happened to Zarnger and Chen Yu?
They were completely disillusioned. They saw he was prioritizing his own ambition over the larger goal, so they left. They defected. And here's the kicker. They later became vital strategists for Shang Yu and Liu Bang.
Wow, so he lost not just their advice, but their future contributions to his rivals.
Well, a massive loss. And the consequences of his refusal were immediate and severe.
How so?
His coronation instantly united his potential enemies. Other anti-Qin groups now saw him as a threat, a competitor, not a liberator. His Zhangqiu kingdom became isolated. Without allies, it was vulnerable and ultimately collapsed in just 6 months.
And the moral high ground.
Gone. By abandoning the Shang pretense, his claim to be fighting tyranny looked hypocritical. He just looked like another power-hungry warlord. It's a stark contrast to how Zheng Lang later used King Wei II as a figurehead, or how Liu Bang waited until he'd actually won before claiming the ultimate title. Chen Sheng's story became a cautionary tale about the difference between sparking a rebellion and actually building a state.
So the seeds of his downfall were sown right there at his coronation, largely internal issues stemming from his own choices. Let's dig into that internal decay more. After taking Chen County, he met with local elites you mentioned, 3 elders and heroes. Tell me more about them.
Right. The 3 elders likely refers to respected senior figures in the community, the kind whose endorsement gives you legitimacy. The term might be a bit of a later Han overlay, but the idea of needing elder support is key. The heroes were probably younger, more action-oriented figures, men known for talent, maybe some local martial renown, chivalry, opinion leaders, local strongmen.
And why was balancing these 2 groups so important?
Because successful rebellions, especially bottom-up ones, need both. You need the youth, the fighters, the ones who actually do the overthrowing, but you also need the elders, the established figures who can lend credibility and help stabilize things afterwards. Chen Sheng, and actually Shang Yu too, didn't manage this balance well. Liu Bang, interestingly, was much better at integrating both forces.
And this imbalance, maybe this insecurity about his own background, played into that awful incident with his old farm friends, right?
It seems directly connected. So his old buddies show up in Chengxian, remembering his promise, if I get rich, I won't forget you. They're just simple farmers, totally unprepared for the splendor of a royal palace.
And Chen Sheng lets them in.
Initially, yes, maybe feeling a bit nostalgic. He reportedly let them ride back to the palace in his own chariot. They get inside, see all the lavish rooms, the curtains, the decorations, and they're just utterly stunned.
And that's when they blurt out that Chu dialect phrase again.
Exactly. Hengji. Shiziwei Wang Chen Qin. Wow. Shisheng being king is really something else, so grand. It's like, hillbillies gaping at Versailles. It's crude, rustic, and completely out of place in the royal court.
And it made him look bad.
It made him a laughingstock. The phrase apparently spread as an idiom, Heng She Wei Wang, basically meaning, look at this nobody who lucked into being king. It totally undercut his dignity, his authority, especially among more sophisticated people around him.
So how did he handle this public embarrassment?
Terribly. Someone close to him apparently warned him, if you let these fools keep talking like this, your majesty will be damaged. The advice might have been politically sound, but Chen Sheng's method was horrific. He had all his old friends killed, every single one.
Killed them, his childhood friends.
Had them executed. And the effect was immediate and chilling. All his other old acquaintances, anyone who knew him back when, they were terrified. They made excuses and left Zhangqiu as fast as they could. And critically, no one dared to speak frankly to him anymore. He'd silenced dissent, but also all honest feedback.
That's incredibly dark.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an isolated incident, was it? His father-in-law had a problem too.
Right. His father-in-law visits. Chen Sheng greets him with a deep bow, a Chang'e, but doesn't fully prostrate himself, which would have been the ultimate sign of respect for an elder relative. He's trying to act like a king, maybe, above such familial deference.
How did the father-in-law react?
He was furious. He reportedly shouted right there in court, "You relied on chaos to steal a title, and now you're arrogant to your elders. You won't last." And he just turned and left, didn't even say goodbye properly.
Did Chen Sheng try to fix it?
Apparently, he knelt down then, maybe realizing his mistake, but the damage was done, and he seemed to double down on the ruthlessness. Anyone else who dared mention his past or acted too familiarly was beheaded. He systematically cut himself off from his own roots and alienated anyone who could have offered grounded advice.
It really sounds like the classic problem for leaders who rise from nothing. How do you command respect when everyone remembers you scrubbing floors, metaphorically speaking?
It's the eternal challenge for the political nouveau riche. There's that old idea that formal ritual doesn't extend down to the commoners. Among ordinary folks, relationships are often more egalitarian, calling each other brother. That dynamic carries over into rebellions. How do you suddenly become an unquestioned authority figure?
If you're born noble, people expect you to rule. If you're not,
Exactly. You face a tough choice. Be super strict and risk alienating everyone with fear, like Sheng did, or allow informality and risk your authority completely dissolving. Other founders from humble beginnings, like Liu Bang or Zhu Yunzhang centuries later, also had a ruthless streak, purging officials they saw as threats. But they succeeded in building lasting dynasties. Sheng became the cautionary tale because his ruthlessness contributed to his failure.
so after cutting off his friends and family, did his style of rule become just purely authoritarian?
It certainly seems that way. He appointed these two officials, Zhu Fang as rectifier of conduct and Hu Wu as censor of faults, essentially internal police, giving them power to scrutinize everyone.
Spying on his own generals and ministers.
Pretty much. Generals returning from the battlefield, even victorious ones, faced harsh interrogations. Any minor deviation from Chen Sheng's orders, anything these censors didn't like, could lead to arrest and punishment. He also started punishing people personally, just based on his own dislikes, ignoring any kind of legal process.
And the impact on his commanders.
It was disastrous for morale and loyalty. The great historian Sima Wang later wrote that this was the core reason for Chen Sheng's defeat. The generals, because of this, did not become close or attached to him. He ruled through fear, and it completely backfired. He had no loyal core when things got tough.
So while Chen Sheng's regime was rotting from the inside due to paranoia and mismanagement, the Qin Empire wasn't just sitting back, right? They were organizing a counterattack.
Absolutely. While Zhengchu was falling apart internally, Qin was finally getting its act together militarily. Remember, their main armies were tied up on the northern frontier against the Xiongnu nomads and way down south expanding the empire.
Could they bring those troops back?
The northern troops, yes. Thanks to the first emperor's amazing highway system, they could be recalled relatively quickly. The southern armies were just too far away, bogged down in difficult terrain. They couldn't get back in time to make a difference initially.
So the northern armies were coming. Who led them?
The second emperor appointed his most capable general, Zhang Han, and crucially, he sent his chief clerks, Sima Xin and Dong Yi, to assist him. Zhang Han was given command over an army largely composed of convict laborers released from building the first emperor's mausoleum, desperate men, but numerous.
And Zhang Han started winning, didn't he?
He gained momentum fast. He broke the rebel siege of Xingyang, a really vital strategic point guarding the massive Io granary, control the food, you control the war. Then he marched straight for Chen Sheng's capital, Chengxian.
Did he face much resistance?
He faced Chen Sheng's forces and decisively defeated them, killing Lord Fang Kai-chi, who was Zhang Chu's pillar of state, basically Chen Sheng's second in command. A huge blow.
What did Chen Sheng do?
He tried to take personal command, rally his troops, sent another general named Zhang He out to try and block Zhang Han, but it was hopeless. He was killed in battle. Chen Sheng had no choice but to abandon his capital, Chengxian, and flee.
And it was during this flight that the final betrayal happened.
Yes. While trying to escape, his own charioteer, a man named Zhuang Jia, assassinated him.
His own driver. Why?
Presumably to curry favor with the advancing Qin forces. Zhuang Jia then took Chen Sheng's head and surrendered to Zhang Han's army. And just like that, the Zhangchu regime effectively collapsed.
How long did it all last? From the uprising to his death?
Incredibly brief. The Dezexiang uprising started in the 7th month of Qin Shi's second year. Chen Sheng was killed in the 12th month of that same year. 6 months. His entire reign lasted only 6 months.
6 months. It's almost nothing.
Truly, as the saying goes, a life like a fleeting summer flower, a death as quiet as an autumn leaf.
But Even though Zhang Han won this battle, killed Chen Sheng, the war wasn't over, was it? The fire Chen Sheng lit was still burning.
Not at all. Zhang Han had won a major tactical victory, but the strategic situation had fundamentally changed. He wasn't just facing Chen Sheng anymore. Now numerous other rebel leaders, inspired by Chen Sheng's initial success, had risen up independently across the empire. The rebellion had become decentralized, much harder to stamp out. Zhang Han faced a whole new, much more complex war.
So Chen Sheng dies, betrayed by his driver. Is that the absolute end of the Zongtu regime? Does anyone try to carry the banner?
Remarkably, someone does. A figure named Lu Chen emerges. He had been Chen Sheng's palace attendant, a Huanren.
What exactly was a Wanren? A eunuch?
It could mean eunuch in later periods, but in this very early makeshift Zongtu court, it probably just meant a trusted confidant, someone close to Chen Sheng. And Lu Chen clearly felt a deep loyalty, a debt of gratitude.
So what did Lu Chen do?
He rallied forces at Xinyang, forming what became known as the Blue Turban Army, the Kangtou Jin. Kang is one of those tricky color words, blue, green, gray, but it just refers to their simple head coverings, a way to identify themselves, like the later red eyebrows in the Han Dynasty.
A grassroots army, identified by color. Did they achieve anything?
They did. Lu Chen launched a counterattack. He managed to recapture Chengxian, the capital Chen Sheng had lost. And significantly, he killed Zhuang Jia, the charioteer who had betrayed and murdered Chen Sheng.
Revenge. Did he try to rebuild the regime?
Yes, he tried to reestablish Zongtu in Chengxian. And crucially, he arranged for Chen Sheng to be buried with honors at a place called Dongshan, which interestingly was an area Liu Bang had also used as a refuge earlier.
Was giving Chen Sheng a formal burial a good move for Lu Chen, strategically?
It was definitely a double-edged sword.
How so?
On the plus side, it gave Lu Chen huge moral legitimacy. He was the loyal retainer avenging his master. Revenge is a powerful motivator. Appealing to loss aversion often works better than promising future gains. You know, an army burning with righteous indignation is sure to win. It boosts morale.
Okay, that's the upside. What's the downside?
The big downside was, by burying him, Lu Chen officially confirmed to the whole world, Chen Sheng is dead. He could no longer rally forces in Chen Sheng's name. As soon as other rebel generals started declaring themselves kings, which they did very quickly, Lu Chen's claim as Chen Sheng's successor lost a lot of its appeal. His window of opportunity was very small.
But Chen Shen's legacy wasn't entirely forgotten, was it? You mentioned his tune was maintained for centuries.
Yes, quite incredibly. After Liu Bang founded the Han Dynasty, he decreed that 30 households should be permanently assigned to guard Chen Sheng's tomb and perform the necessary sacrifices. This continued right up until Sima Qian's time, over a century later, and apparently sacrifices were still being made there even in the Qing Dynasty, thousands of years later.
Why such enduring respect?
It reflects a deep-seated traditional virtue. Ixing Miguo, Shi, reviving perished states and continuing extinguished lineages. There was a strong belief in ensuring that ancestral lines, especially those of significant figures who died without heirs like Chen Sheng, didn't just vanish. The state had a duty to maintain their ancestral rights to ensure their spirit was appeased.
And Lu Chen also gave Chen Sheng a posthumous title, right? King Yin.
He did, the posthumous title Yin, meaning something like hidden or transitional. So he became King Yin of Zongchu or King Yin of Chu.
Was that title widely used?
Not really. Most historical accounts just refer to him as King Chen, after his capital. But the act itself was significant. The first emperor had abolished posthumous titles, seeing them as subjects judging their rulers. Lu Chen reviving the practice here marked the beginning of its return, and it lasted throughout imperial Chinese history.
What about the meaning of yin itself? Hidden, transitional. Does that imply anything about Lu Chen's own intentions?
It's led to speculation. Yin could imply failing to rectify covertly, or perhaps just a figure who held power temporarily, like Duke Yin of Lu, who was a regent. Did Lu Chen see himself as just holding the fort, or did he maybe hope to eventually take over Zhongshu himself? It's hard to say. He was probably too busy just trying to survive Zhang Han's onslaught to make any long-term plans.
And while Lu Chen is trying to salvage things, Qin makes another huge mistake, you said, the execution of Song Lu.
A massive self-inflicted wound for Qin. Song Lu was one of Chen Sheng's generals who had been quite successful capturing Nanyang and seriously threatening the strategic Wuguan Pass into the Qin heartland.
What happened to him?
When he heard that Chen Sheng was dead and Nanyang had fallen back to Qin, he decided the cause was lost and surrendered his entire army.
Surrendered. That seems like exactly what Qin would want rebels to do.
You would think. But the second emperor, Hu Hai, in his infinite lack of wisdom, ordered Song Lu to be executed in the most brutal way possible. Chelai, torn apart by chariots. He intended it as a terrifying warning to other rebels.
But it backfired.
Completely backfired. A smarter ruler would have showered Song Lu with rewards, titles, riches, honors, making surrender look incredibly attractive to other wavering rebels. Show them there's a path back, a way out.
Instead, he showed them surrender meant a horrific death.
Precisely. He demonstrated that Qin offered no mercy, no quarter. It slammed the door shut on negotiation or surrender for many other rebels, convincing them they had absolutely nothing to lose by fighting to the bitter end. It was a critical error that fatally undermined Zhong Han's military efforts. It just hardened everyone's resolve against Qin.
And meanwhile, the rebellion itself just kept spreading, even without Shang.
Absolutely. It had taken on a life of its own. For example, another rebel general, Zhu Fu, was having success over in the Old Wei territory. He attacked cities like Feng and Pei, got young Qi to surrender Feng to him, and eventually installed a member of the Old Wei royal family, Wei Ju, as the new king of Wei, becoming his chancellor.
So multiple independent kingdoms were already popping up.
Exactly. Chen Sheng's uprising wasn't the only story anymore. He lit the match, but the fire had spread everywhere, and numerous leaders were now carving out their own power bases across the collapsing Qin Empire. The landscape had irrevocably changed.
What an absolutely incredible story. We've traced Chen Shang and Wu Guan from those rainy fields at Dezexiang, just desperate conscripts facing death.
So leaders who dared to challenge an empire that seemed invincible.
We've dug into who they really were, maybe not just civil peasants. We've seen their clever, maybe crude use of propaganda, the fish, the fox.
Their stunning initial success, how quickly they gained ground.
And then, just as quickly, how it all fell apart. The internal decay, the paranoia, the bad decisions, the ruthless friends killing, coupled with that Qin counterattack.
It's a powerful reminder of how a single spark, that swan's ambition, can ignite a world that's ready to burn. Chen Sheng definitely started a fire Qin couldn't put out, even if he couldn't control it himself in the end.
It really leaves you thinking, doesn't it? What does it actually take to be a successful revolutionary leader? Is it enough to have the ambition, the courage to start the fire?
Or do you also need that political savvy, that ability to build coalitions, to manage egos, to actually govern and sustain what you've created?
How much did those personal flaws, that political naivety we saw in Chen Sheng, even when mixed with incredible bravery, end up shaping history? Maybe, in the end, the most important legacy isn't always left by the person who crosses the finish line.
Maybe it's left by the one who just had the sheer audacity to start the race in the first place, inspiring everyone else who came after. Good to be here.
Today, we're plunging into, well, one of history's most fascinating and, frankly, paradoxical states, the Qin state. Imagine this realm that managed to be, righteous in its goals, but often wicked in its methods. Vast, powerful, but also incredibly complex.
Yeah, what's really striking is how the very things that drove Qin to unify China and achieve so much also contained these deep moral issues, these ambiguities that eventually led to its downfall. It's quite the mix.
It really is. So our mission today is to try and unpack that blend. I want to grapple with, I guess, the central question. What exactly led to this profound mix of good and evil, this immense complexity, all within one state?
It's a big question.
Definitely. Okay, let's start unpacking. We've touched on some tough aspects before, but today we're looking at the whole picture. Let's start at the foundation. Shang Yang, the initiator of these huge reforms. What kind of impact did his radical vision have on Qin's strength, and maybe more importantly, its character?
Shang Yang's reforms were absolutely foundational, a double-edged sword, really.
How so?
Well, on one hand, his legalist policies, things like giving land directly to farmers, setting up the strict merit-based bureaucracy, they undeniably forged an incredibly efficient, powerful state machine.
Right, which you could argue is righteous for a state trying to survive and prosper in that era.
Exactly. It gave Qin a serious edge. But on the other hand, these reforms completely dismantled the old aristocratic ways, leading to this intensely centralized, almost brutal authority.
Brutal how?
Think of a system where even small mistakes met with really severe punishments. It reveals that rigid, sometimes, wicked core beneath the efficiency, order at a very high price.
Okay, so efficiency built on an iron fist, basically.
Yeah.
But Qin's rise wasn't just internal structuring, right? It involved some serious political maneuvering.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Fanju, A real master of the game, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. Fanji was a perfect example of the kind of cunning needed back then.
His actions really highlight both the strategic brilliance and well, the ruthless side of Qin politics. How did his particular brand of strategy play out?
His most famous strategy was probably Yuanjun Gong, attack the distant, befriend the near.
Yeah.
Basically, team up with faraway states to help you conquer your neighbors, then, turn on those allies later when they're no longer useful.
Wow, okay, effective, but
Exactly. Incredibly effective for Qin's expansion, definitely. But it also perfectly captures the ruthlessness, the betrayal, that was often part of their power politics. Morally very ambiguous, to say the least.
it shows their power wasn't just brute force then. It was also this sophisticated, if cynical, political chess game.
Precisely.
And speaking of force, what about the sheer military might? That brings us to BaiQi and Wang Jian, the engines of war, you could call them. Their stories seem central to understanding Qin's scale.
They were devastatingly effective generals, no question. BaiQi especially. His victory at Chengqing is infamous.
Where hundreds of thousands were supposedly massacred.
That's the account, yes. Their campaigns absolutely drove Qin's expansion and eventual unification, but it forces you to ask, right? Can that kind of military success, achieving the state's goals, ever really exist without huge moral compromises, especially considering the sheer human cost involved?
That's a heavy question.
Yeah.
And it leads us maybe to a more poignant figure. The loyal minister, Meng Tian. His story, his reflections, they offer such a stark contrast. What does his fate tell us?
Meng Tian's story is it's incredibly revealing. It shows the human side amidst all the grand strategy and conquest.
He was loyal, wasn't he? Fought campaigns, built the Great Wall.
Deeply loyal. He led massive campaigns against the Shannu, oversaw huge construction projects. Yet, despite all that service, the second emperor forced him to commit suicide.
Just like that?
Just like that. And what's really poignant are his final words. He didn't really express regret for his actions, but sorrow for his king's likely fate, and maintained his loyalty. It's a glimpse into the personal toll, the vulnerability, even for the most powerful within that regime.
A sobering reminder of the human cost. Okay, finally, let's turn to a moment of challenge. The rebellion led by Chen Sheng and Guang, and that unforgettable question they raised. Are kings, dukes, generals, and ministers born to their ranks? What's the significance of that cry?
Oh, that question hit right at the heart of everything. It fundamentally challenged the Qin's whole power structure, this centralized, supposedly merit-based, but ultimately tyrannical system.
It must have resonated.
Deeply. Especially with ordinary people crushed by harsh laws, endless forced labor. It exposed the grievances, the instability simmering beneath the surface, even in this supposedly perfectly ordered state. It showed that the righteous pursuit of order had become overwhelmingly oppressive.
And it sort of signaled the beginning of the end.
It really did. It highlighted that Qin's legacy wouldn't just be unification, but also a reign seen as brief, brutal, and ultimately unsustainable because of that very brutality.
So wrapping this up, trying to understand the Qin state. It's clear it was this place of huge achievements, yes, driven by these powerful figures, brilliant strategies, but just riddled with moral complexity, contradictions.
Exactly. This deep dive really shows that Qin wasn't monolithic. It was this, thrilling, maybe terrifying mix of conflicting forces. Efficiency born from brutality, brilliance mixed with betrayal, grand ambition leading to both unity and immense suffering.
Which brings us back to that central question.
Indeed. What intricate tapestry of decisions, personalities, circumstances led to such a profound blend of righteous and wicked, all wrapped up in this immense complexity? It's something that echoes beyond just the Qin.
Definitely something for you, our listeners, to mull over as you think about empires, ancient and modern. We hope this deep dive has given you a useful shortcut to understanding this truly captivating and complicated period of history.
How did they even begin to build that kind of professional bureaucracy? Especially without things like the later imperial exams?
It's a great question, because achieving that kind of deep reach right down to the grassroots level, well, it required this huge body of trained officials.
An army of bureaucrats, basically.
Pretty much. And the paradox is, how did they find them? How did they train them? What's really fascinating, I think, is how systematic they were about it and how early it started. We're talking adolescence.
Right. Okay. So let's get into that. This systematic project, starting when officials were basically kids, it sounds like getting into one of these official schools was a massive opportunity.
Oh, absolutely massive.
Yeah.
These schools, Dazushi, they were specifically set up to train future bureaucrats.
Yeah.
And get this, they were apparently in every county.
Every county. Wow.
Yeah. And the demand was huge. way more applicants than spots. We even have regulations found on bamboo slips saying basically if you weren't what they called a shizi, you couldn't even get into study.
Okay, shizi. That sounds important. What exactly was that? There are debates, right?
There are. Some think it might mean like sons of officials,
Yeah.
sort of hereditary. But whatever the specifics, getting that shizi status was clearly key. It wasn't easy.
And the big draw, I read about this, students were exempt from corvée labor while they studied. That's huge.
Exactly. Unpaid, backbreaking public works. Yeah, avoiding that was a serious incentive.
So appealing that people tried to cheat the system.
You got it. Kin law actually had penalties for impersonating a shizi. A county captain caught hiding fake students. Fined 2 sets of armor. That's serious.
Wow.
And kind of funny, the real shazi often didn't want to leave school. If they didn't give up their student status right after graduating, they could get punished.
Punished how?
With something called naiweiho.
Yeah.
It involved having their beards shaved off, super humiliating, and then being assigned to tough reconnaissance labor.
Ouch. Talk about harsh. And it wasn't just about graduating, was it? Performance mattered. A lot.
Oh, definitely. The laws were incredibly strict. There's this example, like, if a student couldn't even learn to drive a chariot properly after 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years, the teacher would be fined a shield. And the student, sentenced to 4 years of hard labor.
That's unbelievable. It sounds like the message was pretty clear. Buckle down and study, or else.
Exactly. It was basically, embrace the hardship of studying now, or you'll face much worse hardships later. And if you think about the bigger picture, the whole curriculum was intensely practical. It was all about making effective officials.
And the teachers were actual officials.
Yep, a real system of teaching based on laws, taking officials as teachers. It wasn't abstract learning.
It reminds me of that story about Zhang Yu, the later rival of Liu Bang. As a kid, he supposedly wasn't interested in writing or swordsmanship.
Ah, yeah, the famous quote.
Right. He apparently said something like, writing is just for recording names. Swordsmanship only beats one person. I want to learn how to defeat 10,000.
That line about writing being only enough to record names, it actually tells us a lot.
How so?
Well, think about when Sheng Yu was young. Chen had already conquered his home state of Chu. His education, even if informal, was likely shaped by kin practices. And what did grassroots kin officials do all day?
Register households, collect taxes, conscript labor.
Exactly. And record confessions. All tasks requiring you to constantly write down names over and over. It wasn't lofty, aristocratic learning. It was practical, bureaucratic grind.
Makes sense. Even later texts like that Han Dynasty primer, the GGPN, apparently borrowed from kin methods and were just full of names.
Packed with them. So yeah, it was very practical training, almost like on-the-job training, but in a school.
And not just writing, I assume. Military officials would need combat skills, right? To catch criminals and that sort of thing.
Precisely. And another fascinating piece is the emphasis on math. You can't run an empire or even a county without decent arithmetic.
All that data. Taxes, grain, land.
Exactly. We've found kin bamboo slips with loads of numerical records, even a multiplication table. And later math texts, like the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, draw heavily on methods from this period. They're full of problems officials would face daily.
Like land measurement, grain conversions.
Civil engineering calculations, allocating taxes fairly. Really practical stuff.
So those were the basics. But for higher level officials, it get more complex.
Oh, absolutely. They need to understand the subtleties of administrative documents, like the difference between an emperor's Ming, which might be more flexible order, and a Ling, which was a mandatory command, no wiggle room.
And law, presumably. A deep grasp of legal codes.
Definitely. The Book of Han mentions imperial historians assessing students, and you needed to recite, 9,000 characters just to qualify for office.
9,000. It sounds like a remarkably sophisticated training system for its time.
It really was. Yeah. But despite all this preparation, a massive problem cropped up right after Qin Shi Huang unified the country.
Right. Because conquering 6 states in, a decade? That's one thing. Ruling them as a single empire, that's a whole different ballgame.
Totally different scale of challenge.
Yeah.
Which raises the question, how did they plan to manage this sudden, massive expansion of governance?
And did they plan?
Well, that's the interesting part. In 221 BCE, the very year they finished the conquests, there was this critical debate at court. The prime minister, Wang Wan, he suggested a kind of hybrid approach.
What did that involve?
He proposed setting up feudal lords Qin Shi Huang's own sons, actually in the really distant, newly conquered areas, places like Yan, Qi, Chu, but keep the existing commandery and county system closer to home.
Sort of a pragmatic compromise.
Exactly. Most ministers apparently agreed. It seemed like a practical way to stabilize things far away, keep the locals calm.
But Li Si, the Minister of Justice, he disagreed. Strongly.
He did. Li Si argued that the old Zhou dynasty feudalism was inherently unstable. He pointed out how family ties weakened over generations, leading to constant war.
His point being?
His point was, if you really want to unify the world and have lasting peace, you need to roll out the commandery and county system everywhere. Total standardization for easier imperial control.
And Qin Shi Huang bought it.
He sided with Li Si. He basically said, yeah, the endless wars were because of feudal lords. Li Si's plan is the way to peace. Now, Li Si was probably right about the long-term historical trend.
But the immediate problem?
The immediate problem was people. The number of officials needed for Li Si's comprehensive system versus Wang Wan's hybrid system was astronomically different.
Right. Feudalism, sent a prince, some advisors, an army, let the local bigwigs handle the details. Few new central officials needed.
Exactly. But the commandery county system, you sweep away the old local aristocracy. You need Qin-style administrative departments in every single county, staffed by officials loyal to Qin and trained in Qin laws and procedures.
Which created an instant, massive personnel shortage.
A huge shortage.
Yeah.
And what's telling is that this whole crucial debate happened after unification was already complete. It suggests they hadn't really prepped for this administrative reality.
And that Shisi rule we talked about, limiting who could even enter the schools,
Hmm.
that also came after unification.
It seems so, yes.
Uh,
Which makes you wonder, were some people in power maybe trying to protect existing officials' jobs by limiting the pool of new trainees?
So unpreparedness plus maybe some internal resistance, it meant a huge gap in the bureaucracy was almost guaranteed.
Pretty much inevitable, yeah. So the next question is, how did they actually govern these new, distant territories, given the shortage?
We have some clues now, don't we, from archaeology?
We do. Finds like the Yulu kin slips and the Lai kin slips, discovered in these exact kinds of regions, give us incredible ground-level detail. But even just looking at traditional sources, like the story of Liu Bang's hometown, Pei County, gives us a good idea.
Okay, so the top county guys, the magistrate, his assistant, the county captain, they were sent from the central court, supervised by imperial censors, standard practice.
Right. But the middle and lower level officials, that's where it got complicated. It was a real mixed bag.
A mixed bag how?
Well, you had some regularly appointed officials, sure, but not enough. Then you had officials who'd actually messed up somewhere else, failed assessments, and were basically punished by being shipped off to these new regions.
Like being exiled to the frontiers?
Sort of, yeah. And even more incredibly, some were former criminals who'd lost their posts, but were given a second chance serving out there.
Seriously? Criminals? That doesn't sound like a recipe for good governance.
Probably wasn't. The quality of these new region officials was often pretty questionable. We even see Qin regulations specifically telling them not to mistreat the new commoners.
Which implies they probably were mistreating them.
Exactly. The rule wouldn't exist if the problem didn't.
So besides these recycled officials, what else did they do? Did they try hiring locals?
They did. That was another strategy. If a local person seemed capable, adequately trained, they could be appointed. Which brings us back to unifying the writing system.
Ah, right. It wasn't just about culture, it was practical, making sure imperial orders could be read locally.
And just as importantly, making sure local reports could be read and understood back at the capital. It was about that two-way flow of information and control.
Makes perfect sense.
But here's the kicker, the real irony. When you connect all the dots.
Go on.
In places like Pei County, you had key local positions filled by guys like, well, Liu Bang.
Yeah.
Zhao He, Cao Can.
The future founders of the Han Dynasty.
The very same. These men had basically zero inherent loyalty to the Qin regime that had conquered their homeland. Yet the Qin's own administrative system
was giving them invaluable hands-on training in how to run things, how to organize people.
Exactly. It was like a master class in management and bureaucracy, delivered courtesy of the regime they would eventually overthrow. What do you think the long-term consequences of that were?
Well, we know the consequences. These guys became the leaders, the organizers, the backbone of the rebellion that brought down the Qin. Oh, wow. It's almost like the Qin system was so effective at training administrators.
It trained its own destroyers.
Yeah.
Precisely. It's a powerful lesson. And it also helps explain something else.
Which is?
Why, even though the Qin dynasty itself collapsed so quickly, its fundamental administrative structure, the commanderies, the counties, the bureaucratic methods, largely survived.
Yeah.
The Han Dynasty basically inherited it, tweaked it, but kept the core. It shaped Chinese governance for centuries.
So the system outlasted the dynasty that created it.
In a big way. The Qin administrative system, despite its flaws and that ultimate ironic twist, was truly a marvel of organization for its time. That systematic approach to cultivating officials, the practical focus, even their sometimes desperate measures to fill the gaps, it all played a part in their rise and ultimately their fall.
It really is an incredible story. Ambition, innovation, pragmatism, and then these completely unintended consequences. The takeaway maybe isn't just about the Qin, is it?
I don't think so.
Perhaps it's a reminder that even the most carefully designed systems, the most efficient machines of state, can contain the seeds of their own undoing, or at least their own transformation. Sometimes the most effective training ends up empowering the very people who challenge the power structure.
Well put. A system so focused on control inadvertently created the tools for its own dismantling.
Join us next time on The Deep Dive as we explore
Another fascinating layer of the past.
everything you just watched only made their rise possible. Watch The Six Shadows Who Destroyed Qin, the end that began it all.
If you found this discussion useful, maybe learned something new, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these deep dives regularly, exploring valuable ideas.
We appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.